The narrative commences at the conclusion of a ferocious engagement wherein the main figure contends with remorse concerning his designation as mankind's most formidable champion. As he confronts mortality, he feels undeserving of the honorific, despite having vanquished all 7 of the Fin fiends. Nevertheless, there persists the 8th Fin adversary, which is recorded in the Venerable King's Stele. Aang considers that humankind frequently fails to grasp the genuine potency of these entities, and he faults himself for not discharging the obligations of being the supreme combatant. He ponders what the 8th Fin creature desires from him. As the entity approaches, Aang apprehends it may aim to desecrate his cadaver in reprisal for the demise of its subordinates. As Aang's eyelids droop, he senses death engulfing him like obscurity. After some duration, he perceives a faint luminescence and unseals his eyes, discovering himself a juvenile male, enveloped by numerous individuals in a strange chamber. He speculates about his location, examining his palms. He discerns this doesn't resemble a phantasm and is bewildered about the current events. He palpates his visage and is startled to realize it is not his. His formerly striking and captivating attributes are absent, and his robust constitution has disappeared. He is profoundly troubled about his present location and selfhood. It was the Yahello's metropolitan district where the 3rd Captain Yao was speaking to the assembled populace. He wished them to comprehend distinctly what it signified to attempt the warrior assessment, and that a combatant represents guardianship and aspiration. He narrated an anecdote from the year 3069, when their celestial body confronted its apocalypse during that epic 6 immense edifices, designated as the ancient king steles materialized from the firmament. Beings presently identified as fiends arrived and commenced slaughtering humans. After weathering savage confrontations against their own annihilation, humankind devised a method to retaliate utilizing grafting apparatus by repurposing the essences discovered within the fiends and arming themselves with this advanced means. Humans were fleetingly endowed with capabilities rivaling the fiends. Approximately 60 years prior Aang, humankind's most powerful champion, who was venerated as a sovereign by the combatants, commanded the global contingents against the largest demonic legion ever documented. The monumental struggle persisted for many weeks, staining the globe a deep crimson shade. Ultimately, the champions prevailed in overcoming the demonic legion, inflicting a decisive defeat upon the fiends, and consequently bestowing humankind 60 years of continuous evolution and expansion. Aang was astounded to learn of the occurrences from 6 decades ago, and comprehended he had been somehow conveyed into the time ahead. Yahello proceeded, elucidating that the triumph incurred the loss of innumerable combatants who immolated their existences for the collective welfare, including Aang personally dispatches indicated Aang had perished in conflict while battling against multiple of the most potent among the 7 Fin fiends. That engagement signified a pivotal moment for humankind. It discarded its trepidation and emerged from the shadows, resolved to usher in a new era. This confrontation was recognized as the Battle of Dawn. Aang believed this narration was inaccurate. He understood that the most formidable fiend was the 8th Fin entity, and although he was lapsing into unconsciousness at that moment, he had undoubtedly perceived it. Even presently, humankind remained oblivious to the true might of the fiends. Yao persisted, underscoring that without those departed champions, no one would be present to champion the tenets of guardianship and aspiration. He inquired if they all presently grasped what it signified to be a combatant. They all concurred. Aang whispered to himself that something was amiss. Yao detected Aang's whisper and neared him, observing that it appeared. Aang did not completely comprehend what it signified to be a combatant. He subsequently requested Aang's appellation. Aang wavered, contemplating whether he ought to disclose he was Aang, the most formidable champion of whom they were conversing. He doubted whether they would even credit him, considering he had been conveyed from 60 years past into a delicate new vessel. Yao ascertained Aang's name and articulated his condemnation, averring that it was irreverent for such a distinguished name to be carried by an individual who could not seize the essential attributes of a combatant. He charged Aang with dishonoring the heritage of the supreme champion. In his vexation, Yao struck Aang. Aang was taken aback and understood that his current physique was so feeble, it couldn't even counter such an onslaught. He never conceived he would possess the identical name once more. Yong apprised Aang that he would be vigilantly observing him during the forthcoming warrior evaluation. He then directed everyone to advance to the examination arena for their corporeal evaluation. Lance queried Aang if he was all right and presented himself, conveying his delight at encountering Aang. Lu, visibly incensed, chided Lance for addressing Aang by the illustrious name of Aang when he was unmistakably a weak individual. She then interrogated Aang if he still presumed he would command the same capabilities, merely because he bore the name of the most formidable champion. Aang was disconcerted by Lu's presumption and challenged how she ventured to articulate so disrespectfully about his appellation. Lance clarified that Lu was a notable personality among their cohort of warrior aspirants, known as the Solemn Rakshasa. She was the scion of the celebrated Sitho aristocratic clan from the Hello's metropolitan zone. Aang identified the Sitho designation as recognizable. Lance assisted Aang to his feet and unwittingly captured an image of the instance, jesting that it was an enthralling male camaraderie. As Tenny and Lu halted upon observing the photograph, Lu instructed them to proceed. Aang then inquired of Lu her identity. Lance questioned if Lu captured the image. Aang advised her to concentrate on more significant subjects. Misa, who had been spectating, confessed to taking the photograph and identified herself. She elucidated that she was fascinated by the juncture and considered it exceptional inspirational material for her endeavors. The setting transitions to the corporeal evaluation grounds. Aang mused to himself that notwithstanding his present Bodhis stick, he remained the most formidable champion. He found it risible to hear what it signified to be a champion before him, and was positive that his achievements would astound everyone. The Arbiter declared that the initial corporeal evaluation would be a lengthy, distance stamina trial. As the combatants assumed their starting points and the contest commenced, Aang was steadfast on finishing preeminently and establishing a new standard. Nonetheless, he concluded with the poorest duration, arriving last utterly drained. He comprehended that his physique was in a more detrimental condition than he had foreseen, and others derided his showing. The subsequent trial was the forceful arm power examination, in which Aang also concluded last and even twisted his carpus. The tertiary trial was the forceful leg power examination, necessitating aspirants to leap. Aang's vault was merely half the span of Luo's, who labeled him a simpleton. The Arbiter proclaimed that Aang was in the final position in all the corporeal evaluations, registering the most dismal outcomes in annals. He cautioned that Aang might be disqualified from the assessment. Aang was profoundly let down by his showing. Misa persisted in capturing photographs, believing it might be the final occasion. She documents instances of Aang and Lance in proximity. The Arbiter notified Yao that considering Aang's outcomes, he was contemplating his removal from the second trial. However, Yao retorted that while Aang might appear a futile prospect, he still merited the opportunity to engage in the subsequent phase, which would probably be his concluding evaluation. He commanded the commencement of the second phase. The combatants were apprised that the second phase would shortly initiate and would ascertain their congruence with the grafting apparatus. They were guided to advance to the following assessment location. Aang perceived this as his moment to validate himself. He recollected that previously he had sustained a mean attunement percentage exceeding 96. Despite his present physique's unimpressive condition, attunement relied upon determination, and he was resolved to demonstrate to those who had mocked him. As he scrutinized the grafting apparatus, which appeared to have progressed 60 years into the time ahead, and was astonishingly lightweight, he experienced a feeling of resolve. Lu attained an attunement percentage of 39, the foremost among the aspirants, which was predictable considering her upbringing in the martial clan. Someone was keen to make her his companion, and she was truly radiant. As she descended, Tenny and others lauded her profusely, with an aspect of assurance. She proceeded to the waiting area once situated. She was elated to discover she had registered a 39% attunement percentage, although she savored the approval. She opted to maintain a modest demeanor and compose herself. Aang was struck by Liu's 39% on the initial trial. Lance commented on Liu's robustness and mettle, observing that a passion smoldered beneath her svelte build. Aang detected the identical ardent essence within her. Lance noted that Aang didn't appear apprehensive. Aang responded that he was inured to such circumstances. The evaluation proceeded. Numerous novices encountering the grafting apparatus for the premiere time exhibited agonized countenances, owing to the repercussion from the fiend core. Their physiques were put under immense duress during their primary grafting. Some aspirants could not tolerate the discomfort and conceded. The combatants who attained the lowest attunement percentage, with a baseline of 10%, would successfully complete the trial. Lance registered a 24% attunement percentage. Understandably, there were some unforeseen outcomes. Misa achieved 30% and likewise completed the trial. Yun remarked that the evaluation had identified some encouraging novices. A young woman observed that including Misa, there were an aggregate of 6 combatants who had demonstrated remarkable aptitude in their group. Yato conceded that while there were some encouraging aspirants, there yet remained others who acutely wanted the essential attributes. Eventually, it was Aang's moment. Others were ridiculing him, conjecturing about what his attunement percentage would be, considering his subpar showing in the initial phase of evaluations. Aang mused to himself that they would come to lament their mirth. He was steadfast on refuting them, and anticipated they wouldn't be capable of managing the astonishment of what they were about to witness. Aang selected the Crimson Core for its augmentation of corporeal power, and recollected that there existed an aggregate of 6 categories of fiend cores that could be procured from the theater of war. The most frequently encountered varieties were Crimson, Yellow, Verdant, and Azure. He believed that registering such a high attunement percentage necessitated profound determination. The fortitude of one's determination dictated how much energy they could harness from the fiend core, and moreover, how much dominion they could exercise over. He was queried if he was prepared. He affirmed, and once the procedure commenced, a potent emanation was perceived in the waiting area, leaving Lu astounded to discover it originating from Aang. Aang mused to himself that he would exhibit the attunement percentage of the most formidable champion. Lance observed that Aang was extraordinarily potent and had been masking his capabilities. The personnel were flabbergasted when the attunement percentage soared to 40%. Aang was assured that he would effortlessly attain 96%, and his fervor intensified. The combatants were dumbfounded as the percentage persistently climbed. Attaining 60%, Yaut was stunned to observe the attunement percentage and interrogated how such an inflated percentage was achievable, speculating if there was an equipment error. The young woman conveyed that the percentage was still ascending. Reaching 80%, the combatants started to ponder whether Aang was employing trickery, or if there was a defect with the apparatus. Aang contemplated being designated as the sovereign by the combatants, and resolved to exhibit to them what the supreme champion could accomplish. He desired them to perceive the disparity in potency between them and himself. Nonetheless, he sensed an atypical alteration, and his vigor started to wane. Leaving him depleted, he proclaimed that he would not persist any longer. One of the individuals queried if he was jesting, and it transpired that there had been an equipment error. The ultimate outcome indicated an attunement percentage of merely 10%. The young woman elucidated to Yaut that the fiend core had disintegrated and was probably an aberrant core, which had produced the peculiar information. Yeah, I pondered if this was truly a system failure. Ultimately, it was affirmed that Aang cleared the trial with an attunement percentage of 10. Others remarked it was an unusual fiend essence, and that there was no possibility such a delicate physique could register such an alarming attunement percentage. Tenny chortled at Aang's predicament. Lance drew near to ascertain if Aang was unharmed. Lu, experiencing a combination of apprehension and envy, considered there was someone more captivating than herself, which she would not permit. Lance assisted Aang in departing the vicinity. Aang contemplated how developed he had grown, understanding that his rivalry with the others had been a beneficial thing, and he was relieved to have succeeded the trial. Misa gleefully captured images of Lance with Aang as Aang reclined in the waiting area. He mused about the preceding incident, feeling as if something from deep inside had sapped his vigor. In a solitary exhalation, a happening he had never encountered previously. Despite his resolve elevating the attunement percentage to 80, even inferior quality core shouldn't have fractured in that manner. Yo arrived to offer felicitations them on reaching the conclusive phase of the assessment, the genuine combat simulation for Tenny. It would be their inaugural engagement against fiends. He hoped that they would all navigate the next stage securely. A gentleman then directed them to move to the third assessment location. Aang, feeling indisposed, proceeded with a sensation of unease, whispering that he sensed he might perish. As he departed, Yacht observed Aang's fractured crimson core and became fascinated by his capability. Yacht was inquisitive to witness how Aang would fare in the approaching fog pursuit phase. They congregated before the portal, which was on the verge of unsealing. Aang contemplated how it would be his premier venture outdoors, and mused on how humans had resided in secluded enclaves for many years, with the region beyond the barrier constantly veiled in dense mist. They were advised to cease squandering duration, advance silently, and inspect their gear meticulously before conversing. Otherwise, they risked demise. Aang pondered the new core he had acquired. He didn't surmise the core itself was the difficulty, but his vigor had vanished unexpectedly, as if something within him had spurned the core. He questioned if this was a repercussion of temporal displacement. As he progressed, he perceived the proximity of fiends. Tremors radiated from him, extending to a neighboring cavern where a fiend was positioned. The fiend, sensing a presence superior to its own, was startled. Aang wondered if these were the fiends he had detected, as something within him started to vibrate for an indeterminate cause. Just as he was mulling this over, Lu prompted him to advance. He apologized for the hold-up, and Lance approached to inquire if there was an issue. Aang began to articulate something, but before he could conclude, a gentleman directed him Misa and 3 additional individuals to constitute a unit. Since all others were prepared, there was no requirement to pause. They ought to rejoin the contingent ahead. Misa questioned if forming a unit with them was integral to Aang's strategy. He answered that he hadn't contemplated it. Lu urged them not to dally and to proceed forward. She had experienced unease previously, concerned that no one would affiliate with her. Lance then invited Aang to accompany him, and Misa captured a photograph of the contingent, proclaiming that their unit was now established. The dissipating monument was a sable-hued edifice, fashioned from resilient elements. One of its components possessed a unique attribute that clears mist within a specific radius. The evaluator elucidated that they would be attempting the exam. As a quartet, he presumed they were all cognizant of the exam's character, which was the mist pursuit. Each unit affiliate would obtain a combat blade and a compact mist-dissipating apparatus, constructed from the identical substance as the monument. Their objective was uncomplicated. The mist pursuit was the ultimate impediment every neophyte must overcome. In the mist-enshrouded realm, a champion must be vigilant of the perils that conceal in the mist. Becoming a champion entails more than merely possessing a proficient physique. It demands confronting one's apprehensions and facing the indeterminate. As a unit, they must awaken the pursuer within them, vanquish the fiends that manifest, and only then will they genuinely acquire the designation of a champion. The assessment for the initial unit finished, and the subsequent unit was directed to ready themselves. Yoshi, Joel, and Yao surveyed the panorama from the portal. Yoshi observed that there were multiple encouraging new prospects in the contingent, but her attention was distinctly on Lu. She inquired about Joel's and Yao's perspectives. Joel answered that Lu, originating from a martial lineage with a suitable upbringing, possessed the aptitude to become an accomplished champion. Yao appended that there were numerous individuals to scrutinize, expressly citing Aang. Yao had examined Aang's core individually, but had discovered no imperfections. He remained inquisitive about what had genuinely transpired. During the preceding incident, Yoshi gently tapped Yao on the cranium, addressing him as Tang Tang, and queried what he was contemplating. Yao requested her not to employ that epithet. Joel remarked that only Yoshi could make Tang Tang flush. Yoshi then inquired if they had evaluated the fiend magnitudes, stressing that only non-finned fiends should manifest within the exam perimeter. Yayo comforted her not to fret. They had been surveilling the zone for multiple days to guarantee the exam would progress securely, affirming that no finned fiends were within a protected range of Hello's settlement. Joel appended that even if a finned fiend did materialize, they would step in to safeguard the prospective champions. The subsequent group's exam was finished, and it was presently occasion for the 10th group. Lu, who was in this contingent alongside Aang, ready to commence as Aang retrieved the diminutive receptacle. Lu seized it from him and hurried onward, keen to exhibit her proficiencies. Aang wondered why an individual would be so determined on display. Tinny swiftly trailed Lu, leaping to situate the receptacle in its allocated position. Yoshi remarked that Lu's recuperation core was noteworthy, observing that her nimbleness was equivalent to the Azure agility cores, which mirrored her martial clan heritage. Shortly, fiends started to assault. Aang directed the contingent to confront the fiends, and Lance sprang into engagement, administering a forceful blow. Yao observed that Lance's showing was praiseworthy, and that he had already utilized his core of vigor adeptly. Aang unsheathed his blade, advising each individual to aim for a solitary fiend. Teeny obeyed and charged into the fray. Misa struck at one fiend repeatedly, ultimately dispatching it. Lance also vanquished a fiend with a singular strike. Joel noted that the synergy between Misa and Lance was exceptional, with Misa displaying remarkable maneuvers and optimizing the agility cores. Yao reminded them not to concentrate excessively on any single person. Lu then plunged her blade into a fiend, causing it to rupture violently. Now it was Aang's moment to display his abilities. He concentrated on the 3 vital locations, the gullet, thorax, and midsection. With accurate blows, he targeted these zones, reflecting on the constraints of his current physique and the magnitude of explosive harm he could inflict. Determined to exceed his capacities, he readied to evaluate his proficiencies under these exam parameters and charged forward to persist in assaulting the fiend. The fiend struck him, but he evaded and inserted the blade beneath its scapula, thinking that his response interval was excessively sluggish. As the fiend endeavored to kick him, he sidestepped anew and inserted the blade once more, observing that his muscular coordination was deficient. He even managed a few impacts, but discovered that his onslaughts were excessively feeble. Lance remarked that it appeared as if Aang was trifling with the fiend. Misa was capturing images and questioned if she would document everything. Lu remained silent, but surmised that Aang was deliberately grandstand. Eventually, Yoshi perceived and inquired who he was, noticing that he was pressing his onslaughts proficiently. Joel appended that Aang also appeared to move like a seasoned campaigner. Aang determined that his physique couldn't utilize any of the capabilities from his history, and he was fatiguing swiftly. A critical predicament, he resolved it was time to eliminate the fiend. However, as he charged to assault, something materialized from the contingent to dispatch the fiend. Misa questioned what those tendrils were. As they battled the fiend, a one-fin fiend materialized, acknowledging the peril. Yod directed the champions to withdraw, and they quickly acquiesced. Yoshi and Joel also confronted the one-fin fiend. Yoshi urged the pursuers not to become agitated and to fall back to Yao, who vowed to shield them until they arrived at the settlement. The one-fin fiend observed that a human felt akin to a fiend. Aang and his 3 companions were already ensnared, and wondered what the fiend was articulating. Lu thought the no-fin fiend was no challenge for the one-fin fiend, and apprehended she would be ripped into fragments. In a flash, Aang understood that his present physique wasn't prepared to manage a one-fin fiend, and felt inundated by the apprehension of encountering such a daunting adversary. As a common champion, the one-fin fiend subdued the 4 of them, and started to transport them away. Joel and Yoshi hurried to challenge the fiend, but as it retreated subterraneanly with the 4, Joel directed the contingent to pursue. After a duration, the path terminated suddenly. Yoshi wondered how a one-fin fiend could have materialized abruptly, considering that Yao had persistently inspected the zone for days, without committing any blunders. This type of occurrence had never happened before. Yao arrived interrogating where the 4 champions had ventured, and why they had ceased trailing the fiend. Joel advised him to compose himself, as the path had concluded. Yoshi elucidated that the one-fin fiend appeared to have gone deeper, and that they shouldn't proceed hastily, since the zone ahead was uncharted. Yao, recalling his history and the bereavement of his sibling, struck the earth in exasperation. blaming himself for the peril confronted by the four champions. Joel proposed returning to the settlement, wagering that it had descended into pandemonium in their non-attendance. He suggested dispatching reconnaissance units to scrutinize the encompassing zone and confirm no additional one-fin fiends were nearby. Yoshi concurred that no one foresaw such a development, but stressed the necessity to remain composed. Even though she understood it was arduous for Yao. Yao stood up, instructing both Yoshi and Joel to go back to the settlement, while he persisted in searching for the four champions, reassuring them not to be concerned. Joel started to articulate, but Yoshi cut in, directing Yao to return before nightfall. Yao acquiesced and ventured into the mist. Yoshi remarked that they wouldn't be capable of altering Yao's resolve. Joel concurred, appending that Yao's younger sibling had been seized by a fiend, and Yao still held himself culpable for that bereavement. Yoshi noted that if Yao's sibling were living, he would be approximately the same age as the captured youths, and they likely brought Yao memories of him. The setting transitions to the cavern where Aang and the others were bound. Aang awoke bewildered about their whereabouts, and was relieved to discover that everyone was still breathing. The fiend materialized from the rear, observing that Aang was the initial one to stir, and appeared distinct from the other three. The fiend was inquisitive about Aang's identity, and why he possessed a comparable emanation to that of the fiend, even seeming more potent than the one-fin fiend. Aang inquired what the fiend was discussing. In retort, Aang radiated a crimson luminescence, shattering his bonds, and lunged at the fiend. The fiend sidestepped Aang's onslaught. Aang mused to himself that in prior times, he could have decapitated the fiend before it even possessed an opportunity to counter. He required to extricate the others. He observed that the one-fin fiend had a crimson core, which endowed it with swift motion and supple appendages, augmenting its reflex and assault velocity. Nevertheless, this also signified that its articulations weren't shielded by substantial height, rendering its nimbleness both an advantage and a vulnerability. At that moment, the fiend protruded barbs from its palm and impaled them into Aang. Aang understood that aiming for the fiend's articulations was the sole method to leverage its frailty. He exerted forcefully to dislodge the fiend's palm, resolved not to be disparaged. He proclaimed to the fiend that he had dispatched innumerable one-fin fiends, before the fiend retorted by delivering a savage kick, wounding Aang and causing him to exsanguinate. The fiend derided Aang, asserting that even though he knew its frailty as a Sylvan-type fiend, it could regenerate its physique. Aang was astounded, as he believed only verdant core fiends possessed regenerative powers. He wondered if fiends had progressed over the preceding half-century. The fiend accused Aang of belittling it, and then employed tendrils to transfix through Aang, drawing him nearer, seizing Aang by the cranium. The fiend stated that he still didn't comprehend Aang, inflicting severe agony and rendering respiration difficult. He had merely recently been reborn, yet it appeared he was already at death's door. He worried for the existences of the other three additionally, just as in his previous existence. Aang felt that everyone would perish alongside him, and he was overcome with contrition and sadness. He bewailed his frailty and felt profound compunction for his comrades. The single-finned fiend, perceiving Aang's vulnerability, resolved to devour him in order to transform. However, as the fiend readied to ingest Aang, another entity within Aang questioned if the one-fin fiend intended to devour him. It contemplated whether, if Aang perished, the fiend's scheme would be obstructed, and articulated vexation at needing to utilize its residual awareness in such a critical predicament. The single-finned fiend perceived an overpowering, dreadful emanation as the fiendish form within Aang started to materialize. The one-finned fiend wondered if it was a 5-fin or 6-fin entity. The discharge of vitality from Aang's fiend was colossal, generating immense duress and dispatching surges of might into the heavens. The one-fin fiend was afflicted with terror as the 8-fin fiend manifested itself. The 8-fin fiend proclaimed itself the most potent crimson core fiend and the sovereign of the one-fin fiend petrified. The one-fin fiend spoke to the 8-fin fiend as crimson. Concurrently, Yaut persisted in his reconnaissance, eliminating all the fiends that intersected his trajectory. After a period, he halted and conveyed that he had surveyed the adjacent region, but had only met two. No finned fiends, he sensed that the 4 aspirants were absent, and resolved to carry on searching until he located them ere sundown. He also detected a substantial energy undulation in the remoteness, and pondered what it might represent, speculating if the aspirants could be implicated. Aang, conversely, articulated his astonishment at materializing in such a dim and lightless location. He insisted that the ultimate fiend respond candidly, whether he had vanished, and if the other 5 were yet reigning as sovereign fiends. The ultimate fiend affirmed that naught had altered since that time. Aang observed that it seemed the fiends were subsisting comparatively tranquilly. Ire swelled within him as he recollected the occurrences from 60 years past, and questioned whether they had forgotten what they had perpetrated against him. He then assaulted the ultimate fiend, expressing his exasperation. He bemoaned that, despite selecting the physique of the most formidable champion as his vessel, it had demonstrated such frailty after temporal journey, leaving him profoundly disheartened. Aang was vexed that he was expending the last of his sentience on such an inconsequential circumstance. If he desired to manifest himself anew, he would need to anticipate until he was entirely awake. He had to await for the supreme champion to progressively recover his complete recollections. The ultimate fiend elucidated that the Finn recollection Aang alluded to was connected with their progression. Aang observed that the protuberances on their patellas and the quantity of fins they possessed signified their station. When they developed new fins, they necessitated fin recollection, a characteristic exclusive to their species. This was the reason they were invariably more potent than other lineages, and the champion Aang presently embodied was identical to them. However, they could only progress after ingesting a fiend of the same station. Aang needed to ingest fiends of superior station to awaken the Finn recollection and progress. The ultimate fiend stated this would be a benefaction from the 8-finned fiend. He vowed to bolster the 8-finned fiend and minister to him with all his capabilities. The 8-finned fiend retorted that he was undeserved, and his sole utility was to permit Aang to awaken his Finn recollections. He had already arranged the initial phase for Aang, and didn't wish to let him down. In subsequent advancement, the 8-finned fiend required Aang to slowly awaken to the 8 fins, and when the moment arrived, the 8-finned fiend would awaken from his profound repose. He then reintegrated into Aang. Aang was reminded of the past where he and a youth were grievously wounded. A gentleman had told Aang that he wouldn't perish, because a young woman awaited him. Aang had questioned why the gentleman wasn't succumbing, and noted that his countenance was altering. He opened his eyes in the present and wondered if he was dreaming. Realizing these were antiquated recollections, he was taken aback. The draperies parted, disclosing Lu, Misa, and Lance, who were overjoyed to see Aang conscious. Aang was astounded to perceive them. Misa detected a modification in Aang's coiffure, and facetiously queried if the fiend had escorted him to a tonsorial artist. Aang, bewildered, inquired what she was referencing, and then asked about their condition, recalling that they had been conveyed subterraneanly by the ultimate fiend. Yaut entered, observing that Aang appeared to comprehend everything, and requested him to elucidate what had transpired subterraneanly. The other 2 captains were in attendance as well, and Aang inquired why they were present. Yoshi explained that Yao had returned them, referring to him as Tang Tang. Yoshi noticed the others' bewilderment. Joel added that Yao had discovered the 4 of them, lying insensate in a grotto. It was providential that the 1-finned fiend was located there. Otherwise, it would have been arduous to retrieve them all. Yoshi mentioned that the 3 others apart from Aang had regained consciousness after a period, but possessed no memory of what occurred within the grotto. Only Aang remained insensate and had experienced some transformations. She presented him a looking glass to show him his changed coiffure, and requested him to attempt to recall something from the subterranean grotto. Aang was astounded by his visage, and wondered what had befallen him. Everything that had transpired after his temporal journey was beyond his apprehension. He remembered losing sentience after being struck in the grotto, but couldn't recollect anything. Beyond that, he deliberated whether to inform them about his temporal journey, but opted against it, realizing it would be problematic. They might not credit him and could believe he had lost his faculties. Instead, he resolved to continue functioning under his current persona and concentrate on understanding what was transpiring. Aang mentioned that he fleetingly regained sentience and realized they were in a subterranean grotto. He swooned again shortly thereafter and didn't know what occurred subsequently. Yao wondered if he might be excessively contemplating matters. However, upon reaching the location, he noticed sanguineous fluid on the partitions. Joel approached Aang and indicated that the appellation associated with him was identical to that of the most formidable champion. He noted that while Aang's combat proficiencies were impressive, he was still deficient in particular aspects. Joel queried if Aang had engaged fiends previously. Aang negated, explaining that while he was keen on combat and had conducted thorough investigation on fiends, he had no first-hand involvement fighting them. Yoshi remarked that Aang appeared quite knowledgeable and counseled Yao not to abandon cultivating such a promising champion. Aang then inquired about the standing of his warrior assessment. Misa informed him that they had succeeded and were now members of the Silk contingent. Lance added that owing to recent occurrences, Yao had grouped them into a unit of 4. Lu noted that they were lagging in comparison to others. Yao explained the contingents had to undertake assignments to accrue credits, and since Aang had been insensate for 3 solar cycles, they hadn't amassed any credits. Aang was astounded to discover he had been insensate for such a duration. The subsequent solar cycle, the 4 of them readied and attired in their formal habiliments, stood in the municipality. Inhabitants discussed the new champions who had congregated 3 solar cycles prior. Yu felicitated them on becoming certified champions and lauded them for enduring an engagement with a one-fin fiend. He would be commanding their detachment, which was one of 9 under his direction. Ya articulated his aspiration that they would distinguish themselves among the other detachments. Aang thought the regulations seemed more stringent than previously. Lance queried Aang if he had genuinely never known of the detachment register. It appeared that Aang was a neophyte without substantial information concerning it, and presently they were at the nadir of the register. Yao Aang elucidated the particulars of a register and informed them that the lowest ranking detachments would confront lunar retributions, such as becoming the sanitation detachment, until the subsequent lunar cycle's classifications were determined. Aang understood why the municipality was so immaculate. Yao designated Lu as the commander of their unit and queried if there were any dissents. Lance and Misa had no disagreements. Aang wondered if they would subsequently lament not appointing him the commander. Lu was enthused about his new capacity. Yo directed them to accept assignments from the roster and to become proficient in utilizing their nano-pinions in combat. He instructed them to approach him if they encountered any difficulties. As Yao departed, Lu suggested they inspect the accessible assignments, noting that they needed to overtake the others. Misa, nevertheless, indicated something more crucial. They needed to capture a group likeness. They swiftly captured the likeness. Yacht later queried Joel and Yoshi for their perspectives on the circumstance. Yoshi mentioned that, as Yacht had observed, there were no fiends surrounding the grotto. All had met explosive demises, leaving sanguineous spatters across the substratum. Joel queried Yacht if he surmised that the 4 aspirants were accountable for this. Yacht retorted that he felt distrustful concerning Aang, noting that Aang possessed a recognizable scent about him. Yoshi counseled Yacht not to overanalyze and articulated her elation that the 4 had returned unharmed. She requested that Yacht cultivate them rigorously so they wouldn't be defeated by her detachment. Yacht assured her he was being earnest. Joel suggested that they maintain observation and to apprise them if Aang performed anything significant. The setting transitioned to the assignment roster, where Aang was gratified to see that all the assignments were of the Iran tier, each bestowing 10 credits upon fruition. Lance indicated that tier assignments were the highest echelon accessible, while Misa added that these might be the most formidable. Lance explained that Bill tier assignments granted 6 credits, and CA tier assignments granted 3 credits, while the latter 2 were comparatively simpler and more secure. Air tier assignments were infamous for their peril, with recurrent fatalities. Lu took cognizance of the 3 assignments accessible and, alongside Aang, resolved they would undertake all of them. The 4 of them commenced sprinting, and Aang engaged the core. The nano-pinions unfurled, but one of them became lodged on a boulder. Aang concentrated on envisioning and channeling the vitality from the nano-pinions. Successfully, he materialized a saber in his grasp, reflecting on how nanotechnology had progressed over the preceding 60 years. They then sought concealment behind a boulder, and Lu affirmed they were all prepared. She informed them that their objectives were 2 fiends with no fins, and they needed to eliminate both concurrently. She directed them to adhere to the stratagem and await her signal. When the signal arrived, they charged to assault the fiends. Lu noted they had 3 A-tier assignments to accomplish and lacked the duration for a protracted engagement. They needed to conclude the confrontation expeditiously. Lance would obscure their visual path, so by assaulting the fiends, they could vanish from perception. Lu reminded the unit of the stratagem. She, Aang, and Misa would render the fiends immobile. After carrying out the assault, Aang wondered how the fiends would locomote. With a sundered articulation, Lance propelled both fiends skyward, positioning them for Lu to conclude the engagement. With her elegant maneuvers, she delivered the ultimate strike with exactitude. Feeling gratified that the synchronization was impeccable, Misa noted that the mist had dissipated and the insertion was unwavering. Lance, relieved that the endeavor was finished, commented on how dispersing the mist in the wilderness was considerably more arduous than in the assessments, which was anticipated for A-tier assignments. Even one assignment had consumed a substantial measure of duration. Misa discovered a crimson core from the fiends and was delighted. Lu affirmed that they had finally secured the complete 10 credits. Aang was surprised to learn that finishing an assignment inherently obliterated the cores. Misa elucidated that all the scientific endeavor was directed towards vanquishing the fiends, and a microchip within the assignment document was linked to the register. In the municipality, all finished assignments would have their credits automatically appended to the register. After completing the mist dispersal assignment beyond the municipality, Misa queried Aang if she could inspect the other 2 cores. Upon examination, she articulated dissatisfaction. They had only procured 3 cores. After dedicating the entire midday battling the Nofin fiends, and they still needed to gather 7 additional ones. Misa mentioned that apprehending fiends unharmed was especially demanding. Lance commented that it appeared they had contrived to maintain matters relatively uncomplicated. For a considerable duration, Lu then delineated the subsequent phase of their strategy. They would finish the outstanding assignments and persist in pursuing A-tier assignments with the objective of attaining the pinnacle. Misa noted that Lu was radiating at that juncture and captured a likeness of her. Lance stressed that they should aspire for the foremost rank and not permit other detachments to demean them. He then queried Aang for his perspectives. Aang retorted that other detachments would also be accruing credits, so they needed to operate swiftly to remain preeminent. It was invariably the circumstance that the most expeditious units were the ones who triumphed, while those who trailed acquired naught. He reflected on how, despite being over 50 solar cycles old and having experienced 2 existences, he felt revitalized by being with them. The youthful impetus and resolve of his comrades were stimulating and made him feel young once more. He suggested that they endeavor to finish another assignment ere sundown. Misa and Lance concurred. Lu felt as though Aang was encroaching upon her capacity. Lance had already vanquished multiple fiends and reported that they had eliminated 3 additional ones. Lu noted that they were diminishing in sedatives for the no fins, and there was a restriction on how many each detachment could transport. As Lu managed her firearm, Aang gazed at it fixedly. Lu explained that it was a nanotech sedative firearm, which would enable them to apprehend the fiends. Aang recalled the past when apprehending fiends necessitated sheer power and pummeling them into insensibility, frequently resulting in grievances from investigators concerning cerebral trauma. Lance remarked that it was fortunate they had apprehended the fiends, particularly since they were depleted of sedatives. It seemed they had finished the assignment, having dispatched an entire contingent of fiends to apprehend the trio unharmed, and there were in excess of 10 altogether. Extending out, Misa reminded them that all other champions had to go back ere sundown, an inflexible regulation with retributions for tardy returns. She suggested they proceed homeward. Aang wondered if he even possessed a domicile in that era. Ao mentioned that she needed to hasten and go back as well. They merely needed to configure the global positioning system so the investigators could pinpoint the location, and the assignment would be deemed finished once they gathered the 3 fiends. Aang then queried if anyone else perceived an abrupt surge of homicidal urge. Crimson emanations materialized from the rear, striking the fiends and dispatching them instantaneously. A veiled youth confronted them, proclaiming that he wouldn't permit them to finish their assignment. He asserted that his detachment was designated to manage all Atir assignments, and questioned who granted Lu's detachment authorization to undertake them. Aang wondered who these individuals were. The commander of the guild explained that they were the Sable Firearm Detachment, the elders of their contingent. He then queried a young woman from his unit how many detachments had affiliated with the assignment. She retorted that there were 3. The commander admonished Aang and his unit for their discourtesy in not saluting their elders. The 4 affiliates of the Sable Firearm Detachment descended and confronted Lu's unit, accusing them of undertaking Atir assignments without authorization and questioning if they were demeaning them. Lu was incensed that these 4 had dispatched the fiends. Her detachment had toiled so arduously to apprehend. The youth from the Sable Firearm Detachment inquired about the commander of Liu's detachment and why they hadn't come to salute the Sable Firearm Detachment personally. Lu charged to kick him, but he sidestepped and questioned how she dared to assault her elders. Lu retorted that they were not meritorious of being designated her elders. Lance and Misa stepped in, urging Lu to settle the matter through dialogue. Misa articulated vexation over the Sable Firearm Detachment's illogical demeanor and questioned how they could dispatch the fiends. Her unit had toiled so arduously to apprehend. The youth dismissed their anxieties, stating it was all integral to the rivalry and that they were being artless. Liu's ire intensified with each fleeting instant. Lance and Misa endeavored to draw Lu away, and Lance requested Aang to manage the circumstance and resolve matters tranquilly. However, Aang charged onward, kicking the youth and causing him to topple, which also dislodged his veil. Aang exclaimed that he had never encountered something so audacious, and questioned if they understood the exertion it required to apprehend those fiends. Lance and Misa were dumbfounded by Aang's response, but Lu was gratified. The youth, now unveiled, challenged Aang, instructing him to be prepared for an engagement. Luo, eager for confrontation, also ready to engage as the confrontation was about to commence. Yao stepped in, obstructing the onslaughts from both the youth and Aang, and propelled them both to the substratum. Aang thought the engagement was concluded and was inquisitive to observe how potent the present generation of champions was. Yat, visibly incensed, reminded everyone that the solar orb was about to descend and that they were still instigating turmoil. He cautioned them not to incite the fiends. The youth then averred that they were assaulted by others. Lu questioned why he was conversing with the captain. Misa disclosed that she possessed likenesses of the Sable Firearm Detachment, dispatching the fiends that Liu's detachment had apprehended. Lance queried when Misa had captured these likenesses. Yeo clarified that they were the ones who had undertaken the Erong assignment. Lu reported that the assignment had been triumphant until the Sable Firearm Detachment meddled. Yeo acknowledged this, explaining that while the meddling seemed illogical, comparable circumstances had transpired with the Sable Firearm Detachment when they were neophytes. Yat stated that he would not involve himself further. It was incumbent upon the detachments to settle their disputes independently. The sole thing that held significance was the credits at Carta, and while direct injury or imperilment of others was prescribed, other methods to attain assignment objectives were permissible. The regulations were identical for everyone, and they would confront even more contemptible circumstances in the time ahead, though not trivial ones like this. Yat had only halted their contest because the solar orb was descending, so he directed everyone to go back to the municipality immediately. He instructed the Sable Firearm Detachment that it was disgraceful for them to permit a neophyte detachment manage Atir assignments and counseled them to go back and reevaluate their conduct. As the youth was departing, he requested Aang to venture to disclose his appellation. Aang provided his appellation, and the youth, feeling somewhat disquieted, turned to his comrades and questioned if they had heard that Aang was the appellation of the most formidable champion. The youth proclaimed that he wouldn't permit Aang and his detachment to accrue credits effortlessly and vowed to render them the ultimate ones, indicating the lesion on his visage. He pledged to make Aang recompense for it. He replaced his veil and directed his detachment to depart. As they departed, Yao remarked that while the Sable firearm detachment might not be the most potent, they were renowned for their expeditious and resolute conduct and would probably endeavor to undermine Lu's detachment's assignments. Their unit commander also utilized a firearm, although the youth hadn't displayed his firearm. Yao conceded that he was quite potent for a neophyte. If everyone had engaged earnestly, the result might have differed. Yao then instructed the four of them to proceed homeward to the municipality. Lu, contemplating the circumstance, perceived Aang standing there and queried why he had acted so impulsively. She also articulated her gratitude for his kick. Lance invited Aang to his domicile for repast that eventide, but Aang demurred. Lance inquired if Aang possessed a clandestine strategy, to which Aang concurred. He thought he would concentrate on apprehending 3 fiends unharmed that solar cycle. At nightfall, an edict cautioned individuals not to depart the citadel for their own welfare. Aang stood aside, reflecting on how he had only heard the edict and perceived no one ambulating. He surmised that with the entire municipality under restriction, there wouldn't be substantial activity, and he intended to inspect his domicile after finishing his assignment. He noted that the vigilance at the principal portal was remiss, observing only a solitary sentinel. He wondered if they were under-resourced, or if they merely didn't foresee anyone endeavoring to depart at nightfall. Perceiving the aperture in the portal broad enough for him to traverse, he ready to proceed just then. Lu approached and noted that she had foreseen his conduct. She was unmistakably enthused, and mentioned that she knew he had intended to venture out at nightfall, when he had previously alluded to it. Aang retorted that her scrutiny was rendering him apprehensive. Lu then queried why he was out at such a tardy hour, and if he was proceeding to a specific destination. Aang feigned nonchalance, stating he had merely ingested excessively and desired to ambulate. He then conceded that he intended to astound everyone in the forenoon and utilize the duration to compensate for the subversion caused by the veiled youth. Earlier that midday, since Lu had perceived him, he realized that his stratagem was now jeopardized. As Aang entered the municipality, Lu overtook him and queried about his intentions. She remarked that she felt like a prodigy and was anticipating perceiving the veiled individual's utterly bewildered countenance. In the forenoon, Aang queried why she was chuckling. Lu averred she wasn't, but her mirth was palpable. Atop the principal portal, 2 sentinels sat oscillating broadly. One of them lamented that vigilance at nightfall felt like excruciation, and wondered why they couldn't seal the portal entirely, since no one was supposed to depart the municipality. The second sentinel, masticating something, cautioned him not to articulate such things, or the third captain would overhear. He explained that the aperture in the portal was for exigencies, recalling an occurrence from a few solar cycles prior, when displaced persons had arrived at the portal. They were slaughtered by fiends because the portal took excessively long to unseal. Since then, all municipalities had maintained an exigent aperture, prioritizing human existences above all else in that domain. The initial sentinel apologized, and the second sentinel comforted him, stating they would become accustomed to it. He then produced an adult tome, indicating that they possessed methods to occupy the duration. The initial sentinel realized that the tome featured the most recent photo shoot of female champions from other municipalities. The second sentinel mentioned that it had cost him a substantial sum and was arduous to procure, but it might make the nightfall pass more swiftly by perusing the folios. As they were absorbed in the tome, Aang and Luo hurried out of the portal. Aang observed that the assessment ground they had utilized was now veiled in denser mist than it had been in the forenoon. They relocated to a distinct location, where Lu indicated that they would be less conspicuous, owing to the remoteness from the partitions and the concealment afforded by the decaying woodland. Aang reminded Lu of the stratagem. He would entice the fiends out, and she should aim for their craniums. They would employ sheer power to render them insensate. He then proceeded into the mist, instructing her to await him. Lu, although assured in Aang's capabilities, experienced a pang of unease as he vanished into the dense mist. She wondered if her sentiments were a combination of exhilaration and apprehension, but knew she had to maintain focus and be prepared at a moment's summons. Lu was impressed by Aang's proficient method of enticing fiends. His capability to attract one no-fin fiend at a time considerably diminished the arduousness of apprehending them. From Louis's vantage point, The innovative approach of utilizing sheer power was both exhilarating and invigorating. She swiftly assimilated to this new modality and progressed rapidly. When Aang signaled her to assault, Lu moved expeditiously and conjointly. Their movements were nimble and exact, as if they were trifling with the fiend. They persisted in pummeling it until it swooned, reminiscent of their past methodologies. Aang reflected on how his new physique still necessitated substantial cultivation, even though he had once effortlessly apprehended no fin fiends in his previous existence. Lio mentioned that they had finally apprehended the third fiend and articulated her depletion. Aang directed her to abandon them there. Lu wavered and queried if he was certain. Aang assured her that the no-fin fiends lacked sagacity and wouldn't know how to extricate one of their own. They were improbable to approach the municipality, so the three fiends would be secure where they were. The method of striking the fiends' craniums guaranteed they would remain insensate for some duration, permitting them to return in the forenoon to finish the assignment. Lu queried how Aang possessed such extensive knowledge about this maneuver. Aang conceded he might have divulged more than intended. Abruptly, two one-fin fiends materialized, their scent unmistakably human. Aang was alarmed to perceive two of these fiends simultaneously, and wondered why they had materialized concurrently. He and Lu were not adequately matched against them. The municipality's alarm resounded in Yao. Joel and Yoshi hurried to the summit of the principal portal. Joel informed the sentinels that one-fin fiends had been detected, and directed them to survey the zone with beacons. Yoshi questioned what was transpiring, and whether these fiends were identical to those from the assessment. Yao clarified that they were dissimilar. The sentinels soon pinpointed the two one-fin fiends. Joel, astonished, wondered if something was attracting them. He directed to remain composed, seal the portals, and ready the defense armaments. As the armaments prepared for engagement, Yao commanded not to seal the portals because someone remained outside. He was infuriated to perceive Lu and Aang outdoors, and demanded to know why they were situated there. Yoshi wondered why those two were outdoors. They discovered three no-fin fiends tethered, and Yao comprehended what had transpired. The duo wished to rectify the assignment that had been undermined. Earlier in the solar cycle, Joel added that their excessive assurance and impetuous actions were frequent failings among neophyte champions. Incensed, Yacht resolved to penalize them both. When they returned, he charged towards the fiends, while Yoshi informed Joel that she would go with Yacht, entrusting the zone to him. Joel felt that his arduously acquired eventide of revelry had been spoiled. The one-fin fiends realized that the champions had detected them. Aang requested Lu to restrain, and they would await reinforcement. While attempting to endure, Aang wondered if he was the objective, questioning whether this was akin to the previous occurrence, and whether it was due to his rebirth, or something that had transpired within the passage. Lu suggested they engage conjointly. The fiends questioned whether they were offering opposition, and then they descended with one charging to assault Lu. Deeming her futile, but Aang rescued Lu by propelling her aside. The fiend observed on Aang's swift response. Lu retorted by kicking the fiend and noticed some fluid, wondering if she had overlooked the subsequent. One-fin fiend ensnared her with three filaments. The initial fiend directed Aang to remain concentrated. Yao arrived delivering a strike to the fiend and proclaiming that he wouldn't permit the fiends to injure the champions. He comforted everyone to remain composed, asserting that everything was under dominion. Yoshi observed that the fiend appeared to be an azure core aquatic type and a crimson core terrestrial type. She resolved to prioritize extricating Lu. The terrestrial type fiend commented that it was providential. He had obstructed the onslaught, or he might have forfeited his cranium. Joel, evaluating the circumstance, wondered if they were in a stalemate, and then commanded to maintain the defense armaments. A young woman approached Joel, informing him that they had detected a colossal quantity of no-fin fiends preceding their direction. Joel queried how many fiends there were. She retorted that it was arduous to enumerate, as it resembled a legion. Perceiving the overpowering quantity of fiends approaching, Joel commanded the alarm to be activated, and directed all the champions to assume their combat positions. As the alarm resonated, the champions realized it was a fiend legion alert, and swiftly congregated on the partition. Yao perceived the fiend legion, and remarked that it seemed they had arrived prepared. Aang noted that the fiends had circumvented them and were proceeding towards the municipality. Yoshi mentioned that the two one-fin fiends had summoned the entire legion, so they needed to resolve the circumstance expeditiously. Lu urged them not to be concerned about her and to concentrate on safeguarding the municipality. She felt she had been incautious and had become an encumbrance to the captains, referring to herself as a debacle as a unit commander. Abruptly, a fiend covered her oral cavity to mute her. Yahello and the others withdrew from the zone. The second fiend assaulted them, and Yahello directed Yoshi to maintain vigilance on it. Yoshi contrived to shatter the barbs being launched. Aang noticed that the fiends weren't assaulting him directly. As Aang passed by the one-fin fiend, it instructed him to advance. Yacht realized that the fiend had not halted Aang and wondered why. The fiend then charged to assault them, cautioning them to remain concentrated or they would perish. Concurrently, another fiend transported Lu away. Aang wondered if this was a snare devised to disassociate him from the captains. He resolved to remain composed and not act impetuously, acknowledging that he wasn't potent enough to manage the circumstance. Imprudently, Yacht and Yoshi directed Aang not to pursue Lu, cautioning him that he wouldn't possess a prospect against the one-fin fiend. However, Aang couldn't dispel the sensation that Liu's eyes seemed recognizable to him, and he couldn't tolerate abandoning her to perish. Disregarding their admonitions, he charged to pursue the one-fin fiend. The fiend set Lu down and remarked on how captivating it was. The fiend was enthralled by humanity's numerous sentiments and had heard that humans frequently shriek when they feel despondent. It then demanded Lu supplicate to gratify its inquisitiveness. Noticing that Lao's oral cavity was bound, the fiend realized why she wasn't shrieking and liberated her oral cavity. Insisting she supplicate, however, Lu demurred, stating the one-fin fiend was undeserving of her. Entreaties, the fiend questioned whether it wasn't meritorious, to which Lu retorted that she originated from a martial lineage and would not genuflect to an adversary, as displaying frailty was a dishonor. She demanded either demise or confrontation. Infuriated by her insubordination, the fiend struck her, proclaiming she would perish. At that instant, Aang arrived, demanding the fiend liberate Lu. Lu, surprised to perceive Aang unaccompanied, questioned why he had arrived by himself. The fiend was gratified to perceive the lure had functioned and that Aang, the principal objective, had arrived. Lu wondered why Aang was the objective. Aang queried Lu if she was unharmed. She affirmed she was and queried why he had arrived unaccompanied, as he would not be capable of keeping pace with the one-fin fiend. She urged him to flee. The fiend struck Lu, commanding her to be silent. Aang implored with the fiend not to injure Lu, offering to substitute her place if it would permit her to depart. The fiend nevertheless charged at Aang, proclaiming that they would all perish. Aang endeavored to counterattack, but the fiend sidestepped his blow and struck him instead. Aang realized that his physique was struggling to respond swiftly enough to the fiend's onslaughts. The fiend remarked that Aang smelled akin to them and articulated inquisitiveness concerning why. Aang wondered if the fiend was of the aquatic type and noted that fiends had progressed considerably over the preceding 50 solar cycles, acquiring numerous attributes. His own delicate physique could only replicate past movements, rendering him incapable of utilizing his capabilities proficiently, which signified he wouldn't endure long in this engagement. Lu was apprehensive, realizing that Aang would perish if circumstances persisted thus, and she execrated him for arriving unaccompanied. Resolved not to remain quiescent, she resolved to undertake action. Concurrently, Aang was battling the fiend and seized an opportunity to strike. The fiend derided Aang, noting that he had already dispatched a one-fin fiend in the grotto. Questioning why he appeared so feeble now, Aang retorted that he didn't comprehend the fiend's assertions, and queried when he had ever favored a one-fin fiend. Finding the charge preposterous, the fiend instructed Aang that he didn't favor his manner, and would penalize him correspondingly. He executed a peculiar and agonizing act on Aang, cautioning that if he prevaricated he would perish. Then he assaulted Aang, causing him to fall backward and become enmeshed with multiple trees. Aang, in excruciation, wondered if the fiend had ruptured all his internal structures. Lu, perceiving Aang enduring, felt a sensation of imperativeness to assist. The fiend approached Aang and cautioned that if he didn't disclose the intelligence, he would be ingested, which would somehow contribute to the fiend's progression. As the fiend moved to apprehend Aang, Lu stepped in with a ferocious onslaught, propelling the fiend away and instructing him to keep his appendages off her comrade. Aang thought Lu had forcibly extricated herself from the circumstance, her karpi and tali burning. Lu confronted the fiend, proclaiming that if he desired to dispatch someone, he should dispatch her initially. The fiend concurred and directed her not to sidestep his onslaughts. He then assaulted Aang from all orientations while Lu remained stationary. Obstructing each onslaught, Aang urged her to sidestep, but Lu explained that if she relocated, the onslaughts would strike him instead. She requested him to permit her to concentrate. Despite her exertions, some barbs materialized from the substratum and struck her pedes. The fiend apprehended her and proclaimed that instead of dispatching her, he would excruciate her to make her shriek. Aang lay there, observing in desolation, and thought about how paradoxical it was that, despite his rebirth, he still had to observe his comrades perish before him. He felt a profound vexation at needing to be rescued by a young woman, and questioned how he could safeguard others when he couldn't even safeguard himself. He wondered why he had to endure the demise of his comrades once more, and why he felt so feeble abruptly. Aang discharged a colossal measure of emanation, liberating Lu from the fiend's grasp. The fiend, bewildered by Aang's action, questioned whether it was merely the pneumatic duress that had caused the liberation. Noting that Aang hadn't actually assaulted him, Aang instructed Lu that she had performed admirably for her initial time as detachment commander, and directed her to entrust the remainder to him. He gently laid her down the fiend. Perceiving a recognizable scent, speculated that there were secrets concerning Aang. Aang, bewildered by the fiend's assertions, felt a surge of might emanating from his thorax, ascending skyward with an intense duress, as if it was on the verge of erupting in a paroxysm of ire. Aang's core started to radiate brilliantly. The fiend, noticing the transformation, wondered if it was a sovereign fin core. Lao perceived the emanations from Aang, and heard him proclaim that he knew the one fin fiend was destined to perish. Aang had awakened to his one fin manifestation. Concurrently, Yao and Yoshi were engaged in combat with another fiend. The fiend, feeling disoriented, perceived a potent emanation akin to its own. Yao landed a strike, followed by Yoshi's kick, which left a conspicuous perforation in the fiend. The fiend, incensed by the injury, started to radiate with intense vitality. Yoshi noted that it was self-immolating, and queried Yao what he intended to do, while she readied to safeguard him. The fiend proclaimed that all humans would perish. At that instant, a discharge of colossal velocity, delivered by a javelin, propelled the fiend away to a substantial remoteness. Yoshi identified the onslaught as originating from the defense armament. Joel, alongside the others, was battling the no-fin fiends and noted the sheer quantity of them. Realizing there appeared to be no cessation, he reported that the Legion was advancing, and summoned for Yoshi and Yao to affiliate with him. Yoshi directed Yao that they needed to go back to the municipality. Immediately, Yao then wondered if Lu had inquired about it. Yoshi acknowledged that she understood Yao's sentiments, but reminded him that their capacities extended beyond that of mere captains. They were champions primarily. They hurried back to assist the municipality. The one fin fiend questioned Aang concerning his resemblance to them, wondering if he was a one fin fiend himself. Despite Aang's evident potency, the fiend was bewildered by the presence of human fins, which seemed unattainable. Aang speculated that his rebirth might have endowed him with the powers of fiends, and that he might be capable of altering circumstances in the time ahead. He then utilized his restorative power on Lu. The one fin fiend was flabbergasted, and inquired if Aang was of the Sylvan type. Aang retorted that he vaguely recollected particular things, conceivably because he had assimilated a one-fin Sylvan-type fiend. He surmised that he could acquire the aquatic-type powers by assimilating a one-fin aquatic-type fiend. The one-fin fiend was taken aback by the magnitude of power Aang displayed, which he had never observed previously. Aang summoned tendrils to materialize behind him, and proclaimed that he was endeavoring to channel the power of the fiend. The fiend was petrified to learn that Aang had assimilated a Sylvan-type fiend. Aang found it captivating, noting that he had never observed fiends display apprehension in his previous existence. He approached the fiend closely, and challenged it to assault him with all it possessed, desiring to evaluate the fiend's current potency. The fiend questioned whether Aang was a fiend or a human before initiating an onslaught. Aang wondered if this was elemental dominion, and recalled that the Sylvan-type fiend he had assimilated could execute comparable feats. Appendages materialized to seize the fiend, and Aang remarked that it didn't seem particularly arduous. He made the fiend experience excruciation, prompting it to utilize its ultimate stratagem. The fiend discharged aquatic lashes against Aang, but he contrived to sidestep them. The fiend then charged at Aang with renewed vehemence, proclaiming that he would not dispatch the fiend. Unlike the aquatic type, the lupin type possessed its own distinct attributes. The fiend struck Aang, chuckling and vaunting that Aang would never comprehend the true potency of a fiend. As he articulated, he delivered a forceful kick to Aang. Aang fell colliding into the trees and conceded that the fiend was correct. He didn't fully comprehend the potency of the fiend. He reflected that if the fiend had known how expeditiously he could assimilate, it would have realized that Aang was the most formidable champion. To vanquish the fiend, Aang needed to persistently assimilate and adjust to its potency. The fiend speculated whether this was a consequence of Sylvan-type recuperation, and Aang understood, instantaneously resolved. Aang charged at the fiend. The fiend was ensnared by the tendrils, and Aang seized its visage, stating that he had grown weary of their engagement. The fiend felt something peculiar within its physique, before its manifestation was violently sundered. Despite the obliteration, its visage and aquatic gem remained unimpaired, and the fiend averred it could dissipate its physique. Aang countered that while the fiend's physique might be dissipatable, the core, the most vital component, could not be. He noted the fiend's excessive assurance, and then proceeded to extricate the fiend's core. He explained that even if the fiend were a 7-fin type, it would still perish if its core was obliterated. Aang seized the aquatic essence and pulverized, imbibing its very nature to assimilate its might. Aang remarked that its savor was not unpleasant. The fiend within him compelled him to devour additional fiends and slay the mortals while he struck at Lu's barrier. Aang endeavored to restrain the fiend inside him. He pondered how he might ever slay his very comrade, understanding he could never commit such an act, and was resolute to rescue her. He implored the fiend within him to cease its torment. The setting transitions to the primary entrance of the settlement, wherein the combatants were battling against the unfinned fiends. Lance noticed that the fiends were gradually scaling upwards, and while striking them, he queried Misa regarding Lu and Aang's location, observing that merely that pair were absent. While Misa persisted in eliminating fiends, she stated, overhearing certain combatants discuss a pair who had covertly departed and were assailed by a single-finned fiend. She conjectured that this pair might be Aang and Luo. Lance was astounded to learn that the pair had covertly departed. Misa requested him to cease interrogating her for details, clarifying that the pair were truly assailed by the single-finned fiends, and she possessed no clue regarding what had befallen them. She further pondered why the single-finned fiends had materialized so unexpectedly. Lance directed her to concentrate upon the fiendish legion for the present moment and press on fighting conclusively. Yoshi and Yao entered the fray. Joel inquired about their essences. Yao responded that the consumption rate was manageable, and that Yoshi's essence should be in a comparable state. Yoshi asked Joel if he possessed any stratagems. Joel elucidated that since Yoshi and Yao had slain a single-finned fiend, the assaults of the ordinary fiends had diminished. However, the other single-finned fiend was not in attendance, and the residual fiends were acting like a headless rabble, without any discernible purpose. Despite the reality that no fin fiends lacked intricate cognitions, Joel proposed that they leverage the fiends' dread of mortality by inculcating apprehension and eroding their resolve to battle. They could secure duration for the combatants on the rampart to reorganize. He directed Yoshi and Yao to manage their own essences and to render their subsequent maneuver as potent as feasible. Both consented, and they ascended to an elevated vantage. As they descended, they discharged a colossal detonation. Yoshi noted that including the prior skirmish with the one fin fiend, this would be the second occasion they had utilized their essences in such a formidable manner. Yao remarked that if only the igneous essence within him could sustain, he could preserve this condition perpetually. Joel remarked that the concussive might of the crimson strength essence was quite alarming, and then he plunged among the fiends, carving through them from an aerial position. Misa observed that it was her premier instance witnessing a captain's assaults, delivered with such ferocity. Yaut realized that this magnitude of might must originate from the single fin essence, and yearned to attain such a tier of warrior prowess himself. After a duration, Joel checked upon Yaut and Yoshi to ascertain if they were unimpaired. Yaut affirmed that he could manage the encumbrance, and that his physique was enduring. Yoshi mentioned the exhilaration of the confrontation. Joel surveyed the panorama and noted that their stratagems appeared to be effective. He then exhorted the combatants to fortify themselves and persist, fighting the fiendish legion was being repelled, and the pursuers were gratified to hear this. Joel unexpectedly sensed something was irregular and indicated that something was nearing. As it drew nearer, it became evident that it was Aang conveying Lu. Yoshi wondered where the single fin fiend was located. Joel informed Aang that, even though they had fractured the resolve of the no-fin fiends, Aang shouldn't behave so audaciously among them. If the fiends reacted, they would do so instantaneously. As if by signal, the fiends bellowed and commenced assaulting Aang. The three captains charged in to rescue him. Aang only perceived them as he applied duress to make them all collapse. The fiends then started to escape. The combatants were exultant as the legion withdrew. Some wondered why the fiends had unexpectedly retreated, and whether they were apprehensive of the captains. Others concurred, noting that the fiends were likely petrified. After observing the captains' astonishing exhibition of might, the combatants extolled their captains for their valor and potency. Yato wondered if the withdrawal was due to their endeavors, or if Aang had contributed a part. As Aang reverted to normalcy, he noticed that the captains were approaching to aid them. In his visions, Aang conversed with the 8-fin fiend, who informed him that Aang must certainly relish his capabilities. When Aang inquired who he was, the fiend retorted that Aang had perceived him previously. Though it had been over half a century past, and he should recall, Aang realized that the fiend before him was one of the 8-fin fiends, and he queried how many there existed. The fiend retorted not to be concerned. All uncertainties would be resolved in due course. The fiend then materialized before Aang, who was recumbent and presented himself as the Crimson King Fin, the most potent of his species. He noted that Aang did not exhibit alarm upon perceiving it, which was anticipated from the mightiest warrior, and that Aang's resolve to oppose his influence was commendable. The Crimson King assured Aang that he would not be injured. Aang queried why the fiend had selected his physique, and what had befallen his own. At that instant, another 8-fin fiend materialized from behind Aang. Palpating his visage, the fiend stated that Aang would comprehend in due course. He elucidated that Aang's physique was now suffused with the might of crimson, and for both their benefits, Aang needed to endeavor diligently and progress. The Crimson King appended that after this, they would become ever nearer to the consummate iteration of himself. Aang, becoming irate, questioned what the fiends considered humans to be, and then rose to his pet ace and struck the fiend. In actuality, Aang charged to assault and seized Lu's garment, preparing to strike her. He then regained his faculties and wondered what he was perpetrating. Lu struck him, and others queried why Aang had behaved this manner. June then arrived and queried if this was how they ought to treat their rescuer. The others saluted him as chieftain, while Lu referred to him as progenitor. Joel informed Aang that Soon was the patriarch of the Sato martial clan, and queried why Aang did not identify him, given that he was from Hellos. Aang realized that Soon was the progenitor of his comrade, and surmised that he had been tended to, even while insensate. He apologized to Sun for the inconvenience he had created. Sun comforted Aang not to fret, and articulated gratitude on behalf of the Sato clan, acknowledging that Aang had rescued Sun's descendant. He thanked Aang for his valor. June then directed all the captains to repose in the cultivation zone for the present duration, and proclaimed that they would commemorate the vanquish of the fiendish legion later that nightfall. The three captains apologized for any disruption created. June mentioned that he had been observing the three of them, since they were juveniles, so they didn't need to be excessively formal, and should consider the location as their domicile. He acknowledged that he would be inconvenienced by tending to Lu, as she was inherently obstinate. He directed them to discipline her if required, and not to exhibit any clemency towards her. Yao suggested entrusting the remainder to them, assuring that they would manage their obligations. He then requested everyone else to depart, excluding Aang and the 3 captains. Once they were unaccompanied, Yao queried Aang what he understood about the one fiend that had materialized during the assessment, and the Fiendish Legion. Joel appended that despite Aang being an affiliate of Yao's unit, there was no scope for irresolution. He then forthrightly queried Aang if he was a fiend. Aang queried if they were earnest, reminding them that he and Lu had scarcely eluded the one fiend. Joel indicated that Yoshi and Yao had vanquished a one fiend conjointly, and questioned whether Aang was averring to have vanquished one independently. He then demanded to know how Aang had contrived to elude. Aang wondered if there was genuinely no other method to elucidate his conduct, and what pretext he could present. Joe pressed him, proposing that Aang might be collaborating with the fiends, which could elucidate why the fiends permitted him to elude. Each occasion, Aang contemplated whether he genuinely had to disclose his clandestine information, and what the repercussions might be. He apprehended that if he confessed, they might dispatch him instantaneously, and he fretted that they wouldn't believe he was human. Instead, they would perceive him as a menace due to the potent fiend within him. Joel's severe countenance made it evident that he desired responses. Aang wondered if he truly had to contend against them, and if this circumstance was genuinely transpired. Yoshi stepped in, informing Joel that it was adequate. He explained that only a 4-finned fiend could metamorphose into a human, and it didn't appear probable that Aang was such a fiend. Even if he were, there would be no rationale for him to come to a C-tier municipality like theirs. Yato explained that fiends were intrinsically egocentric and lacked the notion of collaboration, so they wouldn't assist others. Since Aang had rescued Lu, Yato determined that he couldn't be a fiend. Joel then patted Aang on the dorsal aspect, disclosing that he had been jesting, and questioning why everyone was so solemn. He acknowledged that Aang and Lu had narrowly eluded mortality and must be depleted. Yao appended that Lu had mentioned losing consciousness after battling the one fiend, and did not recollect what transpired subsequently. He queried Aang how he contrived to elude with Lu. Yoshi inquired if Aang had vanquished the one fiend. Aang reflected on how he had indeed vanquished, and realized that his apprehension concerning the fiend within him had nearly caused him to forget. He averred that he was a prodigy, and acknowledged that his capability was somewhat excessive. He explained that he could instantaneously enhance and magnify the core's potency, which permitted him to fleetingly transcend his current mind. This was his clandestine ultimate maneuver. Yoshi noted that Aang's portrayal of his capabilities sounded analogous to how they utilized their cores might explosively. Aang concurred, and wondered if they would credit him if he elucidated further. Joel remarked that if what Aang stated was factual, then Aang was indeed a prodigy. Yayo queried if Aang was proposing that he employed this proficiency to vanquish the fiend in the grotto. As well, Aang affirmed that he had devised this maneuver. The premier occasion, he confronted a one-finned fiend. He explained that his physique had assimilated all the might from the core, instantaneously permitting him to vanquish the fiend with a solitary onslaught. He had fragmented the fiend to smithereens when its vigilance was lowered. But because it was his premier occasion utilizing the maneuver, he lost consciousness subsequently. He had employed the identical maneuver anew to rescue Lu, but his physique could not manage the expenditure, causing him to lose consciousness once more. Yao considered that if Aang's narration was factual, it would elucidate why the core in his thorax was impaired. Both occasions the measure of might had surpassed the thresholds. He marveled at Aang's prodigious talent. Yoshi concurred that if Aang's elucidation was precise, it substantiated Aang's assertion that it was excessive for him to manage. Yoshi noted that their maneuver was analogous, but they had cultivated to restrict the encumbrance on their physiques when utilizing their core explosively, since Aang could not regulate it as they did. He counseled that Aang should abstain from employing the maneuver again until he assimilated to regulate it fittingly. Yoda concurred with Yoshi and stated that if Aang was genuinely a prodigy, there was no rationale to decline a contest of skill. Readying to confront Yao, he figured that Yao yet harbored doubts about him. Yao, looking furious, dared Aang to strike. Aang steeled himself, pondering how he would battle Yao, even if his present might was deemed rudimentary, versus his former capabilities. His physique couldn't endure an all-out confrontation. He mused whether he ought to attempt utilizing the fiendish power. Yao surged forth with astonishing velocity, yet Aang contrived to evade, observing immense devastation as a consequence. Yoshi called towards Yao, imploring him to restrain himself. Yao retorted that if little else, Aang's reflexes were praiseworthy. Aang understood he was depending wholly on his prior live's sagacity, but this was already his threshold. As Yao assaulted anew, Aang sidestepped and perceived that Yao was inflicting substantial ruin to the combat zone, treating it as if it were his personal domain. Yao moved rapidly to seize Aang by the throat, inquiring if that was the extent of his offer. Aang realized his physique could not break free from Yao's clutch. Yato then hurled Aang against the lateral partition. Joel observed that Yato was exceeding proper limits and proposed they halt him. Yoshi comforted him that Yato wasn't the sort to injure someone. Without cause, Yato provoked Aang, questioning if he genuinely merited the label of prodigy. Aang, reluctant to be disparaged, recalled he was designated a sovereign by the combatants. He figured that if Yao knew his true identity, he might perceive Aang differently. Since Aang had asserted he was a prodigy, he felt obliged to exhibit something befitting the designation. Acknowledging his rebirth, Aang resolved to cease conforming to his former constraints. He decided to employ the fiend's potency within him, considering that Yao, being a 209-month-old juvenile himself, wouldn't object to a minor stratagem. Aang discharged his emanation, astonishing Yoshi. He challenged Yao, stating it was his opportunity to assault. Yao sensed something peculiar in the atmosphere. Aang believed that by channeling the fiend's might, he could even augment the attunement percentage of the inferior quality core. In his thorax, it appeared he could unlock the physique's complete aptitude solely by modifying his awareness. Joel wondered if he could also perceive this escalation in attunement. Yoshi questioned whether it was genuinely achievable for an unremarkable coastal settlement like Halos to yield someone as gifted as Aang. Yao observed that Aang's attunement percentage had ascended to 40 and was yet escalating. Louie's percentage was at 39 and Aang had eclipsed her. Aang directed Yao to remain focused before charging in to strike him. Yao realized that Aang was now twofold as swift and that his own showing had progressed. Aang mentioned that it was merely a deception. Yao surmised that Aang was utilizing the brief interruption in his reflex and a low physique assault to unbalance him, and that Aang was not assaulting impetuously. Then Aang delivered a kick to Yao as well. Joel thought it was a fusillade of assaults and wondered where Aang had procured such a superior degree of combat proficiency. Shun arrived, noting that it wasn't a wise notion to be in proximity with a pugilist. Like Yao, Yoshi and Joel approached Shun, who queried when he had materialized. Shun explained that he had arrived while they were engrossed in the confrontation. Joel apologized, elucidating that Yao desired to utilize the cultivation area for a brief contest with Aang, and apologized anew for the slight disruption. Shun surveyed the fractured flooring and inquired if that was the slight disruption. Joel assured him that Yao would compensate the ruination. June stated it was acceptable and articulated inquisitiveness about Aang, who bore the identical appellation as the supreme champion. He wondered how Aang would manage Yao's counter-assaults. Yao had seized Aang's limb. Shun remarked that Yao had invariably been that way. As soon as he perceived an opening to counter, even if merely for an instant, he would seize it with exactitude. His numerous solar cycles of battling fiends had only refined his discernment. Shun observed that having his ankles and locomotion seized in this fashion would be arduous for Aang to elude, and it appeared Yao was about to assimilate a grievous lesson. Aang informed Yao that it was in fact he who had ensnared Yao. Aang struck Yao's cranium with his own. Landing a firm impact, Yang wondered what had just occurred. Aang explained that while the human cranium was reasonably resilient, the region between the oculars was more delicate. He then charged in to assault anew. Despite the approaching blow, Yao remained resolute. Joel observed in astonishment. Aang discharged a colossal discharge, fracturing the substratum and exhibiting an integrated offensive and defensive maneuver. He resolved to evaluate the fiend's might further. With immense vigor, Aang assaulted anew, causing Yao to withdraw in apprehension. Yao vanished and rematerialized behind him. Yoshi was flabbergasted, as Aang utilized the particulate matter to navigate into Yao's blind area and turn Yao's own maneuver against him. Joel remarked that Aang was quite retaliatory, while Soon noted that he was an extraordinarily swift learner. Yao contrived to seize Aang, reminding him not to forget that this was his maneuver and that he knew it superior to anyone. June commented that Yao was now forfeiting his advantage. Aang hurled a strike, but deliberately missed, generating immense duress. Yao wondered why Aang had missed. Aang explained that he favored grappling maneuvers, and had they employed them from the commencement without reservation, he would have possessed no prospect. Yao sustained an impact to the cranium, which obscured his vision and caused him to miscalculate the circumstance. Fleetingly seizing the opening, Aang contrived to secure the advantage. Now everyone believed in his proficiency. Shun persisted in pondering Aang's genuine capabilities. At that instant, the portal unsealed and Misa, conveying a javelin along with Lu, entered. Misa queried what was transpiring, noting that repast was nearly prepared, and Lu's kin had arranged some superb viands. In a spacious chamber, she was astounded by the ruination around them. Aang explained that most of the ruination was the captain's culpability. Lu inquired if this had been a contest of skill. Joel informed Yao that he had been defeated. Aang mentioned that he frequently forgot against fiends, and the unexpected alteration in the adversary's magnitude and modality had caught him unawares. Shun advised them to dispense with formalities. The contest of skill was concluded, and it was time to commence the banquet. Aang articulated his famishment and thanked Shun for the invitation. Shun reflected on Aang's resolve, potency, restraint, and extraordinary combat proficiency, noting that Aang had exhibited remarkable aptitude and had not exceeded proper limits, permitting Yao to preserve dignity. June then queried Lu if she was interested in Aang, which astounded her. Everyone congregated to be seated for repast. June elevated a beverage and requested to be permitted to articulate on behalf of the municipality, expressing gratitude for their safeguarding and venerating the combatants who had battled until their final exhalation. He stated they were perpetually indebted, and extolled Aang for his extraordinary actions, particularly for rescuing Lu. Aang rose, stating there was no necessity for acknowledgments, as he was about to imbibe a draught of spirituous liquor. Yao struck him, reminding him that he was not sufficiently mature to ingest. Aang responded, stating that he was 18, and questioned if Yao didn't have to be 18 to engage in the warrior assessment. Yoshi noted that Yao had seized the opening to retaliate. Shun dismissed the occurrence, stating it was acceptable and that being of majority was crucial. Lu recalled her prior conversation with June, where he had mentioned observing their contest. June had remarked that the young woman was very proficient and that Aang's talents and aptitude were comparable to hers. He suggested that if Aang was as capable as he appeared, an autonomous young woman like Lu might indeed develop affection for Aang. Lu pondered this and thought that Aang was somewhat unsophisticated. Lu ceased her ruminations as Misa commenced eating, noting how opulent the victuals were. Misa commented on the excellence and remarked that it felt like journeying on the most sumptuous of mantles. Lance queried Aang how he had contrived to vanquish the one fin fiend, proposing that Aang must have been extraordinary. Yoda explained that Aang had been capable of forcibly liberating a substantial measure of might from the core, fleetingly transcending his customary thresholds in vigor and potency. Yoshi appended that it was analogous to how captains employ the core, but Aang must have undertaken a perilous hazard to attain such an eruption of might. To elude inevitable mortality, this methodology was exceedingly perilous. Without fitting cultivation, it imposed a colossal encumbrance on his physique, and recurrent utilization could lead to irreversible detriment. Joel mentioned that, while permitting Aang and Yu to contest had been illuminated, Aang's potency was astonishing. However, he necessitated more cultivation, or his physique might not endure the duress. Aang thought to himself that if he disclosed he had assimilated the cores of two one-fin fiends, and possessed the restorative capabilities of a Sylvan-type fiend, which permitted him to rapidly recuperate from repercussion, it might be excessive intelligence. He resolved it was superior to let them believe. He employed an analogous maneuver to the captains, to draw more might from the core. He affirmed that the captains were correct, and that's the reason he had lost consciousness. Subsequently, it was evident he needed to cultivate his physique considerably. Lance articulated astonishment at Aang's capabilities and remarked on how extraordinary he was, hoping they wouldn't fall behind. Lio marveled at Aang's proficiencies, understanding now why he was capable of rescuing her, yet mentioned that they had initially purposed to penalize Aang and Lu for their conduct during the phantasmal expedition. However, observing that they had both vanquished a one-fin fiend, they resolved to disregard it, though he cautioned them not to replicate such behavior. Joel noted that there was no duration to unwind, as the detachment contest was still in progress. Yoshi indicated that Luce's detachment was presently in the final position and needed to exert their utmost. From a subsequent solar cycle, Aang stated that his detachment's objective was to attain the foremost rank. The setting transitions to a lunar cycle later, with the detachment contest entering its conclusive and most fervent phase. To procure more credits, detachments will be contending for a tier assignments, which were intrinsically a challenge to obtain. Lu conducted a deliberation with her detachment and made a pivotal determination. They would target a plump ovine for substantial credits and challenge the other contingents. The commander of the Sable Firearm Detachment queried Lu if they desired to contend for the credits, reminding her of the kick they had sustained previously. Lu responded that it was sufficient discourse and consented to the 10 credits. The youth noted that this was commensurate to the credits for a tier, assignments, and articulated disinterest, stating they wouldn't necessitate you to come to their extrication. They were prepared to settle the account with Lu's detachment for everything that had occurred. The setting transitions to the municipality's contest arena, where intelligence of the contest had disseminated, and all the combatants were deliberating it. The commander of the Sable Firearm Detachment informed Aang that the audience was expanding and suggested it was not excessively late to withdraw. He cautioned that if the Sable Firearm Detachment appeared to be intimidating Luce's unit, it would reflect unfavorably upon them. Aang retorted that the result was yet indeterminate and questioned why the commander wasn't entering the ring personally. The youth responded that since Aang had dispatched a young woman into the ring, he couldn't withdraw and offer pretexts. Fortunately, his subordinate commander was a young woman who was more than proficient in managing Aang's detachment. Aang suggested that the youth should not disparage Lu merely because she was a young woman, as she was far from ordinary. Misa commenced capturing likenesses, indicating that Lu was about to initiate. Lu instructed her female adversary to conclude this expeditiously, aiming to procure the 10 credits swiftly. The young woman responded by acknowledging Lu as the young mistress of the Sato clan, known as the Solemn Rakshasi. She articulated aspiration that Lu would exhibit something captivating. Lu charged forward to assault, but the young woman contrived to obstruct the blow. She wondered how Lu, a verdant core recuperation type, could locomote with such velocity comparable to an Azure core agility type. Leo disarmed the young woman and reflected that, while seasoned units possessed more proficiency and depended heavily on detachment stratagems, their individual proficiencies frequently proved deficient, although battling as a unit was efficacious. Personal proficiencies were indispensable and could not be disregarded. The young woman realized that Lu had infused might into her musculature, causing them to convulse erratically. Lu indicated that the young woman was completely exposed, and such vulnerability was a prescription in a confrontation. Seizing the opening, Lu assaulted the young woman repeatedly. The youth noted that the young woman had been accurately struck in all her articulations and musculature. Leo caused the young woman to collapse and reminded her not to forget that the Saito clan excelled in corporeal maneuvers. The observers articulated their approbation for Lu, extolling her impressive exhibition. The youth then requested an additional 10 credits, articulating his conviction that Lu was extraordinarily potent. He resolved to approach Aang's detachment and challenge them. For a 20-credit contest, Lu consented, feeling exultant at the prospect of acquiring 20 credits. Aang counseled her to repose after her confrontation, as he would now assume control. The youth informed Aang that he wasn't sufficiently meritorious and proclaimed that he would target Lu. Aang responded that if that were the circumstance, and since Lu was the commander, the youth should vanquish Aang initially, to demonstrate his merit to challenge his commander. The youth didn't even possess the assurance to confront Aang, though it held little significance for him. The young woman remarked that it was such a vulgar provocation. The youth then proclaimed that he would thrash Aang so severely that Aang wouldn't even identify his own progenitor. His comrades were astounded to hear such a menace. Misa was now prepared to capture a superb shot of the contest. Aang and the lad assumed their stances upon the combat arena. The youngster, brandishing his firearm, disclosed that he had opted for practice rounds utilized for drills. He affirmed to Aang that although the projectiles would sting, they would not inflict severe harm. Aang mused to himself that drilling projectiles were a notion he had not met in his era. In those days, a marksman would employ lethal rounds. From the very outset, Aang advised the youth not to squander his volleys. One operative from the Black Gun Unit remarked that those remarks were typical from a newcomer. The commander of the Black Gun Unit possessed superb accuracy amidst all the fighters, and he felt chagrined for Aang. The commander informed Aang that self-assurance was fine, and that they were permitted to employ any armament. He then requested Aang guarantee he wouldn't charge him with intimidation. Aang recollected that he possessed a fighting knife, and stated that in his previous existence, he had wielded a different armament that was distinctive, and regarded it as his trusted ally. He pondered if it yet remained. Aang resolved to engage with his bare hands, and inquired of the youth if that was permissible. The youth was astounded by Aang's choice, and his comrades questioned what Aang was intending to attempt. The youngster scoffed contemptuously, and queried if Aang truly meant to battle him weaponless. He pondered whether all novices had grown so arrogant. He offered Aang an opportunity, but as Aang opted to combat unarmed, the youth consented to his terms. Aang deemed the youth to be overly garrulous, and mused someone ought to fit a mute on his visor. The youth cautioned Aang anew that regardless if a lion pursued a rabbit, it would not restrain itself. He vowed that he would grant no quarter, and would ensure to recover all the score they had forfeited. Aang concurred, and voiced his desire that the youth would use full strength. Lance contemplated how their adversaries might respond when they discovered that Aang had vanquished the other combatant, Fin Demon, and triumphed in his bout against Yahello. Misa noted that for this reason, she was keenly awaiting Aang's confrontation. Lu reckoned that if Aang triumphed over Yahello, it would suggest he was more skilled than she. As the unit chief, she could not permit her comrades to excel beyond her. She recalled her sire's counsel each time she gazed at Aang, and discovered she could not concentrate on such reflections. Precisely when the combat commenced, the youth darted swiftly, attempting to create some separation. He intended to perforate Aang thoroughly, ere Aang could initiate any action against him. Lu perceived that the youth delayed his shot, and adjusted his location. Aang mused that he had previously demonstrated his prowess to the trio of captains. Thus there was no reason to conceal it henceforth. His goal was evident. They were striving to become the leading contenders. Moreover, if he planned to confront the fiend within it, he must reclaim the former power he once possessed. He had to transcend his former being and grow unprecedentedly powerful. The youth readied his assault, proclaiming that he would grant no quarter to Aang. Aang reckoned this would be a chance to discipline the fiend, dwelling in him, and convert it into his personal asset. He evaded the projectile and rushed towards the youth. The youth labeled Aang as simpleton, and indicated that he was wielding a helmet projectile in his dexter hand. The youth unleashed a hail of projectiles, and Aang comprehended that the swift tracking projectiles would be challenging to elude, even for nimble blue core demons. If merely one of them connected, it could prove calamitous. Aang felt pleased he had selected this youth as his adversary, as it would permit him to gauge his present skills. He resolved to employ his aquatic abilities to launch an offensive. Spectators were amazed at how Aang eluded the projectiles, observing that his motions were as graceful as a stream. The youth commented that he was reluctant to deploy his ace so soon. An operative of the Sable firearm unit mused that his commander's firearm was superb at accumulating energy, and could infuse the projectiles with force for a mightier impact. As Aang neared the weapon, his adversary dared him to witness his evasion of the precision, detonating projectiles from immediate vicinity. Aang struck the firearm, deflecting the volley skyward and forcing the youth's aim askew. Aang then smacked the youth's hand to wrest control of the firearm, and booted him, sending him sprawling. Aang set his boot upon the weapon, and declared that he had secured 20 points. The youth quivered and asserted vehemently that it was unthinkable. Lance and Mina lauded Ong for his remarkable feat. Lu, failing to perceive distinctly what had transpired, questioned where Ong had mastered such techniques. The team eventually secured 30 points from their clash with the Sable firearm unit and garnered significant notice from onlookers. Shortly, numerous other fighters, encompassing veteran units, arrived to test them, spurred by the sheer exhilaration of triumph. Lu's unit accepted these confrontations with points. At stake, they triumphed more often than not, and their tally surged at an astonishing pace. By the month's conclusion, despite the jealousy of rival units, Lu's unit stood at the pinnacle of the standings and clinched their position in the championship rounds. The ultimate contest was slated to occur among 3 units. The perspective shifts to the 3 commanders, where Yoshi conveyed her sentiments. Each instance they journeyed back to the ruins at month's end. She witnessed their units advancing incrementally and observed that it was typically the familiar visages each time. She then queried how Lu's unit contrived to ascend rapidly to the summit of Yao's division standings. In merely a few spans, they had bested 8 separate crews, and she gathered they utilized their points shrewdly to challenge rival units and won the majority of their skirmishes. Yoshi decried this as an absurd methodology and urged Yao to implement a cessation to it. Yao responded that the points were accrued via their own prowess, and there existed no grounds to halt them. He appended that with Aang and Lu on their roster, their unit was already formidable. He had covertly witnessed several of their engagements and determined that the remaining 2 members of their unit are also rather adept. They reached a gateway, and Joel remarked that it has been numerous years since a fresh team qualified for the unit championships, generating quite a stir externally. Yaut unlatched the portal advances onto the terrain and voiced his keen anticipation for the forthcoming contests. Alas inquired how a unit that couldn't even reach the championships could be deemed a menace, and whether the other units under Yaut were so feeble. Another damsel cautioned her that they might be overheard. The maiden speaking hailed from Yoshi's contingent, the Sunflower Brigade. Joel's contingent, the Luminous Brigade, was also in attendance. They observed that Yaut's side was brimming with novices and discounted the buzz surrounding them as unfounded tales. Concurrently, Lu's unit was performing limbering exercises, and Misa commented that they all appeared so formidable. Lance stated that the Starflower and the Luminous Brigades were the most potent teams under Yoshi and Joel, and were widely recognized in Hellos. He appended that the subsequent trio of captains to succeed Yoshi, Yaut and Joel, were anticipated to emerge from these premier units. Ong declared it was all right, and reassured his unit that they simply needed to exert their utmost. He mused that even though his physique was still deficient, with his clandestine ability, he would not be defeated by any possessing Yaut's single fin core power level or less. He was certain that triumphing should be effortless, and he was chiefly intrigued about the reward. Yoshi requested her unit to convene. When they congregated, the leader informed Yoshi they were entirely prepared and solicited something exceptional besides the main reward. If they prevailed, specifically a retail excursion with Yoshi to a B-tier municipality. A youth from the Luminous Brigade queried if the Starflower Brigade's grand aspiration was retail therapy, with Yoshi expressing his unit aspired to confront mightier warriors in a B-tier municipality and wished to spar with them. The maiden from the Starflower Brigade was vexed and indicated that the lad wouldn't comprehend how vital apparel acquisition was for the damsels. She found his remarks exasperating and reckoned they would never find accord with the Luminous Brigade. Joel and Yaut materialized, and Joel observed how animated the young ones were. He jested about perceiving amorous sparks airborne, to which the lads retorted that Joel never regarded matters gravely. Yaut then summoned Lu's unit to assemble likewise. Once they were gathered, Yaut mentioned that since they all were somewhat acquainted, he would not present them singularly. He clarified that the championships will be segregated into team and individual contests, with the victor being the unit that amassed the greatest points. Yoshi appended that the regulations for each contest would be unveiled when the moment arrived, and they would disclose the prize for triumph to galvanize their competitive fervor. She affirmed them that everyone was covetous of the prize, and they would undoubtedly cherish what they had prepared. Joel proclaimed that the first-place recompense would be a week-long drill session in A-B tier municipality, which elated the participants. Lance observed that this was at last something deserving of their duration spent on assignments. The other combatants commenced deliberating their agendas for the B-tier municipality. Misa, for example, desired to bring a superior camera. Yaut then requested the unit leaders to step forth to draw allocations. As the commanders drew their allocations, the other combatants persisted in speculating about the trials they would encounter. Aang contemplated the numerous alterations he was encountering. The categorization of settlements was not as sharply delineated in his era. In those days, settlements were autonomous and combatants could only depend on themselves. He recalled Lance stating that the municipality was designated as C tier, the lowermost echelon with B and A-tier municipalities above. A-tier municipalities were predicated on the might and echelon of their combatants. Typically, municipalities with 1 or 2 Finn combatants were deemed C tier, whilst those with 2 or 3 Finn combatants were B tier. Municipalities with 3, 4, or 5 Finn combatants were A tier. The sole S tier enclave, according to Lance, was the metropolis itself. The metropolis was situated at the core of the domain of Ho. It was immense and featured not merely 5 or 6 Finn core combatants, but also the paramount 7 Finn core combat, where mankind's mightiest warriors assembled. The solitary S-tier enclave was that grand metropolis, and its renown appeared boundless. Aang pondered how it compared to the settlement he had formerly overseen, and whether his ancient settlement still endured. 60 years following that colossal clash, he reminisced about his steadfast old comrades. Lance hailed Aang, noting that he seemed to be wool-gathering. Misa gestured to Lu and bid Aang to prepare himself. Lu discerned they were the initial ones to vie. Yaut proclaimed that all armaments had been exchanged for training implements, and the inaugural contest would be between Lu's unit and the Luminous Brigade. Misa observed that they still lacked a designation, and pondered if they would devise one. Lance concurred, suggesting they required a fitting name for when they achieved renown. Aang deemed it a worthy proposition, and said they ought to deliberate it subsequently. Lu, meanwhile, was experiencing apprehension that the commander of the Luminous Brigade sneered, querying how a motley assembly like theirs could aspire to triumph. He directed his members to concentrate on neutralizing their adversaries. Reserving Lu for himself, Yaut then signaled for the engagement to commence, and that the approach was impactful when their adversaries were mightier. She lamented the conditions and instructed her unit to assemble. Aang noted that Lu appeared to have deciphered their maneuvers. Her unit's most potent action would be to neutralize their commander, and he remarked that the greatest weakness in the Luminous unit's plan was that their whole contingent would collapse if they forfeited their chief. Lu's assessment, Aang mused, was praiseworthy. The lad commanded his squad to rally and alter strategy, pledging that they would cause Lu to rue her choices. As the conflict commenced, Lu directed her unit to assist her by shielding her movements. Concurrently, Aang, Lance, and Misa subdued the remaining 3 Luminous unit fighters with accurate assaults. The lad perceived Lu was progressing straight for him, and cautioned her not to misjudge him. He surged ahead to confront Lu in battle. The lad assaulted with a flash of crimson radiance. Lu directed her unit to shut their eyes to shield themselves. She believed the lad had focused power in his palm to produce a stun grenade, which also impacted his own comrades. Yato remarked that the lad was yet battling in that style, and queried Joel if he hadn't counseled the lad against it. Yato observed that, though the blaze method could be potent in a single contest, it was troublesome in a group skirmish, since it likewise affected his allies. Joel responded that he had informed the lad numerous occasions, yet it had been without success. At times, individual tendencies necessitate a stern teaching to reform. The lad felt that novices shouldn't behave conceitedly before his blaze, and considered his unit would be incapable to retaliate after he had handled the commander. As he readied to assault anew, Aang interceded, hitting his palms and inquiring if he had ever regarded his own comrades. Aang, sporting an aquatic combat shield, then propelled the lad back. The lad, stunned, queried when Aang had donned a shield. Aang responded it was ill-advised to be detached from his unit in conflict. He mused that the optics were composed of aqua, and they were not merely substantial, but also able to refract illumination, which permitted them to nullify a major segment of the dazzling blaze. By employing the aquatic essence, he had assimilated to fashion these refraction optics. He capably diminished the quantity of radiance, and it was providential that it functioned. As the illumination eventually faded, Lu observed the rival unit's commander was in bad shape and pondered when Aang had contrived to achieve this. Aang informed her he had entrusted the job of concluding him to her. Lu pondered if Aang had previously administered the lad a sound thrash. While all individuals' eyes were shut, she then readied to assault him squarely, meaning to render him sightless anew. Nevertheless, as she lifted her palm, she discovered it immobilized and could not elevate her limb. Aang had unseated at Lu, informed him they must conclude this swiftly, then struck him to the earth. Concurrently, Aang was proceeding calmly, assisting Yoshi and Lance, who were both adept combatants. The skirmishes advanced seamlessly. Leo observed the adversary's commander had previously toppled and queried the rival unit if they yet desired to persist. They opted to capitulate. Joel remarked this result was anticipated. Yoshi indicated Aang hadn't even employed his might yet. The Sunflower unit's commander interrogated the Luminous unit's commander, inquiring if their defeat was genuinely owing to Lu's prowess. The lad replied they had merely been taken by surprise, and cautioned the Sunflower unit would be subsequent. As the Sunflower unit came down, their commander mused the Luminous unit's remarks were vexing and troublesome. Yoshi notified them all armaments had been converted to practice setting and solicited the conflict commence. The Sunflower unit rushed at Lu's contingent, and their commander directed them not to be discomposed by the Luminous unit's maneuvers, to adhere to their drilling and to preserve their arrangement. Lance resolved to focus all his might into one blow. When he hit the earth, he discharged a potent tremor that fractured the terrain. Aang contemplated employing his might if a haze barrier were formed. Lance caused tendrils to surge from the earth to trap all adversaries. They were astounded and pondered whence this might had originated. Aang mused it was impactful and perceived there were numerous perspective applications for the essences he had assimilated from fiends. He pondered how many essences subsisted altogether. Lu directed Lance to persist with his attack. Lance rushed, but the adversaries contrived to dodge his assault. The commander of the Sunflower unit commanded elusive actions and instructed her unit to rally. She felt their arrangement had been forcefully shattered. Lu and Misa then assaulted the commander, who attempted to parry their blows and summoned assistance. Nevertheless, she perceived her comrades were already clashing in battle with Aang and Lance. The maiden observed Aang was managing two of her comrades solo, and recollected the Luminous unit's caution regarding Aang, observing he was the mightiest in Lu's unit, and could sway the conflict's conclusion. Misa instructed the maiden to concentrate, and the maiden responded she was a swiftness variant. Misa then employed her celerity to assault the maiden, eventually culminating in their triumph. Yoshi proclaimed that it was concluded, and Joel appended Lu's unit had triumphed in all group skirmishes. Presently, it was occasion for the individual contests. The combatants were notified they could select their adversaries. Thus, both commanders of the Sunflower and Luminous units solicited to contest Aang. Yao clarified the individual contests were to be single combat, and inquired who would proceed initially. Aang, verifying the hour, replied that it was acceptable to him. He proposed to confront them both concurrently. As the individual contests neared, Aang perceived this would be the ultimate skirmish, and understood he required to be earnest. The lad commented it appeared Aang was misjudging both of them, while the maiden pledged Aang would rue his unawareness. Yoshi elucidated the regulations stayed unchanged as previously. The contest would conclude when one party capitulated, or who could no more persist. She then inquired if they could commence. The two adversaries rushed at Aang jointly, with the lad assaulting initially. He queried if Aang deemed him a simple mark, cautioning he ought not misjudge him. The lad employed his blaze assault anew, and the maiden pondered if they had replenished their vigor so rapidly. She recollected the discussion with the lad, wherein he had guaranteed her that as they were battling Aang jointly, they could not permit themselves to be defeated. He noted the reward of progressing to the B-tier settlement could yet be attainable. He possessed a firm strategy and gave her a distinctive combat shield, clarifying it would assist in nullifying most of Aang's blaze capabilities. When he effectively obscured Aang's vision, the maiden was startled by the worth of the shield he was bestowing her. The lad stressed they couldn't misjudge Aang and required to collaborate if they had any prospect of progressing to the B-tier settlement. He prompted the maiden to recall the blaze would be the cue. Thus, she must not forego the chance. As the lad readied to assault Aang, he proclaimed there was no method to evade, as his assault was fivefold more potent than previously. Yoshi and the rest endeavored to perceive through the dazzling illumination. The maiden observed that the lad had transformed a substantial quantity of amassed vigor into a fervent blaze of radiance, even mightier than the one employed in the prior championships. Joel commented that utilizing such a vast quantity of vigor signified the essence could not maintain it for extended, implying they required to conclude this swiftly. Misa conceded she was incapable to perceive through the blaze also. The commander of the Sunflower Unit mused Aang would solely be momentarily sightless, and resolved to optimize her swiftness to fell him rapidly. As she pinpointed him and readied to assault, Aang gazed at her and stated he understood she would pursue him. The maiden was astounded by his stare, which seemed as if something dreadful was focused upon her. She sensed as if she were being drawn down into a profound, frigid sea. Aang employed the aquatic essence to ensnare the maiden, prompting her to shriek in agony. The lad queried her why she was yelling. She clarified it was due to Aang having assaulted her, and the shield had dislodged, rendering her incapable of perceiving aught. Aang apologized, conceding their strategy had faltered. He then employed diverse essences to assault them both, prompting them to topple. Yawut noted the blazes of radiance and particles, and wished the combatants understood how to manage their might. To prevent losses, he leaped to the earth to assess the conditions, and perceived a distinct emanation. Aang proclaimed that it was entirely finished, and as the particles subsided, the lad observed someone positioned before Yao. He queried if that was their commander and if they had triumphed. Lu refuted this and guessed that it would be Aang and Lance. Misa and Lu neared Aang while Lance lauded him, inquiring how he contrived to thwart their assaults amongst the dazzling illumination and vanquish two adversaries concurrently. He observed they could solely perceive distinctly after the illumination had faded, and conceded the conflict was concluded. Aang disclosed he had contrived to snatch their shield, and conveyed contentment with having acquired those objects. Lu pondered why Aang perpetually caused her to sense something was somewhat amiss. Then Yao neared their unit, notifying them they had triumphed in the contest, and commending them. He commented to Aang he was perpetually astounded by him, particularly by how he contrived to thwart and assault the two unit commanders. Aang modestly responded Yao was complimenting him. Aang mused to himself he was the most powerful combatant, and that not even the most formidable physique could have prompted him to be defeated by those adversaries. He sensed he could have triumphed purely based on his conflict expertise, although he conceded employing his abilities had simplified the skirmish. Yao guaranteed them that regardless, they would be recompensed the subsequent day. They would be escorted to the subterranean passage, guiding to the closest B-tier metropolis, wherein they would commence a 7-day regiment. This information made all individuals joyful. Yao instructed them to prepare, and they would convene at dawn. As they were departing, Lance remarked that he had perceived there were 3 elite combatants in those settlements, and was anticipating encountering them. Misa proposed to assist him capture an image with them. Aang queried Lu what she intended to undertake while they were present. Lu responded she was yet contemplating it. Joel commented Aang was so redoubtable that even they perhaps could not vanquish him. If he employed all his might, Yao replied Aang didn't fit there and would persist progressing onward. Joel appended escorting them via the subterranean passage was a more secure alternative versus journeying overland. Yoshi cautioned Yao to remain vigilant, stating that some concluded fiends materialized there on occasion. Yahat calmed him to unwind, declaring no quantity of finless fiends could present a menace to them. He was certain the quartet of them would be all right, even lacking his attendants. The subterranean passage, formerly a vibrant transit nexus, was presently in a condition of decay, and chiefly employed merely as a conduit between settlements. The vista then transitions to a petrified combatant fleeing, solely to be slain by a dual-finned fiend. The fiend remarked the mortals were feeble, and that it was so tedious. It rued its dilemma, pondering how it had grown astray beneath ground. The subsequent day, Yaut and Lin's unit reached the subterranean conduit. Misa was elated to behold it and animatedly captured images. She commented the location appeared extremely ancient and inquired when it had been constructed. Yaut disclosed it was more ancient than he existed. Misa remarked on how barren it seemed and pondered if individuals had genuinely utilized the location. Yaut clarified that, following the demise of numerous grand combatants in the conflict of Aurora, the quantity of champions had severely diminished, rendering it unfeasible to enlarge domains or execute assignments. The quantity of energy gems they depended on had likewise fallen, critically as they were gravely deficient in energy gems. The formerly unmatched subterranean system had progressively been deserted. He observed that the system was constructed in the era of the paramount combat. Misa conveyed astonishment it was fashioned during such a distinguished epoch. Commented it was merely customary. Yaut, becoming vexed, elucidated solely bore the title of the grand combatant and possessed no linkage to him. He commanded not to jest regarding the most powerful combat. Informed Yao he was spoiling the spectacle. Misa remarked it seemed like the chief's head was ablaze. Yaut then regained his composure, perceiving he had been overly at ease near them, and had forfeited his calm. He calmed them and prompted them to proceed. Pondered on the edifice, musing it mirrored something he had suggested in a prior existence. Yaut rectified him, clarifying it was truly a colossal subterranean system, linking the metropolises, functioning as the most secure and equitable trader pathway. Nobody would have foreseen that such a remarkable framework would be deserted following Ong's demise. Lance queried regarding the vigor gems Yao had noted, inquiring if they were identical to the fiend essences located in their thoraxes. Yao clarified that the vigor gems could be viewed as an amalgamation of numerous fiend essences. A lone fiend essence could augment a combatant's mind, yet purifying several fiend essences jointly was an intricate procedure. This avenue of testing resulted in recurrent setbacks, until they eventually triumphed in fashioning a grand-scale vigor essence. The vigor gem, this gem, was vital for energizing their metropolises. This was likened to the current they possessed in former times. And advanced future endeavors would entail collective expeditions. The objective was to gather additional fiend essences to purify into vigor gems, which would subsequently be allocated through the rank. They were journeying to the B-tier metropolis of Pita, not solely to broaden their understanding, but also to obtain the power gems assigned unto them. Misa queried what might transpire should the city's power source become exhausted, and no substitutes were obtainable. Yato answered that it could result in complete incapacitation. All individuals were stunned to learn this. Yad clarified that lacking energy, standard existence parameters would prove unfeasible. The metropolis' most vital mechanisms, like the protective apparatus and armaments, would turn non-functional. In that kind of situation, lacking safeguards and with numerous devices non-operational, people would be compelled to abandon their dwellings. A metropolis' gravest calamity, nevertheless. No cause for apprehension existed, because their hamlet of Hellos wasn't particularly expansive. Their power gem could yet endure an additional 3 moons. They usually journeyed to Pita each cycle. Thus this was merely a preventative step, and no pressing reason for unease was present. Misa sensed that Yao's clarification had alarmed her. Yao cautioned them they must be psychologically ready. A B-grade metropolis like Pita didn't solely possess 2 5-fin combatants, yet also 3, counting one whose attunement level registered 69%. Lu, Misa, and Lance were astounded to perceive this. On the contrary, reflected inwardly that he was a 7-fin battler, possessing an attunement frequency of 96%. While Misa spotted a switch upon the partition and extended to activate, she inquired what its purpose was. Ong swiftly perceived her action and halted her. Yaut rebuked her for attempting to handle anything, and felt reassured that Aang had stepped in. Misa replied the switch appeared to be pleading for activation. Thus her fingers moved toward it, Understandably, Yout clarified the switch was for an urgent containment in the most dire circumstance. It would utterly segregate that portion of the passage from all else. He indicated a ring overhead them and informed them activating the switch would summon dense metallic plates to materialize from skyward and groundward, barricading the zone instantaneously. This protocol was solely employed when no alternatives remained accessible to guarantee the security of other settlements linked to the conduit. Ong considered the most vital characteristic of the passage remained yet functional nevertheless. He detected a murderous aura emanating from forward. Drawing nearer, he readied for combat and advanced slightly. Yout next perceived the scent of gore and looking toward Aang, pondered if Aang had observed it sooner. Yaut's nose was as sharp as it possibly could be, and he recognized it was merely intuition. This was not the moment to contemplate that. He commanded Lu's unit to discard their packs and ready for conflict. While they advanced onward, they observed gore, and Yout pondered what transpired within Pita. As the carnage appeared to originate from that baron, they met a combatant from Pita, grievously wounded, who inquired if they hailed from Hylos. Prior to succumbing, Ong questioned the wounded fellow if he was okay. Yod queried regarding what had occurred in Pita. The fellow informed them a fiendish swarm had assaulted the metropolis indeed. I understood Pita surely had triggered the withdrawal signal. Luon, perceiving this, queried if they ought to proceed assist. Indeed, I clarified that the sole circumstance where the metropolis would employ the withdrawal signal was should every one of its combatants be slain. Ong was incensed by tidings of the metropolis collapse, and the innumerable souls perished. Yet again they observed glints from the bearing of Pita, signifying some entity was assaulting the wounded combat. Ong experienced a twinge of remorse for not concentrating and responding faster. When a fiend materialized, it seized the wounded fellow's skull and gazed about at the remainder. It proclaimed that every one of them must be slain, and that the deceased ought not be vocalizing. Thereupon the fiend dispatched the combat. The fiend contemplated who it ought to slay initially. It assaulted Lance, yet Yao interceded. Parrying the fiend's blow aside, the fiend observed that the fresh combatant was mightier than the prior individual. Yao understood this was a dual fin flame fiend. Exceedingly potent, he recognized he couldn't endure a further blow, and had to focus on safeguarding the quartet of them. He lacked the capacity to overly analyze the predicament. Yao seized the quartet of them and guided them to escape. The fiend chased them unceasingly. Yao attained the switch on the lateral partition, yet the fiend was drawing near, mocking them with menaces of demise. Aang activated the switch, shoving Yout and the remainder to security. He remained back with the fiend and the wounded combatant from Pita. The fiend proclaimed Aang was simply postponing the unavoidable and vowed that Aang would perish. While the portal started to shut, safeguarding the remainder, Aang hit the switch to engage the containment. Lu cautioned him to exercise vigilance. The portal at last shut, and she inquired if he was okay. Yout recalled to them that shortly before, Aang had directed them to rescue the trio of them. He implored them to remain composed and acknowledged Aang had granted them an opportunity to endure, but they ought not to waste. It was not secure to remain there. Thus he pressed them to hasten and depart. Lance observed the fiend was a dual fin, and that Aang himself would deem it problematic. Misa concurred, asserting they couldn't just forsake Aang. Lu, exasperated, maintained they would shatter the portal to rescue him. Yod clarified the portal was crafted from a unique substance, blended with further metallic compounds, able to endure assaults from triple fin fiends. It was not readily fractured, and the barrier was so potent that they couldn't even discern what transpired on the opposite side. Nothing existed they could accomplish. The trio of them queried if another method existed to rescue Aang. Yeo conceded that even with aid from the other two commanders, no assurance of triumph was present. Nevertheless, he then discovered a possible resolution. He pressed them to trail him, guiding them toward the branches of the passage. One such conduit connected to the A-grade metropolis of Brine, wherein they might request assistance. They persisted, sprinting along the route Yao had designated. You considered that selecting this course signified they were ignoring whatsoever transpired beyond the opposite side of the portal, and they collectively believed Aang would surely endure. Concurrently, Aang was locked in combat with the fiend, unveiling his actual appearance. Aang proclaimed he was no more concealing his might. The dual-fin fiend queried if Aang was a fiend or immortal. Aang replied that he himself was not entirely certain. Nevertheless, should the dual-fin fiend exert more effort, Aang could have been compelled to unveil his complete metamorphosis. Presently, he was more intrigued by the fiend's flame aspect. The dual-fin fiend pondered if Aang was single-fin or if he was potent. Aang employed tendrils to assault the fiend. The fiend observed that if Aang's timber aspect was of single-fin potency, then its flame aspect was the ideal nullifier. It discharged a savage inferno to obliterate Aang's tendrils, proclaiming it would devour Aang and convert him to mud. The fiend discharged a flame eruption, yet Aang evaded the assault, making the inferno impact the portal instead. The fiend jeered Aang, asserting he would be scorched if he ventured any nearer, while the fiend endeavored to flee. Aang wielded liquid to neutralize the blaze and produced a mighty detonation. He thereupon grasped the fiend's essence and hoisted it aloft. A vast quantity of fiends assaulted Aang, who ascertained they were entirely finless fiends. It appeared they had trailed the echoes of his conflict and had materialized in reaction. He next gazed upon the dual fin, flame, elemental essences, and pondered what abilities they could grant unto him. Assimilating them, he transformed into a dual-fin fiend, and perceived the fierce blaze of the inferno swelling inside him. Understanding there was no cessation to the finless fiends, he remembered how to command the inferno, and discharged a colossal flame detonation to vanquish them. He proclaimed their shrieks would function as homage to the combatants, who had perished within the passages. While he persisted battling, he ultimately attained an egress, and pondered if the fiends had originated from thence. Surveying about, he observed the zone was ravaged, with numerous slain combatants sprawled upon the earth. He mused the B-grade metropolis had been completely obliterated, signifying a superior tier fiendish swarm. The proof intimated that the timber sword fiends were dispatched with one blow, and that the assault possessed a vast radius of impact. The might employed was probably from a triple fin fiend, who had massacred the non-combatants. Yao had stated there were dual triple fin essence combatants in the metropolis. Then he observed the two fiends suspended from the tendrils. Aang employed his own tendrils to lower the fiends down. Recognizing they were exceptional combatants, he shut their eyelids, reassuring them they could at last repose in serenity. He sensed the savagery of the conflict profoundly. A small lad watching Aang labeled him a fiend, and queried if he intended to slay everybody. The youth conjectured Aang must be a superior tier fiend, considering his capacity to assume a mortal shape. He articulated the combatants had preserved his existence, and that he couldn't remain idle while fiends defiled their corpses. Aang experienced regret for his visage, and questioned the lad would accept his actual motives. While he contemplated what course to take then, a fiend abruptly assaulted the youth. Sans reluctance, Aang surged to eradicate the menace. Understanding finless fiends yet remained within the metropolis, he directed the lad not to shift and vowed to mend him. The youth queried if Aang was a fiend or immortal. Aang pondered regarding his own essence, yet resolved that irrespective of his shape, his objective persisted unaltered, to annihilate all fiends. He thereupon surged ahead to face the lingering menaces. He lashed at the fiends, clarifying that if he focused the inferno upon his spine, he could amplify his velocity and disperse the blaze like burning dust. To generate detonations, he bemoaned that he could not soar. While he persisted assaulting the fiends, he pondered what might occur if he infused the inferno straight into their forms. By hurling a fiend to the earth, he triggered a colossal detonation, and conjectured that if he condensed the blaze and infused them, the fiends would turn explosive similar. He observed that elemental capacities possessed numerous prospective applications, and determined to contemplate it more. Precisely then he observed the fiends were escaping. He employed his flame sorcery to chase and eradicate them entirely. Subsequently, he remembered Act, Lu, and companions who were keenly anticipating his arrival, and recalled Yao was tasked to return with a power gem. Aang possessed no clue if they were entirely secure. The hamlet's personal power gem could solely endure for 3 further moons. Yet the pathway to Petra Metropolis was obstructed. The hamlet would face immense peril should they not acquire a fresh power gem promptly. He had to attain the Metropolis Gem Repository and recover the power gem. unsure of which way to proceed. He must meticulously weigh the assets at his command, employing his timber sort capacities. He deduced the power gem, being a concentrated version of essences, surely radiates power. He could survey the whole metropolis for variations in power to find. He extended his tendrils across the metropolis to seek the gem. Ultimately, he perceived it, and while sprinting towards the origin, understood it was situated subterranean. He detected faint power variations, implying it was securely guarded. He perceived slight energy shifts, indicating it was soundly shielded. The subterranean zone was more intricate than it first seemed. On arriving at the grand chamber, he observed a strange machine and comprehended it must be a component of the energy supply grid. For a B-tier metropolis, which was truly quite remarkable, the power gem itself, he presumed, would be yet more extraordinary still. At that precise moment, he detected an automated public announcement, exhorting all present combatants to safeguard the crystal with their very lives. Ong contemplated, then proceeding towards the primary storage repository, and pondered how many brave combatants were currently deployed there. Ong employed his unique abilities to probe and uncovered some fallen fighters. The fiends had also grievously impaired the precious crystals. He deduced that the defeated warriors had probably struggled valiantly to defend the vital crystals until their final dying moment. The fiends had executed a highly focused and targeted assault, evidently resolved on completely obliterating the valuable gems, and they appeared more dangerously astute than ever previously. It was as though they were guided by an unseen individual with a strategy, understanding his pressing necessity to locate essential equipment and other crucial articles on the surface level. To assist in his urgent quest, Aang understood he must recover a power gem. Should Yaut and all the rest face imminent peril, Hellos itself would face truly critical jeopardy. He must find an alternative safe town within 3 full months and triumphantly return with a life-giving energy crystal to Hellos. He went into the designated combat readiness chamber, acquired a colossal vehicle, and departed to seek a different new town. While he swiftly journeyed, he observed the vast regions beyond the town had yet to be surveyed. The strange mist was intensifying, and the dilapidated structures on his current route were solemn vestiges of a formerly thriving human civilization, currently perhaps acting as hidden lairs for lurking fiends. He consulted the worn chart, pursuing the marked route to the subsequent town. An unknown individual observed him from deep concealment, then severed the taut cord to cause heavy timbers to descend upon Aang. He expertly evaded the plummeting timbers with exact split-second coordination. Leaving the large vehicle, Aang pondered the sudden ambush, theorizing if it was the malicious deed of vile fiends. Nevertheless, it was not so. A young woman with a firearm aimed directly at him commanded him to remain completely still. She insisted on immediately ascertaining his true identity, what particular pursuit party he was affiliated with, and pressed that he reveal his actual name now. Aang deemed it most inopportune timing indeed that a hostile pursuit party had suddenly materialized. Aang reflected on how truly vexing the current predicament was, and had not at all anticipated encountering any such pursuit parties. He clarified he was not a known member of any pursuit party, and was merely an ordinary lone combatant journeying by. The young woman charged him with blatant falsehood, declaring that urban fighters did not desire his solitary, unwelcome presence, and that he had to be a sly reconnoiterer for the notorious Silver Wolf pursuit party. Aang was quite visibly startled, and restated he did not actually belong to any known pursuit party, and it was overly abrupt for him to elaborate much more. The young woman fired at a glass flask beside him, commanding him to remain deathly silent now, and branding individuals such as him as far more vile than fiends. She then inquired if her brave companions from the Searing Gun pursuit party remained yet somehow living. Upon learning this, Aang instantly surmised the Searing Gun affiliates had likely been seized by the ruthless Silver Wolf pursuit party. He conceded he lacked any means to demonstrate he was a true combatant, or that he was not a secret member of any pursuit party, particularly with her dangerous firearm still trained directly on him. As Aang observed additional armed individuals swiftly approach, the young woman once more trained her deadly weapon on him, instructing him sharply against any abrupt movements. A deadly projectile impacted her grievously, making her tumble down. Aang spotted a rough band of youths on fast motorcycles and comprehended an unknown individual had slain the armed young woman who had been desperately wielding the firearm. It appeared there, yet remained some unfortunate escapees from Assyrian guns. A different fellow then proposed they might bring the survivors to their leader, urging them to proceed onward and investigate things further. As they all neared the fallen young woman, she believed the new arrivals hailed from the dreaded Silver Wolf faction and strained painfully to elevate her wounded limb. One of the burly males seized her cranium roughly and commented crudely on her being female gender, which he deemed quite utterly surprising. He surveyed her leeringly and noted that she was somewhat attractive, contemplating some clearly untoward action with her. Aang then materialized instantly and booted the leering fellow aside. He then sternly articulated his distinct displeasure at meddling in the internal private affairs amongst the various pursuit parties, but observed the Silver Wolf operatives were truly despicable reprobates, considering his own foul temper from the entire day's occurrences. He was presenting them a single opportunity to swiftly depart. The fellow, now visibly terrified, called Aang himself a veritable fiend. Aang seized the fellow's firearm and effortlessly shattered it, declaring he deemed it highly disagreeable to be menaced with a firearm twice. The fellow proposed to allow Aang to depart freely. In swift reciprocation, Aang retaliated by employing his powerful tendrils to assault the fellow, propelling him airborne a truly considerable way off. He then insisted on learning if Aang was a fearsome fiend or a mere mortal. Aang shattered the other fellow's firearm, additionally asserting then with force it was not his slightest concern whether Aang was a fiend or a human mortal. He subsequently slew the remaining fellow immediately thereafter. Aang carefully tended to the young woman's painful injuries, observing the stray projectile had pierced some vital tissue and needed immediate mending. She expressed profound gratitude once he concluded, remarking it had to be one of his many special capabilities. She stated she had learned the incredible capabilities of 4 fin combatants might possess truly inconceivable and wondrous impacts, and that he appeared exceptionally remarkably potent. She then inquired if he was a legendary 5-fin core combat. Aang sensed the latent might of a 2-fin fiend deep inside him, and even though now he was displaying far greater might than a standard typical 2-fin core combat, he conceded that he was so. Truly a mere 2-fin core combatant with some rather unique capabilities. Thoroughly awed, she expressed her deep gratitude for rescuing her and offered sincere regrets for menacing him with a firearm. Aang responded it was quite perfectly all right, observing it was always prudent to be wary when solitary and outdoors. He required reaching the absolute closest safe habitation and inquired if she was aware which one was most nearly proximate. She affirmed she knew and petitioned to bravely journey with him. Aang noted they had only very recently become acquainted and did not know one another's given appellations, inquiring how she could possibly have such faith in him. So easily he inquired what urgent business she had right there. She clarified the most proximate small outpost was Jinwei Town, a truly tiny and remote coastal habitation. Yet it had been completely seized by the infamous Silver Wolf pursuit party. Several sorrowful sunrises prior, the Searing Guns pursuit party had endeavored to bravely free the settlement. Yet they were unsuccessful, and all her cherished companions had since perished. They possessed a fleeting prospect of glorious triumph, yet they did not foresee that terrible outcome. The ruthless commander of the Silver Wolf pursuit party had previously then evolved into a terrifying 3-fin core combat, whose sheer devastating might was utterly insuperable. Her own commander was a mere 2-fin core combat, and they were hopelessly outclassed by a fearsome 3-fin fighter. Ultimately, she alone succeeded in fleeing their deadly grasp. Should freeing the beleaguered settlement would not impede his vital objective, she desired his absolutely crucial assistance, and was prepared to risk her very own existence to aid him. He then seriously mused that, even though such pursuit parties had existed in his distant former existence, he had not once met circumstances quite like these under his own direct watch. He pondered what the present governing authority was currently even undertaken, as these renegade factions were audaciously seizing innocent settlements by sheer brute force. The young woman stated she had indeed learned the Silver Wolf Group Pursuit Party had commandeered a rather prominent strategic tower to thereby obtain precious power gems. Yet she was completely unaware of what their ultimate intentions for them were. Aang remarked it was truly a vitally important power gem and noted their sheer unmitigated audacity to plunder the settlement's valuable assets. He then bid her to now confidently show the correct path, stating that irrespective of which grave matter demanded their most immediate attention first. Both these terrible concerns truly and deeply enraged him. As lengthening dusk neared throughout their arduous forward journey, she notified him they were extremely tantalizingly near at present. They proceeded further onward, and he proposed halting to carefully conceal the vehicle prior to drawing overly dangerously near the troubled settlement. Aang observed this was an unknown urban center he did not at all recall, one that was not even clearly marked upon the tattered chart. And further still then, Sinway's settlement had been cruelly seized by the vile Silver Wolf Pursuit Party. He resolved they would silently traverse the remaining short distance and then carefully probe. Precisely as they prepared to stealthily advance then, she spotted shadowy fiends skulking in their immediate unprotected rear. The powerful tendrils erupted to swiftly and silently seize the fiends, and Aang noted that such wretched pests ought to learn some basic collaboration and refrain from foolishly notifying others of their very unwanted existence. They could not slay all the lurking fiends just yet, since the fresh gore of a newly slain fiend would merely draw forth additional ones. He pressed her to quickly continue their forward advance. She concurred, and they advanced cautiously towards the nearby imperiled settlement. She reflected on how truly astonishingly powerful Aang actually was, and since they now possessed a genuine opportunity to rescue the settlement and his allies. Concealed now amid some dense, nearby, wayside shrubbery, Aang noted the utter and complete absence of sentinels on the main rampart, and she appended the formidable main portal was also strangely unbarred. They witnessed an unknown individual then desperately exiting the settlement, bearing another injured individual and pleading for any vital aid. A different brutal male seized the unfortunate individual's cranium and smashed it earthward. The young woman, now infuriated by the vile, inhumane deeds of the Silver Wolf affiliates, trained her remaining firearm at him. Aang swiftly and firmly halted her, stating her rash, impulsive conduct would expose their carefully hidden location, and he himself would expertly manage the present unfolding circumstances. They subsequently witnessed a truly colossal, shadowy limb then materialized, lifting the two hapless males now deceased and conveying them swiftly and silently indoors. The young woman urgently notified Aang a terrible unseen fiend resided deep inside the settlement. Aang understood they could not possibly employ the identical previous tactic. Should a vile and powerful fiend be implicated now, they would require boldly rushing in and saving the maximum possible number of individuals. He rapidly and decisively dispatched the pair of Silver Wolf affiliates at the main port and penetrated the dark settlement. The young woman hurried closely and bravely behind it, asserting that she truly and deeply desired to accompany him. Since it was her own earnest, heartfelt plea, she then observed the pair of Silver Wolf affiliates and pondered what strange magic Aang had now inflicted upon them, as their very outer flesh seemed to be rapidly and grotesquely decaying, and they appeared as if they had been unfortunately deceased for some considerable time. The entire settlement was utterly and completely swarming with Silver Wolf affiliates, and Aang was systematically and quite swiftly eliminating all of them. She deduced they were simply mere reanimated walking cadavers, manipulated by a sinister fiend's singular and terrifyingly unique power, signifying he did not therefore require any kind of further restraint. Aang utterly and completely annihilated every single last one of them, believing they had to be somehow manipulated by unseen ethereal dark filaments. Fiends of this particular kind, with such unique powers, typically function quite eerily solo, and he understood he would now definitely need to pursue these strange filaments, to hunt down and then finally confront the manipulating, sinister puppeteer fiend. He informed the brave young woman he intended to rescue the unfortunate parent and child they had previously and briefly observed at the main settlement portal, and bid her now to diligently search for any additional remaining escapees. She readily and bravely concurred, and Aang pursued the nearly invisible dark filament until he reached before a large, ominous portal. He powerfully and decisively struck the heavy portal to breach it, sensing as if he were still, unfortunately, overly tardy. Deep within there somewhere, a powerful fiend was regally seated upon a grand, shadowy dais and proclaimed all within the settlement, be it currently deceased or still living now, was his sole and undisputed possession. He had deliberately preserved the unfortunate duo living to engage in a deadly, cruel game of pursuit. Yet they had somehow succeeded in fleeing the dark settlement and transgressing his clearly set boundary. He then mockingly beckoned Aang to approach much, much nearer, so the gloating fiend might obtain a much significantly clearer view of their uninvited esteemed visitor. Aang instantly perceived the vital glowing power gems situated directly behind the vile, sneering fiend. Three altogether it now seemed the treacherous Silver Wolf pursuit party had initially and foolishly seized this entire settlement for these very same precious power gems, which had then in inevitable turn lured this powerful fiend. He pondered what conceivable possible use a lone fiend would have for these power gems. As the menacing fiend turned slowly to fully face Aang, it questioned derisively whether he was truly human or possibly demon. Aang recognized that the terrible fiend was a particularly rare and dangerous purple core type, known for possessing exceptionally unique and potent physical abilities. Aang coolly told the fiend that he must have already killed all the remaining Silver Wolf members, noting that their formidable leader was a strong 3-fin core warrior, and likely no actual match for the fiend's terrifying corpse control psychic ability. The fiend then violently kicked someone forcefully toward Aang, who instantly recognized the unfortunate man as the aforementioned 3-fin core warrior. Aang expertly blocked the sudden attack, realizing the grave significance of his undead opponent. Suddenly a vast and large number of gruesome ghouls appeared to menacingly welcome Aang. He thought that not only the slain Silver Wolf members, but also the original brave warriors of the entire town had been cruelly turned into ghouls, and there were truly very many of them. The fiend welcomed Aang with a sneer to his ghastly party. Aang thought of the powerful 3-fin demon, while he himself was in his current 2-fin core transformation. It would have been exceedingly troublesome if it had been a completely normal 3-fin demon. But this specific one happened to be a rare purple core type demon, surprisingly weak in direct combat and specializing in primarily using its psychic mental powers to completely control the entire flow of any given battle. He attacked them all ferociously, and as he swiftly defeated them, the fiend remarked that no actual matter how Aang critically looked at, he was not a truly normal human, and then asked Aang to rise and fight. Aang replied that it was of no further use as he had thoroughly incinerated their corpses. The fiend angrily revealed that he went through immense great trouble to carefully collect them. Aang responded that it might indeed be a little bit disrespectful towards all of them, but compared to being cruelly controlled by the nefarious fiend, it was a much far more truly honorable way to finally go. He added that he had absolutely no more remaining corpses for the fiend to then control. Then he ferociously attacked the surprised fiend, noting that it greatly and significantly decreased the fiend's direct combat powers. Aang prepared himself for the decisive final strike to the vulnerable core. Just at that precise then, the fiend despicably put the innocent child in the direct way as Aang was about to punch him. Aang bravely took the full hit and thought that it was a truly good thing he avoided a certainly fatal blow by expertly using the versatile water element. The fiend then revealed that he specialized not only in merely controlling lifeless corpses, but also thankfully lacked the deadly sharpness of the powerful mental element. Aang pondered the mysterious and potent metal element, realizing its profound and incredible depth, and deciding he needed to quickly hurry and properly treat his serious wounds. He then used rapid recovery magic directly on himself. The surprised fiend then remarked that the current fight might be more exceedingly troublesome than he initially first thought, and prepared to use something truly special he had fought very hard to obtain. He instructed a terrified man to quickly bring an important item, and acknowledged that the brave father and young son duo had proven themselves unexpectedly and quite useful. The terrified man then brought a strange, glowing green liquid, which the eager fiend greedily drank. Aang wondered what exactly it was, and sensing its grave danger by pure instinct, realized he had absolutely no more time to fully recover. He charged headlong at the transforming fiend despite the searing pain in his abdomen, aiming to violently interrupt the fiend's dangerous, nefarious actions. He leaped powerfully to attack, but a shimmering shield protected the transforming fiend, causing Aang to be forcefully thrown far back. He questioned where the empowered fiend had suddenly gained such an incredible burst of power, deducing that it was somehow forcefully and rapidly extracting raw energy from crystal. Aang knew that such a dangerous process was entirely and utterly impossible. The volatile and violent energy contained within the fragile crystal had been condensed by humans to such an incredibly dangerous extent that extracting it in this reckless way would cause the crystal's delicate physical body to violently explode. A complex theory he had already definitively proven in his distant past life. The immense raw power surging within the fiend's own body was wild and quite uncontrollable, but it stopped abruptly just before ever reaching the critical dangerous threshold. Aang wondered if this strange effect was due to the mysterious drug, and concluded that it was definitely not something created by a mere common demon. The fiend then commenced to transmute, gleaming while it employed the might of the gem to holy altar. It transformed into a four-fin fiend. Aang perceived this situation would not conclude favorably. The fiend apprised Aang this represented how a four-fin fiend experienced, and subsequently readied to assault employing the Aureate Tempest lunge. Aang perceived that the fiend currently commanded the prowess of a four-fin fiend, while he attempted to fully elude. The fiend darted so swiftly that it forcefully struck him low. The fiend jeered at Aang, clarifying that every fin acquired via metamorphosis signified an insuperable might chasm separating the two, proclaiming this marked the culmination for Aang's journey. Notwithstanding developing an affection for him, the fiend presented Aang an alternative: to transform into his cadaver precisely when the fiend poised to assault. It halted and conjured violet orbs. A female figure materialized from these orbs, seizing the fiend's cranium and commanding it to refrain from meddling with her design. She inquired if he might perhaps be the Sable Monarch, and subsequently condensed the fiend to fully assimilate. Neo subsequently metamorphosed into a four-fin fiend likewise, and apprised Aang that ultimately mortals were not at all dependable. Aang perceived the very existence of an eight-fin fiend, and comprehended it represented one of the fiends he had met previously. The fiend jeered him, insinuating that at this current trajectory, nobody discerned when the Scarlet Monarch might possibly rouse. Aang battled to withstand even merely a four-fin fiend, and was vexed by the sluggish progression of his personal metamorphosis. In contrast with his standing as one of the mightiest mortals, the fiend employed her might to propel Aang airborne, and subsequently employed a gem to compel his metamorphosis into a four-fin. She embedded the glowing gem within him, prompting Aang to ponder what the fiends had now perpetrated. He contemplated if bypassing the three-fin phase could have been feasible. Aang commenced to experience agonizing torment, comprehending he was on the very verge of utter detonation. His physique couldn't sustain the immense strain of the four-fin core. The fiend inquired if he was genuinely so very feeble that he couldn't even assimilate the power of a simple four-fin. Infernal luminescence commenced to radiate from Aang as he battled, informing the fiend he was on the verge of rupturing and imploring for aid. The fiend initiated the octagonal spatial containment field, sealing the vicinity around him, and directed him to somehow persevere. The fiend residing within Aang then articulated, disclosing that she had awakened the great chief's profound repose. The female fiend identified the tone and was quite acquainted with it. Ong's fiend subsequently inquired if she had overlooked what he had imparted to her. He pulverized the gem and assumed the very visage of Scarlet, commanding her not to meddle with Ong's ongoing metamorphosis. Comprehending it was Scarlet, she warmly clasped him, expressing she was delighted he had at last appeared. He then replied it had been a considerable period since they last encountered each other. She stated she had been monitoring mortals from deep concealment and observed he had been incapable of vanquishing the recently transformed four-fin fiend. She conveyed apprehension that should he somehow perish, Scarlet's and her united might would be significantly diminished and necessitate a considerable new regimen. Scarlet clarified a mortal's physique was quite distinct from a fiend's. Mortals were frail, yet replete with many deep enigmas. Even though he had just lately assimilated the might of a two-fin fiend, she had compelled him to bypass the three-fin phase and was infusing the four-fin core directly within him, which his very physique could not possibly sustain. Notwithstanding this particular fact, the essence from the four-fin fiend enabled him to rouse momentarily. He commanded her not to meddle with the mortal's ongoing metamorphosis, since Ong required to transform gradually to attain the ideal conduit. He inquired if she fully comprehended. She concurred and apprised Scarlet that while he was away, he had feigned his demise. Meanwhile, the remaining four monarchs had been unwisely squabbling endlessly amongst themselves. Nobody had truly seized the vital impetus, culminating in a might stalemate, just as Scarlet had foreseen. Scarlet observed that the remaining monarchs, distrustful regarding his immense, unique prowess, had joined forces to completely eradicate him. Currently, even despite his total absence, they persisted in their internal bitter strife, and possibly had already neglected their primary original purpose. He inquired if she had perhaps aroused their deep doubts, and observed he believed she had completely overlooked him. She answered that although they might grow distrustful of her, they were devoid of the sheer capacity to fully probe what had actually transpired on that momentous, fateful occasion. Consequently, she was secure, and he did not need to fret about her. Her sole preoccupation was to greet him in his most potent manifestation. Scarlet reassured her it was simply an issue of sufficient duration. He had compelled transformation of his delicate physique into the four-fin state. Yet Ong required to acclimatize and then solidify the might he currently commanded. He recommended it would be most prudent if she avoided all interaction with Ong, since any undesired scrutiny could possibly imperil their crucial designs. The female figure admitted that she deeply yearned for him, and for that very reason she truly desired to behold him, albeit it was merely by direct means of his current conduit. The young woman who had been accompanying Ong then suddenly appeared. Perceiving the strange, ominous existence of the eight-fin fiend, and pondering what its exact purpose was in that precise location, the fiend comprehended she had overlooked securing the immediate vicinity beforehand. Scarlet subsequently then assaulted the young, innocent female, meaning to swiftly and surely slay her, and jeered Ong by then disclosing that he was a fiend. After Ong reverted to his more usual prior condition, he witnessed the young woman had been cruelly slain by Scarlet. Overcome with fury, Ong discharged a crimson emanation into the heavens and experienced the full four-fin bodily metamorphosis. Ong pondered his previous final dialogue with the young woman, who had articulated her cherished aspiration of journeying to Aurora Metropolis, to train as a dedicated novice flower arranger there. Since she truly adored all beautiful, lovely blooms, he incinerated some large, unfortunate sections of the settlement, encompassing the very same visage that had so cruelly slain her, and mused how truly brutal and unfeeling the cataclysmic realm truly was. He felt it truly required more exquisite, lovely blooms to reinstate some small portion of its vanished comfort. Ong battled to truly absolve himself for the tragic occurrence, sensing that it had entirely transpired, since he couldn't master the infernal might residing deep inside him. He wished the flames would shield her remains from the fiend's depredations, and desired for her to finally repose in utter tranquility. He mused he wished not to depend upon his four-fin capabilities, and required to carefully organize his many troubling reflections, since numerous complex events were transpiring all quite simultaneously. He was bewildered regarding the complex connection among the 8 Fiend, and also Scarlet, most especially then. For what strange reason, she had compelled him to bypass the 3-fin phase and progress immediately to the new 4-fin advancement level. He pondered about their actual true final objective and the very many dubious surrounding specific conditions that permitted a mere 3-fin to transcend to a 4-fin. This incredible feat was not something a fiend could accomplish independently. Thus he theorized about who possibly had furnished or else procured this much. Such sophisticated fabrication could only be overseen by a prominent metropolis, or the most supreme high echelon of a powerful entity. And Ong pondered if it had perhaps been created in Aurora Metropolis. He understood he required to locate a substantial metropolis quite swiftly. He resolved to communicate with Yahello and apprise Yao that he was secure. He additionally questioned how all the others were currently faring. He commenced operating the truly colossal new vehicle, wishing they had succeeded in fleeing the dark subterranean passages and arrive at a metropolis securely. There existed an 8-tier city designated Pictia, along the exact same course he was currently journeying. Thus he intended to dispatch a vital communication to Yahello. From that location, the viewpoint transitions to the 8-tier metropolis brine, at which Yao and his trio of companions had reached securely, and were conferring with the 5-fin combatant and war chief Coda. On receiving all of their detailed formal accounts, Coda expressed regret for being quite incapable of dispatching a relief party. He clarified they had just recently learned the grave intelligence that the B-tier, Pita's metropolis, had succumbed to a superior fiendish legion. He observed that if Ong found himself in a comparable grave predicament, dispatching a relief operation so abruptly would be utterly reckless. Yao retorted that Ong possessed truly unique, exceptional abilities, and it was conceivable he had persevered against all daunting dire expectations. Kata then firmly affirmed that, although Brine Metropolis had numerous youthful combatants with unique special gifts, not one would be capable of withstanding a fiendish legion of that superior tier. Nonetheless, he then critically stressed that they must not forsake any single mortal existences in the Cataclysm. Even though they couldn't dispatch a full dedicated relief part, they might at the very least reassign some combatants to reconnoiter the circumstances. Yao expressed sincere gratitude for that consideration. Coda then solemnly stood, signifying he was required at another vital location, and the gathering was concluded. Yao pondered if the superior fiendish legion at Pita Metropolis would affect the great fiend slaying competition in Aurora Metropolis. Yao stated he had indeed learned of the grand renowned competition and observed that Hello's was a mere C-tier small outpost. Coda then, while he was now departing, reassured Yao that it would be quite perfectly satisfactory and bid him to remain for some few additional sunrises to ascertain more regarding the current overall difficult circumstances. He clarified the competition hosted by the sole S-tier metropolis necessitated that all entrant competing metropolises possess a minimum of B-tier, even though Hello's did not presently qualify. Yao and his very brave associates, though, could potentially. Coda then very graciously proposed that it would be quite advantageous for them to gain knowledge about the competition, and during this particular unique interval, presented them the fine chance to investigate the headquarters and the metropolis. They collectively inclined respectfully, and Yao sincerely expressed sincere gratitude, conveying their truly most profound, heartfelt appreciation. Once Coda departed, Misa inquired of Yao about the great fiend slaying competition. Yao clarified it was an occasion hosted quite uniquely in Aurora Metropolis. Broadly speaking, it entailed pursuing fiends of many diverse tiers to choose a succeeding new cohort of most potent combatants. Entrants additionally obtained unique special accolades from Aurora Metropolis. The occasion transpired recurrently, and all combatants yearned to fiercely participate. Yet solely B-tier metropolises or vastly superior were then eligible. Yao truly and deeply felt that the trio of them could perchance have a fine chance to contend. Subsequently, Lance pondered how exactly Ong was currently fair, and observed that Ong would most certainly then be captivated by the great fiend slaying competition. With Pita's metropolis having endured a superior and fiendish legion, he wished Ong had persevered and was anticipating for the legion to withdraw. Misa commented she hadn't anticipated such a very formidable initial trial during their very own first ever perilous expedition. Lu stated that Ong had imperiled himself greatly to rescue everyone. Yao replied they could merely await intelligence from the assigned reconnoiterers. Yao had previously dispatched communication to Helos regarding their current dire predicament, employing the great metropolis primary main signal relay. They would stay in Bryan Metropolis for several brief sunrises, and as it was a truly unique and uncommon fine chance, they intended to observe and acquire knowledge to the very fullest extent. There were numerous highly proficient and adept combatants present, and they must truly have strong faith that Ong would somehow endure. The viewpoint transitions then to an 8-tier Grand Metropolis, designated Pictia in the main receiving chamber where Ong was seated alongside Baris. Baris apprised him they had indeed fully verified Ong's detailed account. Pita Metropolis had been utterly annihilated by a vast fiendish legion. They had additionally assisted Ong to transmit communication to Yahello's settlement, apprising them of his own small unit's present difficult predicament. She felt that a definitive swift reply would arrive quite soon. Nonetheless, then, however, Baris expressed regret for not being currently capable of providing Ong with a power gem. They were not directly accountable for allocating any of the power gems. Their specific apportionment was solely decided by superior tier metropolises. As Peta Metropolis, the superior tier metropolis formerly linked with Ong had been completely and utterly annihilated now. He would require to solicit a fresh new apportionment from Aurora Metropolis. Ong mused that he had not at all foreseen how truly very vexing the proper allocation of power gems would actually prove to be as he was currently present in the vicinity. He could perhaps then thoroughly inspect the entire metropolis and probe more deeply into the strange artifacts employed by the fiend. Yet his present persona might possibly impede his direct access into the metropolis. He sincerely expressed his deep gratitude and inquired if it was somehow feasible for him to obtain admission to Aurora Metropolis. Representing Hellos in this Barris then politely refused, clarifying that he first required to be a designated captain, to thereby function as an actual authorized envoy of distant Hellos. If not, he would lack the quite requisite official permission. Furthermore, she was unable to designate any other individual as the new envoy. Ong contemplated journeying back to Hellos to be then formally commissioned, which he personally deemed quite exceedingly vexing. She stated a different valid method to gain admission to Aurora Metropolis, obtaining endorsement from a superior tier metropolis functionary to attest for him, an important individual such as her very own self. When Ong inquired if she was proposing to personally attest for him, she concurred, yet observed she was under no actual compulsion to act so. She then carefully clarified that should he take part in the great fiend slaying competition as an outside auxiliary conscript and enlisted in her own unit, and functioned as a vital spearhead to collect intelligence throughout the contest, she might subsequently then truly attest for him. She was unable to fully assure he would definitely survive later, and perceived it appeared not one of her contenders were agreeable to shoulder that particular obligation. Upon contemplating it, he consented to the specific part. He pondered that the truly magnificent fiend-slaying contest was an enterprise he had solely personally instituted in quite former occasions. Varys escorted him toward the micro-gear repository and clarified she had designated him as the very spearhead from sheer urgent necessity. The prevailing circumstance was that no entrant metropolis desired to designate their crucial personnel as brave spearheads, considering numerous individuals had perished in quite recent solar cycles. She had cautioned him previously that her sole recourse was endeavoring her utmost to fulfill his armament necessities. She then instructed him pick anything he desired from the repository. He concurred and commenced a survey about. Varys surmised that Aang's power insignia might conceivably be quite impaired, or perhaps he did not possess a Rin core. Considering he hailed from a C-tier settlement then, he was presumably at best a 2-fin core combat. Nonetheless, it seemed Aang was self-assured and appeared to possess some kind of hidden trump card. Aang selected a nano wing that could morph into a mighty broadsword. He considered that while his prior fighting blade afforded excellent maneuverability, its impact was quite wanting. Varys requested him to please pause, since she had discovered a piloted implement intended for a 3-fin combat. At the very least, it would become quite erratic should Aang endeavor to operate it with his present existing capability, and he faced peril harming himself. Thereby he revealed to her the crimson shining energy, and displayed how effortlessly he could now twirl the great blade, commenting on its quite robust quality. She questioned how he succeeded to operate it so very smoothly, and conjectured if he possessed an innate unique affinity for nano wings. She had learned of combatants possessing quite extraordinary unique skills, who could wield superior grade nano wings with absolutely no difficulties, and she deemed it truly quite astonishing. Aang remarked that they surely possessed a practical training fighting field there. They both advanced towards the principal gateway, where she affirmed to him that she would endeavor her utmost to supply all the quite essential new apparatus. Nevertheless, she questioned for what exact reason he desired to visit the practical battleground. He responded he desired to evaluate the new nano wing against a fiend. For some preparation, she questioned if he actually aimed to proceed unaccompanied then, observing despite the arena's assertions of security, 1-fin fiends sometimes did materialize. She volunteered to escort him if he truly desired. Aang answered that he would be quite all right, and could easily manage a 1-fin fiend entirely by himself. She observed his self-assurance and mettle were uncommon virtues for any combatant, and exhorted him to exercise due caution. She stated she needed to instruct a few 4-fin combatants, and wished that more of them possessed the bold conviction of Aang, which would render matters considerably less complex. They then went their separate ways, and Aang mused he could not permit her to accompany him. Ultimately, he was not merely intending to assess his new armament. He desired to fully appraise the new capabilities he had gained. Underneath his potent 4-fin total metamorphosis, he arrived at a dilapidated, desolate zone, observed it had been taken, and the strange mist had now lifted, and subsequently detected the chilling voice of a fiend that materialized, and surged forth to fiercely assault him. He evaded the vicious onslaught and executed a mighty cleave with his blade, remarking that the immense new broadsword felt considerably superior. He perceived that numerous additional fiends had since assembled, and articulated his prior concern they would not materialize during daylight hours. At present, he could properly familiarize himself with his brand new armament, unleash some long-suppressed inner agitation, and contend with diverse troubling thoughts heavily upon his mind. He commenced to slay the fiends systematically one after another. With each deadly arcing swing, he spilled fiendish gore and dismembered appendages, his fluid motions almost resembling a graceful, deadly ballet. It was as though he were created singularly for the purpose of dispatching fiends. He did not depend on timber aqua, inferno, or metallic essences, but instead, each broadsword swing solidified the kinesthetic recall in his delicate physique. He found himself confronting no-fin fiends, which were absolutely no contest for his profound skill. The solitary sound in the gloom was the eerie lamentation of the fiends, and it was indeterminate how long he had remained present there. At last Aang cleaved down the very final one of the dark wave. Comprehending his own physique had been deeply affected by the transmuting fiendish might dwelling deep inside him. He observed he was considerably more potent than when he first reawakened, though he still discovered several aspects quite wanting. He was astonished to find himself breathless following just a few swings. Then more formidable fiends quickly then materialized, proclaiming that their desired sustenance mortals had just shown up. Aang perceived these were the 1-fin fiends he had indeed foreseen. The fiends sensed that Aang was not at all intimidated by them, and pondered if his total absence of trepidation was how he conveyed. One of the many fiends surged forth to quickly assault Aang, yet he moved so incredibly swiftly that he struck the fiend with a stone, and subsequently impaled it with his very own broadsword. He observed that the metallic essence was exceptionally quite efficacious against Inferno. He then resolved to appraise his 4-fin capabilities. Another fiend, quite visibly and deeply terrified, questioned if he was actually genuinely human. Aang comprehended that the strange violet, for Fin Fiend's unique might permitted him to manipulate lifeless cadavers. After fully assimilating the defeated fiend, he employed a violet filament to then completely manipulate, which utterly astounded the remaining other fiends, as they observed Aang manipulating one of their very own kind. As lengthening dusk neared, Bears perceived that Aang had not yet reappeared. A fellow apprised her that approaching twilight was quite imminent, and owing to the fiendish legion catastrophe at Pita Metropolis, all portals, including the secondary smaller side portals, would very shortly be completely sealed shut. Barris then solicited a detailed report on the power tiers of fiends that had lately materialized. The fellow reported that not only had 1 Fin fiends become more quite prevalent, yet 2 Fin, 3 Fin, and even 4 Fin fiends had additionally been sighted. Barris fretted that Aang might have tragically become sustenance for the fiends, and required to hasten back. She had just recently lodged the entrant roster, and wished to prevent instigating any additional new difficulties. She resolved to go look for him at the live combat arena, and reassured the fellow that she would surely reappear before all the main portals were firmly sealed. The fellow concurred while she quickly departed. Varys reflected on her own grave oversight. Aang was merely an ordinary combatant from a C-tier small settlement, and she regretted permitting him to venture to the live combat arena unaccompanied, even though it had been his very own earnest plea. Notwithstanding the typical regular existence of solely no-fin fiends, and the uncommon materialization of a 5-fin fiend many solar cycles ago, she felt accountable if Aang had truly perished in that very location. It would cast a very poor light upon her. As a 5-fin combatant who had neglected her sacred duty, she fretted about how she would possibly confront the soldiers from distant Hellos. Under such terrible and grave circumstances, she wished that Aang was yet living. As she neared the vast main arena, she perceived a potent fiendish miasma and a dense odor of demise that did not at all augur favorably. There were numerous fiends present, encompassing 1 Fin, 2 Fin, and also 3 Fin powerful fiends. The atypical amassing of superior tier fiends heightened her deep anxieties. Such strange conduct was not at all standard for fiends, and she pondered why so very many 2 Fin and 3 Fin fiends were congregating in such large groups. Abruptly, she then observed a fiend dashing swiftly towards her. Identifying her as a potent 5 Fin core combat, she rapidly and forcefully kicked it with immense might, causing a powerful concussion. Something felt quite amiss, and she perceived an atypical new presence. She observed that there were numerous fiends currently and strangely assembled, which was quite peculiar, since fiends very seldom ever banded together in such vast large groups. She understood she had to address this dire situation quite swiftly, before the main portals completely sealed in her great urgent haste. She then readied herself to powerfully assault, observing that the fiends appeared like unthinking, reanimated cadavers, and radiated a potent foul odor of complete demise. They solely and predictably advanced from the immediate very front, which rendered them considerably simpler to precisely engage. She resolved to employ her powerful bowstring cleave to annihilate the fiends. After eliminating a truly substantial large quantity, she perceived yet more fiends swiftly and menacingly advanced, and pondered just exactly how many there possibly were. At that very instant, Aang materialized behind her, inquiring why she was there. In her greatly startled condition, she erroneously cleaved at him with her broadsword. Aang halted her, identifying himself and disclosing that it was indeed him. Barris was visibly astounded and questioned if he was perfectly all right. She was utterly amazed that he succeeded to parry her wild swing, which had been delivered with pure, unthinking basic reflex, and without any restraint on either celerity or sheer brute might. She pondered if he was actually from a C-tier small settlement, as even a mere 4 Fin core combatant would have truly battled to parry such an assault. Aang replied she was not a subpar 5 Fin combat, and conceded his very own hand was quite numb from the strong impact. He clarified he had been concentrating on some specific important matters, and had completely forgotten the passing of any actual duration, apologizing sincerely for the unfortunate new lateness. Barry's reassured him it was perfectly all right as long as he was living, and stressed they required to address the atypical fiends. She observed that amongst the many fiends were a few, 3 fin ones which might constitute a grave peril to Aang, and directed him to remain safely behind for his own protection. Aang inquired if she was alluding to all the fiends in their vicinity. Aang simply then gestured, causing all the fiends to instantly collapse. Varys was completely amazed by the strange new spectacle. She bid him to depart, yet she seized his upper garment, insisting on knowing how he achieved it, and if he was manipulating the fiends. She additionally perceived he was undoubtedly a Crimson Core type, and questioned about his very own unique special power. He replied their joint effort was merely an issue of pure practicality, and there was no actual necessity for him to reveal anything additional. He clarified he could solely and somewhat manipulate the deceased fiends, and then further inquired if it was not typical for combatants to possess a hidden edge in a terrible, vast cataclysm. Varys pondered if manipulating fiends was a truly uncommon new power among the formidable, strong 5-fin tier combatants. She then stated they would journey to Aurora Metropolis the subsequent sunrise, quite visibly and truly thrilled. He stated he required to swiftly address the grave issue of power, gem apportionment for the small settlement of Hellos. They intended to depart the very next bright sunrise. Varys pondered if she ought to anticipate more from Aang throughout the great fiend slaying competition itself, oblivious to the true immense scale of the live combat arena, where Aang had strewn a vast large quantity of deceased fiend remains. They reached before the formidable main portal of Aurora Metropolis, and Bears directed everyone to present their absolute finest demeanor and refrain from disgracing the great, magnificent metropolis. Aang, observing the grand vistas and unique terrain along the route, was positive that Aurora Metropolis was truly the metropolis he previously governed. It appeared to have been retitled Aurora Metropolis following his own demise, perhaps since the vast main battleground was renowned as the Battle of Aurora. The external facade of the metropolis appeared even more quite grand than previously, and he then deeply mused. It might be a considerable duration before he would have the chance to reappear. He pondered if he might possibly meet the 6 Grand Champions, the most formidable unit he had very personally and carefully cultivated. He was inquisitive about how they were faring following the Battle of Aurora, and whether they would actually credit his own fantastic tale, should he inform them of his present very difficult predicament. Varys then advanced toward him now, inquiring if he felt intimidated by his very first visit to Aurora Metropolis. She stated it was overly premature to be so truly astounded, since they had not yet even fully penetrated the great metropolis. Aurora Metropolis was all of humanity's sole and singular S-tier metropolis, signifying the very true epicenter of their immense, formidable mind. Not all individuals are quite so very fortunate, and some individuals never obtain the rare chance to behold such a place. Aang mused that Bears, being a 5-fin core combat, might possess some quite pertinent, valuable, important intelligence. He subsequently then inquired of her if she knew what had transpired to the 6 Grand Champions following the great pivotal battle of the Great Aurora. She paused momentarily, deeming the inquiry rather quite peculiar, and questioned if he was alluding to the former 6 old champions. Aang was perplexed, and then carefully clarified that the true 6 Grand main champions could solely signify the 6 specific individuals he was alluding to. He clarified he was discussing the most formidable, powerful unit, commanded by the monarch and renowned as the most potent combatants, who bore the identical appellation as his very own. Varys was visibly astounded and questioned if he was truly so very unaware. She indicated that everyone understood the new 6 current champions, disfavored hearing regarding the former 6 old champions, and counseled him not to discuss such delicate topics inside the metropolis. She clarified that the great monarch had indeed shifted. The entire powerful regime had surely transformed, and the present most potent combatant was the new current monarch, while the monarch Aang was alluding to his currently renowned as the old monarch. She gave him a final solemn caution not to articulate such things within the entire vast metropolis. Aang pondered what had transpired to the former 6 old champions. Varys vociferated at him, inquiring if he had not been heeding. Other individuals paused to observe them both. Varys informed Aang that, although she did not comprehend why he had opted to be called on, perhaps owing to some very deep personal reverence. She never considered to inquire. She cautioned him yet once more not to articulate of the former 6 old champions and the old monarch inside the metropolis. Although individuals in a C-tier metropolis might have revered him, that was no longer the current prevailing truth, especially following the old monarch's great selfless immolation. Nobody credited it whatsoever any longer. She instructed him to recall what she had imparted as they penetrated the metropolis. Aang sensed that nobody at all acknowledged him, and nobody credited his profound, great selfless immolation. He pondered what had transpired following his own demise. He had commanded the 6th grade famous champions, and all the combatants in a life or demise carnage against the fiends, and had ventured unaccompanied into the ancient kings, steely-eyed to uncover the very deep, dark secrets of the fiends. Had every single thing he had accomplished been for absolutely naught? Did his own demise signify truly absolutely naught? He penetrated the metropolis and pondered if this was the metropolis core, observing that the metropolis had been enhanced to some degree. He mused that it was yet renowned as Aurora Metropolis, having transcended the standard metropolis in sheer immense proportion. The metropolis was a vast, immense collection of autonomous, metropolitan conglomerations and edifices with quite unique characteristic aesthetics. It showcased woodlands' vast, serene expanses, oceans and Alps forging a complete biosphere unto itself. In essence, an autonomous, solitary new realm. This colossal and grand metropolis was encircled by gigantic ramparts and segmented into 7 immense, great main sectors. 6 of these sectors were consecrated to the 6 great champions, while the central primary sector appertained to the great monarch. Aang observed that although numerous of the edifices had indeed transformed, their overall spatial arrangement persisted identically, and even the air felt quite familiar. He remembered beholding his very own effigy present there, though his actual true visage was concealed by concealing attire. Berries stated that the effigy was of the former old monarch, whom Aang had greatly revered and had been standing for some few decades, and the populace had enthusiastically chiseled it while he was yet living. The former old monarch was exceedingly quite beloved among the common populace, yet Barris would not articulate anything much further. She appended that they were intending to dismantle the effigy quite shortly and substitute it with one of the new current monarchs. She pondered whether she ought to state they were fortunate or perhaps ill-fated. At the very foundation of the great effigy, one of the former old champions was creating a public spectacle. The former old champion present was Lena, renowned as the most potent 7-fin recuperation type great combat, articulated Lena's appellation, and she was observed with lovely blooms at the effigy's foundation. A fellow advanced and roughly struck Lena, instructing her to show absolutely no reverence to the former old champion, particularly since she herself was indeed Lena, one of the renowned former 6 old champions. The beautiful blooms tumbled from Lena's grasp, and she, renowned for her quick temper, notwithstanding being a true mender, was utterly infuriated. Aang observed that matters were poised to become quite unsightly. Additional combatants congregated closely around poor Lena, and one of them declared he cared not who she formerly was. He stated that, as one of the former 6 old champions, she had forfeited the entitlement of possessing cores and was no longer a combatant. Were it not for the new monarch's decree permitting them to remain, she would have been ejected from Aurora Metropolis to survive independently. He attributed blame to her accursed former old monarch and his sheer hubris for their present difficult predicament, asserting that the effigy of the former old monarch should have been dismantled a very considerable duration previously. He additionally disparaged the noble effigy, labeling it a worthless fragment of refuse occupying excessive area. While he articulated, Lena sharply struck him. The fellow, now utterly enraged, surged forth to assault her, yet Aang intervened with his great broadsword, cautioning the fellow not to attempt such vile deeds. The other fellows grew more irate and brandished their firearms, demanding to know if Aang was actively seeking severe vexation. They cautioned him to lower his broadsword, or they would initiate gunfire. Aang questioned what dissimilarity existed between all of them, and the despicable hunting territories beyond the metropolis walls, stating that he aimed to impart a stern lesson to them. Varys then interceded, halting the brewing volatile altercation. She clarified it was a simple, grave misapprehension, and these fellows were combatants from a tier metropolis of Picta, present to take part in the great fiend slaying competition. She inquired if they were aiming to antagonize entrant combatants from disparate metropolises and exhorted Aang to sheathe his broadsword, reminding him he was presently representing the metropolis Picta. Aang returned his broadsword. The combatants advised him to depart and steer clear of an altercation with combatants from other metropolises, warning they would face truly severe, dire repercussions should the constabulary commander become aware. One of them instructed Aang to proceed silently to his designated lodging if he was taking part in the grand renowned competition, and observed that Aang was quite exceedingly fortunate. With that pronouncement, they all then departed. Lena inquired of Aang if he somehow recognized her. He contemplated informing her that the most potent combatant, Aang himself, had indeed actually reappeared, yet comprehended this might instigate additional severe vexation should he not exercise great caution with his chosen words. Varys then quickly interceded now, informing Lena that Aang possessed a notoriety for being a constant troublemaker. Aang affirmed his appellation was indeed that of the renowned troublemaker. Lena commenced to depart, remarking it was truly a vexing appellation. Varys clarified that Lena was a senior figure present there, and that Aang had just recently assisted her, though she had not expressed any gratitude to him. Aang reassured her it was perfectly quite all right, and they ought not to disturb Lena any further. He mused he would discover an opportune moment to clarify matters to her, and he was positive she possessed a great deal to impart to him as well. The subsequent sunrise during the great fiend slaying march, Varys' unit joined the grand ongoing public revelries, and an individual commented about a new visage in the multitude. Varys informed Aang that following the grand renowned competition, she would personally attest for him, so he could then connect with the individual accountable for power, gem apportionment, and supply. Aang was delighted she had recalled and expressed his sincere gratitude. He reassured her not to at all fret, and vowed she would not be at all let down by his overall showing. Varys wished for the identical outcome and reminded him to be cautious and not perish. Other individuals were lauding Aang for his very brave deeds. Aang observed Lena and presented her a small, strange creature. She then adjusted the covering of her outer large cloak. The Aurora metropolis showcased the verdant tournament precincts, a purpose-constructed woodland, the sheer magnitude of a metropolis, explicitly conceived for the great fiend slaying competition. It was a metropolis within a great grand metropolis, a prevalent spectacle in the unparalleled settlement renowned as Aurora Metropolis. They halted at a previously designated precise spot, and Varys apprised Lena and the 5 combatants that, since she was not an actual direct entrant, she could solely escort them to this particular specified point. Their various skills would be rigorously appraised once they truly penetrated. Lena exhorted them to bring great honor to Picta, and to advance courageously to then completely slay the fiends. They all concurred, and Aang felt he ought to have vociferated alongside all of them. A public address declared that all units should penetrate the precincts, sequentially with the spearhead making their way to the adjudicators area. Aang comprehended that the grand renowned competition had now commenced. While he penetrated, he marveled at how the great fiend slaying competition had transformed into such a grand spectacle. Over the intervening decades, what was formerly a minor scale occasion in this metropolis now felt profoundly, deeply, and quite wonderfully wistful. The announcer greeted the brave combatants of Picta and observed they were courageously employing external assistance. As their spearhead, the combatants of Picta inclined before Aang, articulating their desire for their camaraderie to endure eternally. A young woman entrusted Aang with the vital duty of amassing intelligence, and pledged to recall his profound, great selfless immolation. A youth solicited another firm formal handshake. Aang instructed them to compose themselves as he was not deceased yet. He then deeply mused. They were all cognizant of how perilous the role of the spearhead was, and their overall demeanor made it appear as if they fell. This represented his ultimate final solemn adieu. Being designated as the new official spearhead must have appeared like a role with exceedingly meager prospects of survival to them, and their utterly devoid of life visages were quite truly pitiful. Subsequently, a female figure addressed all the spearheads from disparate units, apprising them their objective was laden with many uncharted perils. She lauded their intrepid mettle merely for undertaking the grave role, and directed them to penetrate the tournament precincts then, amass the maximum possible intelligence on the fiends for their own unit, and cautioned them to be exceedingly vigilant, as they would confront fiends of wholly uncharted power tiers. Aang perceived that all the entrant brave combatants appeared to be Tier 2 core type combatants. The grand renown competition appeared to be a grand display of raw skill, conceived to ascertain which metropolis currently possessed the finest, succeeding new cohort of very brave young combatants. Understandably, they would not permit superior tier combatants to take part. Varys comprehended that Aang's unique special capabilities vastly surpassed those of the Tier 2 core type combatants, and this was perfectly quite alright, since nobody would ever doubt his actual true capabilities if he kept them undisclosed. The female figure then requested the multitude to greet the esteemed visitor. With resounding ovations, the paramount adjudicator of the grand renowned competition, and one of the 6 grand champions, Dylan, the most potent recuperation type, great combat. The multitude cheered vociferously for the great Dylan. Aang observed that Dylan was escorted by a dual core configuration, an innovation he had solely and merely conjectured about in his former existence. He pondered if this had already become a tangible new reality, which signified twofold the previous sheer might. Should the harmonization proportion be adequately superior, then the attainable might could be truly, quite utterly inconceivable. The prowess of a combatant originates from the quantum of might furnished by the primary main power core, and a superior harmonization proportion enabled the combatant to harness more of the primary main core's latent potential. Nevertheless, a superior unique harmonization new proportion additionally signified the mortal physique had to withstand the immense full impact of the infernal fiendish might, or face the peril of being utterly overwhelmed. This was the reason some combatants with low affinity with cores, or delicate physiques, possessed lower unique harmonization new proportions in his distant former new existence. Mortal fabrication had solely been capable of creating singular core implantation apparatus, but at present, it appeared the new 6 champions not only possessed dual core implantation apparatus, yet were additionally considerably more exceedingly quite potent. Save for Aang, every single individual inclined respectfully to Dylan, and the servine young female expressed gratitude to him for allocating duration from his occupied agenda. Aang experienced a twinge of very deep disquietude following observing what had become of the former 6 old champions. His very existence imparted an unpleasant savor in his mouth, and he could not help but feel exceedingly uneasy regarding Dylan. Dylan addressed the vast entire multitude, acknowledging the sheer mettle of the brave combatants, notwithstanding their comprehension of the grave perils entailed. He lauded their intrepid mettle and, as a just recompense, presented each of them a Tier 3 core as a lasting keepsake. He additionally supplicated for their wholly secure reappearance. The combatants expressed gratitude to Dylan quite profusely, while they persisted to incline. An individual instructed Aang to cease being discourteous. Aang offered apologies, clarifying his spinal column, which rendered it quite arduous for him to fully incline. Dylan then cast a faint smile in Aang's general direction, which Aang deemed quite exceedingly discomfited, and pondered why Dylan was smiling at him so very eerily. The young female then declared that the potent combatant Dylan, one of the new 6 grand current champions, would display the pursuit of a Tier 4 fiend. She wished everyone the absolute finest for the great fiend slaying competition, and greeted Dylan, the multitude enthusiastically and loudly reciprocated, signifying they had been anticipating his grand arrival. The young female directed all the spearheads to closely accompany her, so they might observe carefully from the very near periphery, and vacated the grand main dais to the great Dylan. Aang pondered regarding the four-fin fiend pursuit exhibition, and if it represented a method to showcase the sheer might and immense renown of the new 6 grand current champions. Capturing and restraining a four-fin fiend was no simple endeavor, and it appeared that Aurora Metropolis might have burgeoned considerably. Dylan inquired of the female figure if she was a new official adjudicator. She affirmed and articulated her good fortune at encountering him. Dylan then advanced toward her now, and observed they would require to substitute her quite promptly, since they were the sole and singular 6 grand champions. He deemed the designation new 6 champions exceedingly quite irksome, and insinuated that had she not been a combatant of Aurora Metropolis, he might have inadvertently inflicted exceedingly severe, quite grievous harm. The multitude observed with great and utter delight, while Dylan inclined his cranium to converse with her, revering what they perceived as his exceptionally quite tender disposition. Dylan subsequently then requested the young female to depart, while she made her final graceful exit. Dylan caused a microphone for public address to materialize at his cranium. He solicited permission to officially represent the 6 grand champions and execute the four-fin fiend pursuit. He wished everyone the absolute finest for the great fiend slaying competition, and wished his exhibition would establish a commendable precedent for the intrepid, brave, and valiant young spearheads. A container materialized from the very earth, and while it unsealed, the announcer declared they would presently transition to the grand renowned competition. Public address for ongoing detailed formal narrations. The objective for the four-fin brave combatants was to apprehend and then safely convey the four-fin fiend, showcasing its truly quite utterly terrifying, formidable might, while the container unsealed a fiend with an uncommon and fearsome visage. Even amongst four-fin fiends then quickly materialized. It was a savage and ferocious fiend of the crimson core metallic essence. The fiend pondered what was currently then transpiring, although it did not discern the mortal's intricate design. It comprehended they aimed to restrain him within the vast main arena, replete with a multitude of very many eager onlookers utterly infuriated. The fiend surged forth to fiercely assault the entire vast multitude, solely to discover he was contained within a shielding new barricade. The fiend then heavily collapsed, and Dylan inquired if there remained any lingering bewilderment regarding the circumstances. He clarified the protection barricade encircling the vast main arena was exceptionally quite remarkably robust, and had been forged by one of the 6 grand champions, the most potent psychic type, great formidable combatant. The multitude comprehended there existed an unseen ethereal barricade. Dylan subsequently then informed the fiend that regarding your own show, simply expire, the fiend cautioned Dylan not to advance any nearer, and initiated an assault with a mighty, powerful cleave. Dylan nonetheless then employed his aegis to shield himself, and observed that, as anticipated of a common vile fiend, he was nothing more than a brutish savage lout devoid of proper decorum. The fiend endeavored to breach Dylan's aegis with a mighty forceful blow, compelling the fiend to confront the duress of the reprisal. Dylan declared that the fiend possessed no justification to oppose. The beast pondered what number of additional verdant cores Dylan possessed, and swore to challenge him using a single hand. Dylan employed verdant tendrils to ensnare the fiend, and proclaimed that this was his obligation. To rectify the fiend's misunderstanding, he identified himself as a verdant core combat, affirming that he was a dual 7-fin core champion amidst the sextet of heroes. The fiend contemplated the expression hyperplasia, yet Dylan interjected, instructing the fiend to remain silent. He then impacted the fiend, making it rupture. As the fiend's ichor gushed, Dylan stationed himself aft of his barrier, and proclaimed this would usher in the commencement of the majestic fiend pursuit contest, urging for it to begin. Aang was awed by Dylan's might and the magnitude of his capability. He comprehended that twin cores not merely duplicated a lone core's might, their synergistic enhancement permitted still more profound application of might. The sextet of fresh champions were more formidable than they first seemed, and Aang pondered precisely how mighty the fresh monarch might prove. Notwithstanding his esteem, he was yet displeased by the manner they handled Lena. The announcer acknowledged Dylan and summoned the Forerunners to return to the platform. Apparently Dylan was highly esteemed, as the Forerunners genuflected in deference. As Aang went past Dylan inquired whether Aang disliked him. Aang replied that there could have occurred a misinterpretation. He clarified that he was accustomed to displaying animosity prior to appearing to heighten his concentration. Recognizing that serving as a Forerunner was challenged, Dylan resolved to scrutinize Aang intently, deeming him fascinating and urged him not to fail his expectations. Aang, mulling this over, mused that Dylan's progenitors were likely yet frolicking in the mire, whereas he was confronting fiends. The announcer directed the Forerunners to gather and attend closely to the regulations. The initial assignment was to join the battle and reconnoiter the forest. Their main goal was to map a route according to their team's capability and ascertain the optimal path across the landscape. Every team would thereafter need to vanquish the fiends within the designated period. To score credits, the competition included beyond merely finless fiends. Present would be single fin, dual fin, and also triple fin fiends dispersed across the forest. The competition area was expansive, necessitating the Forerunners to meticulously survey the optimal paths. The announcer stressed that this was unfamiliar ground and implored the Forerunners to exercise utmost vigilance. They were to function independently to prevent drawing the notice of whatever fiends. A Forerunner questioned whether the admonition was truly vital and asked who would endanger their existence merely to incite a fiend. A second concurred, observing that although finless and single-fin fiends lacked significant threat, yet some peril remained. The tertiary Forerunner remarked that the combat could draw additional fiends. The subsequent leader cautioned all to protect themselves, and bear in mind that the prospects of living for Forerunners in this competition were under 36%. Aang mused that, whereas their dual-fin core combatants had extremely poor odds of living, they lacked extraordinary might. He contemplated the coordination levels and the significance of self-assurance. The combatants, albeit youthful and devoid of the duties of a leader, showed childishness relative to the single-fin combatants, similar to the ones in Yacht's contingent. The combatants of Hello's settlement of meager means had refined their skills and expertise through do-or-die encounters. To protect their homeland, certain individuals were already becoming alarmed. The announcer subsequently declared that, similar to each instance of the competition, there was a unique portion featuring a Tier 4 fiend. Within the competition area, there was a quadruple fin fiend secured inside an enclosure. If a team possessed adequate might, they could contemplate pursuing it. If they triumphed in tracking the quadruple fin fiend, the competition would conclude and their team would be proclaimed victorious. Aang observed that this segment of the competition stayed consistent. From prior years, an individual commented that, though all understood, the quadruple fin fiend signified the highest point total achievable. Nobody had the courage to assume the hazard. As the competition commenced, every remaining Forerunner left aside from Aang, who then hurried away, seeking the quadruple fin fiend. As Aang riten, he noticed that the majority of Forerunners were congregated. Apparently different squads had no plan of pursuing the quadruple fin fiend, although they understood that vanquishing the quadruple fin fiend signified triumph. The youthful combatants stayed apprehensive of the dangers. Dylan, observing the Forerunners, requested a woman to furnish details regarding Aang. She assented and asked regarding what combatant he wished to learn of. Dylan depicted the combatant with the tuft of silver locks, who presently seemed to be casually ambling. The woman located the data and notified Dylan that the combatant was enrolled in Pictia as a triple fin core combatant. Dylan remarked that he was aware the competition permitted combatants a maximum of 3 fin to engage, yet hardly any triple fin core combatants genuinely participate, owing to the significant dangers and meager benefits. This implied that the combatant was a minimum of 1 tier, superior to the remaining contenders, which could account for his haughtiness. Dylan subsequently inquired about the combatant's moniker. Faltering, the young woman disclosed that it was Aang. Dylan's temper erupted, and he insisted on learning her previous statement. She clarified that she was merely reciting the moniker, as it was recorded in the document. The woman additionally presented Dylan the document, and he commented that it was an accursed moniker. Concurrently, as the Forerunners delved into the woodland, several of them encountered fiends. The announcer proclaimed that the Forerunners had detected some fiends and were designating their positions. This would evolve into the congregation point for the no-fin fiends. He then perceived the Forerunners, advancing to their subsequent location in a hurry. Aang, strolling serenely, mused that noting down locations, devising pathways, and refining the optimum way ahead were all components of a Forerunner's duties. As he surmounted the initial trepidation, he wondered how he could possibly forget such a sensation. Aang's comrades observed him, and one noted that Aang appeared to be taking a relaxed promenade. Another youth questioned whether they genuinely depended on Aang. Varys stated that she had perceived Aang and recollected their dialogue, where Aang had conveyed to her that he trusted her. She understood that unlike the other Forerunners, Aang did not conform strictly to the regulations. Despite this, he had pledged that Pictia would triumph. She believed that Aang's pledge of triumph, allied with the assurance in his gaze, signified he was earnest. His demonstration of prowess during the combat exercise had revealed that he was becoming more audacious, and even possessed the nerve to speak to her candidly. The lady remarked that Aang's conduct had only amplified her fascination with him. Meanwhile, the Forerunners persisted, reconnoitering forward. They were being trailed by fiends, and one youth, petrified by the spectacle of 3 one-fin fiends, endeavored to maintain distance from them. Apprehensive it would diminish their prospects of amassing points, the youth shortly encountered a 2-fin Crimson Core fiend, and also discerned the triple-fin fiend. As some of the Forerunners retreated, one of them spotted Aang standing motionless and cautioned him to flee due to the triple-fin fiends. Aang observed that this was opportunely along the trajectory he needed to pursue. Abruptly, tendrils commenced to lash at several of the Forerunners. The spectators were astounded by the manifestation of the fiend and beseeched the combatants to withdraw. The fiend proclaimed that mortals had confined fiends there for ages, and they merited demise as the fiend assailed Aang. He grasped that the fiends within the competition grounds were substantially more ferocious than those beyond. Aang evaded the onslaught and mused that possessing so many onlookers was troublesome. He resolved to neutralize the menace as swiftly as feasible. Aang neared the 3-fin fiend, intently concentrating on its nucleus. He understood that the 4-fin fiend was still anticipated, and he lacked moments to squander on this 3-fin fiend. With resolute exactitude, he assaulted the nucleus with immense energy. The spectators were dumbfounded as they beheld him single-handedly vanquishing the 3-fin fiend. Aang, brandishing a metallic element blade, imbued it with a metallic element to augment its keenness and impact. After subduing the fiend, he recovered the 3-fin celerity core. He then commenced to seek the 4-fin fiend, deliberating whether the configuration of the landscape had altered. The most eminent spectators were situated to possess the paramount vista of the entire competition, so the 4-fin fiend would probably be positioned at the most elevated and conspicuous section of a landscape. As Dylan perceived Aang's maneuvers, he grasped that Aang was unmistakably searching for the 4-fin fiend. Aang executed a resolute blow, plunging his weapon into the fiend. This was the 5th fiend he had dispatched. He mused that these fiends had somehow become more potent the further he advanced, which struck him as peculiar. Though he desired to probe deeper, he had no alternative but to persist fighting, since the fiends were unyieldingly pursuing him. It was little wonder nobody wished to be a Forerunner. It was fundamentally a self-destructive endeavor for lesser-tier combatants. Despite this, Aang had already vanquished 5 2-fin fiends for his unit, which ought to have considerably boosted their squad's tally. He hoped they weren't overly astounded by the enhancement. The 4-fin fiend should be situated on the knoll with the greatest altitude, and just past that at the supreme viewing gallery was Dylan. Dylan had perceived that Aang was quite aspiring, and queried whether the squad's aim to confront the 4-fin fiend was a determination made by Aang, or the squad, collectively the announcer, then proclaimed that Aang was progressing toward the four-fin fiend, which appeared curious, as it was ambiguous how he knew its precise whereabouts. One of his squad associates wondered if Aang was devising a pathway for them to vanquish the four-fin fiend. The announcer noted that their squad was not potent enough to overcome a four-fin fiend, and inquired if it was Barras's choice. Varys refuted this, confessing she had no inkling what Aang was attempting. She hoped he would not instigate difficulties, and was positive that their squad was not proficient enough to vanquish a four-fin fiend. The announcer then relayed that Aang had located the four-fin fiend and was surveying his environment and formulating a strategy. The conjecture emerged that Aang might be plotting a withdrawal route. His squad would be the initial one to commence the onslaught, permitting him to securely make his retreat. To everyone's astonishment, Aang near the receptacle where the four-fin fiend was confined and unlatched the portal. Dylan commented that it was captivating, that Aang was not scheming to allow his squad to overcome the four-fin fiend. Rather, he resolved to engage it solo. Aang's ambition was to conquer the competition as a forerunner. The announcer underscored how incredible it was that Aang had unsealed the receptacle and was readying to confront the four-fin fiend by himself, an accomplishment that had never previously been undertaken in the competition. The spectators burst into acclamations for Pictia. The announcer declared that the forerunner was engaging the four-fin fiend alone. His squad comrades interrogated Varys, pondering if Aang had lost his senses and had no prospect of triumph. The announcer noted that the multitude was in a turmoil, enthralled by Aang's audacious maneuver. Varys mused that even with Aang's manipulation capabilities, a four-fin fiend was not to be slighted. She understood that confronting a four-fin fiend demanded every particle of her mind, and she questioned whether Aang was genuinely poised to engage such a redoubtable adversary solo. As the azure core aquatic element of the four-fin fiend materialized, the fiend broke containment and perceived Aang standing solitary before him. The fiend instantly initiated an onslaught with an erupting borer. Aang brandished his weapon to erect an earthen barricade, yet the borer exhibited no indication of decelerate. The earthen barricade was as insubstantial as parchment to the four-fin fiend, and Aang seemed to be in dire jeopardy. The four-fin fiend derided Aang, querying how he presumed to defy it unaccompanied, and proclaiming that he would be rent into fragments. In retort, Aang conjured a fiend to assault the four-fin fiend and defiantly inquired, who asserted I was unaccompanied. Dylan grasped that the secondary fiend assisting Aang was in fact one of the dual-fin fiends he had vanquished previously. The confrontation persisted, and the four-fin fiend started to detect something atypical. Pondering what was transpiring, it shortly became evident that Aang was manipulating the remains of the fiends. Aang questioned if this faculty was exclusive to fiends, but lamented he was not in a circumstance to elucidate it to the four-fin fiend. Varys perceived that Aang was employing his distinct manipulation faculty. The announcer was flabbergasted by what they were observing. The three fiends aiding Aang were formally vanquished. The spectators were in bewilderment. Aang commanded the manipulated fiends to advance on the four-fin fiend. The fiends sneered at the idea that two-fin fiends could defy him, and ready to deploy his ultimate aquatic barrage. Nevertheless, Dylan intervened, vaulting to impact the four-fin fiend and propelling him into the earth. Aang grasped that Dylan had vanquished the four-fin fiend. With the momentum of his descent, Dylan offered apologies, clarifying that he had been excessively inquisitive about Aang's faculties and wished to contend with him for a period. The faculty to manipulate deceased fiends was wholly novel, and it appeared that Aang was genuinely capable of vanquishing the four-fin fiend. Dylan resolved to assess Aang's potency directly. The announcer proclaimed that Dylan would be confronting Aang, and the spectators were ecstatic to observe such an uncommon occurrence. The multitude acclaimed Dylan. A man queried Varys what was occurring. Another elucidated that Dylan, one of the sextet of champions, was going to personally evaluate Aang. Varys retorted that the circumstance was now beyond their influence. Aang pondered if Dylan had lost his sanity by defying him, and queried the objective of assessing his potency and murderous desire. Dylan commented that it wasn't subpar. Aang evinced no trepidation at all, and his bearing was peculiar for a budding champion. Aang clarified he had undertaken substantial discipline, and owing to his inherent exceptional talent, his unit commander harbored lofty hopes for him since his early years. This perchance explains how his prowess outstripped that of his contemporaries. He appended that he was regarded a prodigy. Aang mused internally that even should he utter some balderdash, Dylan probably would not corroborate his account. Dylan observed Aang was tremendously intriguing, and that his intrigue with Aang escalated with each passing instant. He thereafter braced to engage Aang, provoking him to unleash his ultimate capability. Aang perceived the debris Dylan launched were akin to projectiles. Dylan possessed both might and celerity. Had Aang not maintained extreme vigilance from the outset, he would have proven incapable of evading the onslaught. The predicament was indeed grave, and Aang understood he must remain thoroughly concentrated. Dylan queried if Aang had remained vigilant through the whole duration, which elucidated his capacity to evade Dylan's onslaughts. He anticipated still greater prowess from Aang. Aang queried regarding Dylan's evident animosity, pondering why he was confronted so fiercely. Dylan sped to maneuver behind Aang, and elucidated that his animosity stemmed partially from disfavoring Aang's very demeanor. He assailed anew, yet Aang contrived to sidestep. Dylan persisted in outflanking to his rear. Observing Aang possessed a fiendish stench, Aang endeavored to elude any discovery, yet comprehended he could not wholly avert mistrust, particularly given the fiendish power he harbored. Although Dylan employed under half his genuine capacity, Aang perceived an immense, overpowering duress. A considerable duration had elapsed since sensing such vehemence. Not even from his confrontation with the octo-fin beast. Dylan divulged the tertiary justification for his antagonism was his profound scorn for Aang's very appellation. Aang conjectured Dylan's antagonism was connected to the Elder Sovereign, who had forfeited his own existence for humankind, and numerous companions perished in that very undertaking. Dylan proclaimed the jocular segment of their contest was now concluded, and his fury consumed him as he unleashed a savage onslaught. Aang shifted into his fiendish aspect and then countered. The collision between them yielded an immense detonation, yet the onlookers were safeguarded by a protective bulwark. Their fierce confrontation persisted, and the commentator relayed it was truly astounding to observe Aang connect a strike on Dylan, who possessed a formidable emanation about it. The genuine scope of Aang's prowess remained yet unrevealed. Dylan employed restorative sorcery upon his very person, and the commentator observed that notwithstanding all this, Dylan had sustained harm, albeit merely for an instant. Resolute in concluding the very confrontation, Dylan now purposed to eliminate Aang, and remarked Aang possessed a potent fiendish aroma. The commentator then proclaimed that Dylan was poised to deploy his formidable faculties, encompassing extreme celerity, whirling kinetic cogs that would decimate everything in their course. They wished Dylan might exercise some slight temperance, and beckoned the spectators to savor Dylan's exhibition. As Dylan surged ahead with tremendous, formidable might, Aang perceived Dylan was resolute in effecting his demise. Aang comprehended if he persisted in concealing his true faculties, he would undoubtedly perish, for Dylan was resolved on ensuring he did so. Although Aang was markedly less potent than Dylan himself, he possessed no alternative save to unveil his entire true might. Aang readied to counter with his own unique force. Precisely as they neared the very point of impact, a defensive aegis abruptly then materialized, thwarting Dylan's fierce onslaught. Dylan acknowledged the aegis' presence and pivoted to behold Lena. He queried her very motive for thus interceding. Lena responded that while Dylan professed to detest Aang, she held a contrasting viewpoint and genuinely favored him. Aang perceived Lena, and he mused whether she employed the verdant nucleus to return her physique to its prime. Dylan then queried her had she overlooked that she was prohibited from donning her combat regalia, and whether she now purposed to contravene the sovereign's edicts. Lena responded that Dylan was quite mistaken. She had merely been proscribed from engaging any fiend extermination endeavors, and no individual had uttered anything concerning wearing battle regalia. If that constituted her sole equipment, did Dylan imagine her to roam about defenseless? Aang perceived that Lena remained the astute, witted maiden she had invariably been, She consistently was the most spirited among the sextet of champions, and in his prior existence, he invariably positioned himself always before her. Yet he never once imagined her to be standing before him at this juncture. The commentator then proclaimed that Lena, a constituent of the elder sextet of champions, had materialized, and onlookers beheld an entirely unforeseen spectacle. This rendition of the contest had yielded numerous astonishments. Dylan commented that although he revered Lena as a celebrated combat, it did not signify he would exhibit any leniency toward her, and she ought to be quite circumspect with her very utterances. Lena queried regarding Dylan, and observed that on such a widely noted day, an individual of his prominence, as one of the 6 champions, ought not be instigating such a very disturbance. She mentioned Aang was the offspring of her own erstwhile comrade, and queried if Dylan had indeed assessed him adequately, or whether this constituted no true evaluation whatsoever. Dylan chortled and labeled them a cluster of loathsome entities. Dylan subsequently then engaged his faculty, and the commentator proclaimed he had unleashed the Great Serpent Edict. A concentrated force was ejected outwards in a wide splayed formation, an inescapable wide impact type faculty. Dylan directed the fierce onslaught toward Lena. Yet Aang interceded with his blade to deflect the primary powerful surge. The commentator cautioned the ensuing onslaughts were quite unyielding, and that Aang would prove incapable of parrying each and every one. Lena directed Aang to withdraw, and her aegis then safeguarded them. Aang deemed this wholly inadequate, and compelled himself to absorb the impacts directly now, to avert Lena from facing any onslaught. Considering her fiery nature, he recognized someone could well perish. The commentator became greatly animated. Observing the clash among the sextet of champions was an infrequent spectacle, more seldom seen than the great septa-fin beast. Dylan resolved to adopt greater earnestness in his clash against Lena. The pair initiated fierce onslaughts upon one another, and the commentator delivered a most riveting narration, underscoring Dylan had deployed his clandestine faculty, demon-piercing full Gatling, and was manifestly quite resolute. Aang conveyed his profound appreciation to Dylan for, imparting to him numerous vital combat stratagems. He perceived Dylan's endeavors were genuinely quite precious. Despite Dylan being thoroughly preoccupied, he nonetheless allocated moments to share his combat wisdom to an individual as youthful as Aang himself. Aang deemed himself undeserving of such great magnanimity. Barris queried what now was transpiring. Aang subsequently queried Dylan if he found his exhibition truly pleasing. The commentator remarked that Aang was exhibiting his profound gratitude unto Dylan. Certain onlookers then queried if this signified the clash between the pair of champions had concluded and contemplated the conceivable utter ruin. Should the entire sextet of champions engage in combat? They were merely delighted to observe Dylan's grand exhibition. Once more the multitude commenced loudly acclaiming Dylan, and the commentator noted how, notwithstanding their demanding agendas, the sextet of champions nonetheless found moments to instruct the rising generation. Such unwavering commitment was anticipated of the renowned 6 champions, and the commentator urged all to acclaim loudly in unison for these truly astounding personages. Dylan asserted it lacked any advantage for him to prolong the confrontation. Aang affirmed he was immensely thankful for Dylan's valuable tutelage, and felt assured he would not fail Dylan in the time hereafter. He pledged to exert his utmost effort henceforth. Aang perceived that providential Dylan was unable to further assail, with such a vast multitude observing. Lena declared she now lacked the inclination to contend any further. Dylan conceded Aang abounded with many astonishments, and had acquitted himself most admirably. He lauded Aang for surmounting the rigorous trial, and for being a most formidable fledgling champion, exhorting him to persist in his very utmost efforts. The commentator lauded Aang for achieving Dylan's high acknowledgement, terming it a truly stupendous personal feat, and observing they had triumphed in the premier grand contest. Barris and Aang's remaining comrades were astounded by the simplicity of their victory. The commentator proclaimed this rendition of the famed guard. Demon Hunt Championship was the swiftest and most astonishing, with Aang realizing a veritable marvel. As the proceedings concluded, the gentleman observed that the unpredictable, potent outside assistance and Aang's function as the prime vanguard, had ensured their ultimate triumph in the great contest. They were exulting in their hard-earned triumph and accepted the coveted laurels for their great feat. Varys then lauded Aang, declaring he had clinched the grand championship on their behalf, and queried the extent of recompense Aang would obtain upon his homecoming. He nearly neglected to state it then. Varys clasped Aang very firmly, and permitted him any liberty he desired with her own person, because she clasped him with such remarkable force. Companions needed to request she release Aang, so he might then respire. Upon freeing him, Aang recalled to her their previous important understanding. Varys assented and affirmed she would certainly stand for him, which would enable him to converse with the individuals managing the great energy. Crystal Aang conveyed thanks, and perceived his mantle was now quite soiled. He queried if it was at all achievable for her to arrange some fresh garments for him, since he would not be joining in the grand revelries, owing to a pressing preceding appointment. A maiden then queried if Aang possessed a crucial social meeting, and if it involved a gentleman or perhaps a fine lady. Aang answered he intended to call upon a cherished past comrade. He subsequently encountered Lena and queried her motive for wishing to see him. Lena commented he had in fact actually appeared, and perceived the one who uttered Aang's very own appellation. Merely instructed her to encounter Lena at the clandestine sanctuary. Lena queried his method of knowing it was the clandestine sanctuary, and whether he genuinely stood as the truly paramount champion. Lena recalled their shared, cherished history. At the time she accompanied Aang at this very same spot. She was indeed quite correct. It was a superb locale affording a vista of nearly the whole metropolis, and she invariably had cherished it. It was their own clandestine sanctuary. Aang observed she persisted in behaving like a mere juvenile. She requested he desist from lightly tapping her brow, asserting it would render her foolish in her very appearance, and remarked all yearned for their personal clandestine sanctuary. Lena declared him a simpleton for his words, solely proficient in dispatching various terrible fiends, yet utterly oblivious to all other vital subjects. Aang retorted it was acceptable and acknowledged the spot was indeed truly quite tranquil. Lena subsequently employed her faculty to engrave their appellations on a boulder, proclaiming that from that very instant onward, it was to be their own clandestine sanctuary, and implored him to divulge it to no other living soul. As she grew increasingly deeply moved, Lena queried Aang whether he was genuinely the identical Aang, who recollected their own clandestine sanctuary, precisely as he prepared to offer his retort. She departed, dabbing her eyes and excusing her loss of her equanimity and perhaps unnerving him. She elucidated he bore resemblance to an individual greatly cherished by her, and confessed she had felt quite apprehensive for him. Aang had behaved too rashly throughout the entire contest, and her own arrival would have been tardy had she not appeared so punctually. Lena requested he regard this as her manner of conveying thanks for his timely assistance. Beside the grand effigy of the paramount champion, Aang then addressed her using her own appellation, and Lena queried what he had only just uttered. He gently then rapped her brow and bantered with her regarding her persistent concern for their clandestine sanctuary, querying if she yet viewed him as a mere juvenile despite the long passage of time. Lena then commenced to weep, and Aang comforted her that it was truly splendid to find her living and hale. He attested that he was indeed genuinely the identical Aang who reappeared at their own clandestine sanctuary. Lena then hastened to clasp him, conveying her profound solace that he had at last reappeared. In him so long he then disclosed all unto her. Lena was astounded as he referenced chronology, voyaging for beyond 5 decades past, and the presence of an octo fin within the primeval king's monument, pondering whether the septa fin was not the paramount. Aang conceded it was challenging to grasp, and that he lacked full comprehension himself. He confessed that he did not even entirely credit it, yet to articulate it plainly, he ought to have perished beyond 50 annums ago. Still he had journeyed to the current era, and a malevolent entity resided within him. Lena conveyed her elation that he was animate, and saluted his return with great warmth. Aang then alluded to something he failed to comprehend, and queried why the denizens of the contemporary metropolis were so antagonistic toward him and the elder sextet of champions. Lena elucidated the animosity toward them originated from bygone eras, specifically from Aang's conduct during the Grand Conflict of Aurora. Aang had guided a cadre of combatants to the primeval king's monument. She reminded him precisely how. A considerable faction of them had vehemently resisted, penetrating the monument, the strategic plan, and delegates of the combatants had even proceeded to the foremost line to endeavor to halt him, despite their expressed apprehensions and the dominant sentiment to preserve the existing conditions. Aang had remained utterly unheeding. He had directed all to anticipate his reappearance and advanced to guide a contingent of combatants into the monument. Subsequently, tidings of his demise within the primeval king's monument circulated. Following these very tidings, the determination and assurance of the combatants drastically diminished. The paramount champion was absent, and their sovereign had forsaken them, precipitating a surge of hopelessness among humankind. Subsequent to Aang's ultimate forfeiture, fiends initiated a colossal offensive to retake the forfeited terrain. Whatever dominion humankind had secured was swiftly engulfed by fiends, and the departed combatants were interred beneath mounds of their comrades. Figures revealed that 9 from 10 combatants had indeed perished. To numerous individuals, it appeared the result might have been averted, if only Aang had regarded their earnest admonitions, and not impulsively entered the primeval king's monument. There could have been a multitude of additional survivors. Following the conflict of Aurora through passing time, fresh champions and a novel sovereign then arose, and it was quite unavoidable that they constituted part of the faction which had opposed Aang's resolve to penetrate the great monument. This was the reason so many individuals harbored animus towards him. The sextet of champions who endured were perceived as his staunch adherents, and were consequently disdained by the general populace. Ultimately, their esteemed rank as combatants was rescinded by the new sovereign. Aang was aghast to discover his historical choices had culminated in the demise of such a vast number of individuals. Lena conceded a substantial period had indeed elapsed, and she had become acclimated to it all. She elucidated the bygone era lacked current significance, and it was inconsequential who was correct or incorrect. Occasionally, when she traversed past his imposing effigy, she would pause and contemplate the events of yesteryear. The circumstance that he remained animate after such a peculiar sequence of events felt akin to a true marvel. Aang queried what sort of rationale underpinned their very actions. He had penetrated the primeval king monument with the aim of vanquishing the fiends definitively and for good, aspiring to a future wherein humankind and their progeny would never again need to apprehend another fiendish incursion. Lena acknowledged his profound anguish, yet clarified he could not wholly assign blame to them. The repercussions of his deeds remained challenging for many to internalize, and as their sovereign, he consequently received the preponderance of censure. Aang then made inquiry regarding who among the sextet of champions still persisted. Lena apprised him that subsequent to his sacrifice, 3 of the champions had perished in the subsequent great conflict, leaving merely a trio of survivors remain. The champion possessing the auric core had sustained grievous injuries, spontaneously renounced his prestigious stand, and had sought refuge within one of the many settlements. Lena personally was also contemplating her own departure, notwithstanding the numerous recollections she held of that very locale. The Azure Core Phantom had openly defied the new sovereign, and consequently his extremities were grievously fractured, and he was consigned to an oubliette to anticipate his demise. Aang was incensed by how the champions had been thus treated, not then rallied. Those individuals who were meant to oppose the new sovereign. Lena elucidated the new sovereign was exceptionally formidable, being the solitary triple core septa fin combatant. She harbored doubts that even Aang at his zenith would have possessed the capacity to vanquish him. She indicated the new sextet of champions had indeed surpassed them, and each one wielded a dual core. Septa-fin faculties, Aang insisted they could not merely remain passive. While Desha languished within the Stark dungeon, they were compelled to devise a method to liberate him. He pondered how a triple core combatant was even conceivable. Lena proposed there might be an avenue they could investigate, and inquired if Aang was aware that fiends possessed the faculty to manipulate primal forces. Aang contemplated the essence of such primal force. Lena clarified that fiends were not merely classified into crimson, auric verdant, Azure Violet and Sable derived from their sextet of core variants. They had also transmuted into 5 disparate primal forces metallic, arboreal aquatic, igneous, and telluric. This very transmutation rendered the fiends considerably more arduous to vanquish than previously. Aang perceived this signified the telluric force resided within his own physique. He queried what connection this bore to the combatants. Lena retorted that the combatants possessed the faculty to amalgamate with these primal forces. Aang then understood. Surmising this might be analogous to his personal capacity to command the very forces Lena proceeded to elucidate, that a profound disparity in prowess existed between the Quad, Fin, and Penta-Fin combatants. In these times, even the most formidable Penta-Fin combatants pursued valuable amalgamation cores. She then stated that others had journeyed toward Dracula's ossuary fortress to procure the might of amalgamation, and she trusted he yet retained memory of that unique locale. Aang recollected the ferocious conflict he had waged in that place, guiding over 1 million combatants against the fiendish hordes. They had christened it Dracula's ossuary fortress. He pondered if the designation Dracula's ossuary fortress was indeed sourced from the aftermath of that great conflict. Lena clarified many anims had passed since the conflict of Aurora, and the ossuary fortress harbored innumerable combatant and fiend remains, interred deep beneath its surface. One fateful day, an individual unearthed a distinct variant of fiend, with the most inferior echelon being a Penta-Fin fiend. These fiends differed from the customary sort. Inside the cavity of their thoraxes levitated an amalgamation core, a geode that permitted combatants to amalgamate with primal forces. Nevertheless, not every combatant could amalgamate with the very core. Contemporary inquiries have determined that a combatant must be, at minimum, at the Penta-Fin echelon, and command exceptional corporal resilience to effectively integrate with the very core. Aang queried if he could command all 5 forces, should he possess the amalgamation geode. Lena gestured in negation. Elucidating the amalgamation would solely permit dominion of one force. The 5 forces were fundamentally primordial and mutually restrictive, and no individual had achieved merging with beyond a singular force. Even the new sovereign and the sextet of champions could merely amalgamate with a solitary force. Aang was astonished to discover that those who amalgamated with the primal core had acquired such immense prowess. Lena mentioned she had not divulged this intelligence, whilst contending alongside Dukan. The justification was probably that Dukan felt apprehension. The defensive aegis might not endure the ensuing devastation, and he was solicitous about his societal standing. Had Dukan contended with full might from the very beginning, Aang would have lacked any prospect to counter his onslaught, albeit challenging to concede. The new sextet of champions and the sovereign were markedly more formidable than Aang and his own contemporaries. Not only did they command dual cores, yet they also manipulated primal forces, which explains their inability to liberate Desha from the grim dungeon. Aang contemplated the reality that he already harbored 4 forces within him, which he ascribed to the great Octo-Fin fiend. Nevertheless, Lena was quite correct. Even possessing these 4 forces, he remained substantially weaker than the new sextet of champions. As a combatant, he understood he could not depend exclusively on fiendish faculties. To liberate Desha, he required to become significantly stronger. He mentioned that it appeared he would necessitate a visit to Dracula's ossuary fortress. Lena retorted that Aang had not yet attained the Penta-Fin core echelon. He observed there existed a pronounced disparity between ascending from Quad Fin to Penta-Fin, an assertion he had initially posited. However, in this current existence, he might not need to conform to that adage any longer, and could potentially transcend those very limitations. He encountered Barris at the Grand Emporium, and apprised her that an alteration in arrangements had occurred. He would depart subsequent to bargaining for the potent energy geode. Barris perceived his fervor and consented to vouch for him. Thus she would then accompany him. In this manner, they could at last resolve Helo's settlement's pressing energy geode predicament. Aang then spotted Yao and the other trio in close proximity. Yao informed them they would proceed to the combatant war director, subsequently to solicit vital assistance. When Aang was halted to observe them, Barris queried why he had then paused. As she uttered his appellation, Lu overheard and pivoted with the others. It was Aang himself saluting them. They all hastened to embrace him and inquire why he was present. They likewise were profoundly moved upon beholding him. Yao observed Aang remained animate and had indeed grown more formidable. Aang offered apologies to Yao for causing him such apprehension. Lance perceived Aang had also increased somewhat in stature. Aang retorted he had not himself observed it, and conjectured it might be attributable to the Fiend Corps. Lance elucidated they had initially been accompanying the commander from the city of Brian to witness the grand tournament. Liu had contrived to procure certain intelligence regarding his specific location. Along the route, they had separated from Brian's contingent to investigate further. Yet the intelligence proved to be entirely erroneous. They hastened their return to Aurora City, where Yahello successfully renegotiated a novel energy geode allocation. Yahello stated they had intended to seek Aang once more thereafter, but they had not anticipated his presence in Aurora City. Aang then said he was gratified to learn they had resolved the energy geo dilemma, and stated he planned to function as the official representative. Varys observed it appeared they were the final comrades of Aang, and she would permit them their heartfelt reunion in tranquility. Yao offered apologies to her and expressed gratitude for her care of Aang. Varys retorted it seemed they had only just arrived and was unaware. Yet Aang had been the one safeguarding the city of Pictia. Lance requested Aang to converse with Liu, who had not consumed sustenance adequately since their separation. Misa presented Aang the likenesses she had captured of Liu, who invariably appeared quite despondent, and each dialogue with her appeared quite devoid of vitality. Aang approached Liu and apprised her that he was officially reported, and offered apologies for causing her such profound worry. Liu became deeply moved and implored him not to depart solitarily again. Aang consented, and they allocated some moments conversing and enjoying themselves together. Concurrently, Lena observed them from a concealed observation point, reminiscing how she formerly allocated moments with Aang and the remaining champions in a comparable fashion. Liu dreamt of a desolated region where she was providing support to Aang, exhorting him to persevere and not succumb to slumber. She beseeched him to remain entirely conscious, and ultimately they contrived to locate a primal geo. A fiend observed them, designating them as inferior echelon combatants, and perceiving that even with the primal geo, they were merely forestalling the truly unavoidable. The fiend then charged rapidly at Liu, endeavoring to impale her with a pointed branch. Yet despite the onslaught, she was still capable of movement. She informed Aang she was too feeble to provide him protection. She awoke at her own bed, believing it was merely a phantasm. Yet the sensation seemed exceptionally authentic, including the distinct feeling of being grievously impaled. Perspiring and disquieted, she resolved to undertake an ablution. Precisely then Aang unlatched the portal, querying what was amiss after perceiving her clamor from the adjacent chamber. He discovered her attired in a chemise, and she propelled a bolster at him, reprimanding him for not rapping prior to invading a maiden's chamber. Aang elucidated he had entered because he perceived her very clamor. Liu vociferated at him to depart immediately. Subsequent to that, Aang awaited Liu outside the hostelry. When she arrived, she informed him it was the moment to proceed. Aang addressed her as Liu and queried if she had completed her ablutions. She requested to be designated as the esteemed squad commander. He consented and then inquired if she had reposed adequately, observing they faced a considerable journey ahead that very day. Liu retorted not to feel any apprehension, though she conceded the nocturnal phantasm had left her quite unnerved. She pondered how Aang appeared so entirely unperturbed, as if nothing whatsoever had occurred. Aang then elucidated that they were presently traversing a coastal plain region, en route to the foreboding Dracula's Asura fortress. They could arrive by dusk should they advance with utmost celerity. He stated they would need to undergo an evaluation of prowess prior to being granted ingress to the very fortress. Alternatively, they would be regarded as unwelcome interlopers, which was indeed quite bothersome. Liu appended that Yao had asserted the fortress was a crucial strategic vital point, where truly auspicious Pentafin combatants journeyed to procure their primal geodes. A unique metropolis had been erected surrounding it, with numerous martial compounds sheltering elite-tier combatants. The fortress was rigorously defended, not merely to thwart unpermitted entry, but also as a strong defense. against the prospect of an escape by the entities confined within. Aang queried if she felt no apprehension accompanying him to Dracula's ossuary fortress despite Yacht's request for her very presence. He had not anticipated her assenting so readily, given that merely Penta-Fin combatants customarily ventured to proceed there. Lu retorted that Yao was apprehensive Aang might behave quite impetuously, as he was often inclined to do it was not secure, unless he had a verdant core restorative type combatant beside him, and she coincidentally was a verdant core. Her attendance was not exclusively for Aang. She was additionally on a special assignment. Yato had requested she augment her prowess concurrently with Aang, and desired her to become a dual-fin combatant by her return. Lulu voiced her exasperation at the celerity with which Aang had ascended levels, attaining quad fin in an astoundingly brief duration. She was remarkably vexed concerning it. Aang reminded her that Lance and Misa had also undertaken Yao's specialized regiment, and they had exhibited keenness additionally. Lu noted that, as a squad commander, she required to diligently monitor Aang, particularly as he had formerly departed the unit. Aang retorted with a roguish grin, which greatly annoyed Lu. She inquired if he was contemplating that Daybreaks episode. He disavowed it. The setting transitions to Dracula's ossuary fortress, where numerous combatants were diligently trained. One combatant remarked they were lacking a verdant core, restorative sort, and a Penta-Fin champion was the base necessity. Another questioned if any nimble sort combatants were present, as their unit was preparing to embark. At last Aang and Luo reached the fortress. Aang stated that the primal geodes were contained within. The combatants at the gateway perceived Aang and Luo, and designated them quad-fin and uni-fin combatants correspondingly. They pondered from whence they had originated, and conjectured they must be quite desperate. One fellow inquired if the fledgling duo was astray, while a different one declared they would be denied entry, as they would not succeed in the trial. Aang informed Lu it appeared they were being slighted. A contingent of combatants then appeared, and one among them remarked Aang had brought his sweetheart along. The jeer was obviously intended to disparage, and the utterer appeared as a quad-fin simpleton, while a different one was a quad-fin combatant and another a uni-fin combatant. They were resolved to penetrate the ossuary fortress, yet Lu, becoming quite irate, was then comforted by Aang not to fret or react to such a crude job. A different fellow clarified that the provocateur was Hudit, the youthful scion of the Moors clan from Euler Metropolis. The combatants had not foreseen that Huda would venture to the ossuary fortress in pursuit of a primal geode escorted by a hexa-fin combatant. The hexa-fin combatant seemed as one of the premier champions. Employed by his clan, one of the bystanders stated he had observed the hexa-fin combatant's data upon the official warriors recruitment panel, and remarked upon his formidable power in connection to the esteemed Merce clan. It was additionally remarked that the hexa-fin combatant had procured a primal geode and acquired substantial primal might with such a formidable companion. It was conjectured Hu Tao would procure the primal geode. On this occasion, Hu Tao presented himself as the youthful scion of the Merce clan, hailing from Euler, a premier grade metropolis. He was assured that all had known of his clan, which was the most prominent combatant syndicate in Rucker Metropolis. Accosting Lu, he commanded her to pay heed, asserting that she was not suited for such a locale, as she possessed a verdant core. He proposed her the prospect to become his private medic, pledging to be magnanimous should she consent. Perceiving that Aang and Lu were disregarding him and conversing privately with each other, Hu Tao queried whether they were unaware of the Moors clan. He deemed himself benevolent since Lu seemed so comely. Lu, now incensed, insisted on learning who authorized him to address her in that fashion. Hu Tao persisted in bragging about his clan and disparaged her, which merely intensified his own fury further. He allowed one of his associates to stumble and defied Lu, boasting he could dispatch her with a lone digit. Lu, albeit not mighty enough to equal him, declined to then retreat. She was incensed by his haughtiness and depravity, and notwithstanding her own dauntlessness, she was poised to then retaliate. Hudo surged ahead to then assault Lu, proclaiming that he would indeed discipline her, precisely when he was on the verge of attacking. Aang interceded to then halt him. Hu Tao insisted that Aang should step away, menacing to also confront him directly. Aang then retorted, by highlighting that Hu Tao was the originator of the altercation and cautioned him persisting could tarnish his clan's reputation. He advised that Hu Tao should indeed rethink, as the sentinels might bar him from any entry if he created a commotion within such a locale. Seething with rage, Hu Tao maintained that he had no necessity to then reconsider. At that instant, the Hexa-Fin combatant escorting Hu Tao intervened and then concurred with Aang. He observed that all combatants in attendance were rather imposing, and creating a disturbance would not benefit Hu Tao's clan. He counseled that there was no urgency present, stressing their main objective was to penetrate the Asura fortress. Once within, anything might then transpire. So it was vital for Hu Tao to grasp the circumstances and respond suitably. Hu Tao then released his grip and then proclaimed that he would not squander his moments on such trivial adversaries. He then advanced forward as the Hexa-Fin combatant trail. He employed his telluric primal might to unleash a volley of pebbles at Aang. Nevertheless, Aang deftly intercepted all the small pebbles. While airborne, Lu inquired if something was now amiss, and Aang responded it was merely a slight annoyance, comparing it to bothersome gnats. He then proposed they should undertake the trial, assured they would manage it with no further problems. The Hexa-Fin combatant was quite astonished by how readily Aang had thwarted his covert telluric primal assault, notwithstanding the sheer celerity of the strike. It ought to have penetrated through Aang's very hands. The combatant addressed Hu Tao and advised modifying their roster of primary rivals for the coveted primal geode. He observed that Aang seemed as a significant challenger, with prowess obviously surpassing that of a quad fin. The Hexa-Fin combatant conceded he could not entirely measure Aang's might, and determined they must devise a method to neutralize both Aang and Lu without delay. As Aang and Lu experienced the attunement evaluation, Aang attained 54%, while Lu secured 42%. Lu inquired if this signified they cleared the attunement trial, observing that no base standard was apparently set. Aang recollected that Liu's attunement level had been 39% previously, and she had not merely become a uni-fin combatant, but also swiftly boosted her attunement score to 42%. This constituted a remarkable degree of progress. The woman administering the trial observed that one was quad fin and the companion a uni-fin, querying their resolve to venture into the Asura fortress to contend for a coveted primal geode, considering the fiends within were a minimum of tri-fin in potency. Aang asserted their firm resolve, declaring they were quite able of protecting themselves, with Lu functioning as their unit's healer and an extremely nimble combat. Lu felt vexed that Aang designated her chiefly as a healer. The woman elucidated that no combatant beneath 5 fin had ever presumed to penetrate the Asura fortress, rendering their endeavor the least advanced ingress ever documented. She cautioned them that the primal geode could solely be discovered upon a unique primal geode-bearing fiend, with ordinarily merely one such fiend manifesting at any given time. It would be a period before another fiend of its sort materialized. After one was successfully dispatched, the woman then cautioned they would not solely be combating fiends, but also face more formidable combatants with their very existence in peril. She inquired if they yet desired to continue considering these grave perils. Aang assented, asserting their objective was not just to endure, and he expressed gratitude for the timely admonition. She then granted them official access. Lu recollected the prevalent whispers that 9 from 10 who penetrated the Asura fortress would perish. She confessed to experiencing great fear of this, yet she was remarkably composed and quite self-possessed. It appeared that for as long as Aang accompanied her, she experienced a truly limitless valor. With that resolve, they penetrated the fortress. As they penetrated the vast Asura fortress, they were careful to conceal themselves from all fiends. Lu perceived that the locale was thoroughly inundated with fiends. Aang elucidated that although it was termed a fortress, it was in reality more akin to a metropolis. In bygone eras, it was analogous in extent and inhabitants to Aurora Metropolis, situated in the very core of the great continent. It formerly was the metropolis with the greatest inhabitant saturation. Nevertheless, following the great fiendish incursion, it was progressively then forsaken, ultimately transforming into a desolate war zone, the venerable citadel in the urban core. and its environs were then inhabited by many fiends, and no individual presumed to dwell there any longer. In due course, individuals commenced designating it merely as the fortress, perchance as a method to consign its formerly magnificent history to oblivion. Lu commented on how truly informed Aang appeared to be. He made light of it, asserting he had just learned of it. He then rose to his feet, proposing they commence their hunt for the unique fiend and its valuable primal geode. He then underscored that they must endeavor to prevent all needless altercations. While in their optimal physical shape, Lu perceived a sudden detonation and surmised some combatants were embroiled in an intense conflict. She inquired of Aang if they should offer any assistance. Aang counseled firmly against it, proposing it would be most prudent if they refrained from entanglement, minimally while they remained within the dangerous Asura fortress. He cautioned her to consistently remain vigilant. He perceived that Lu, having matured inside the boundaries of Hellos, possessed a truly gentle disposition and appeared oblivious to the many perils of the external realm. He cautioned her that the very sort of vexing combatants they had faced at the very entrance were quite prevalent. Most individuals there were avaricious and duplicitous. For safety's sake, he then counseled her to reserve their benevolence for only themselves. Abruptly, Aang perceived a fiend then charging at Lu. He rapidly drew her out of harm's direct way. The fiend commented that Aang's response was quite unforeseen, observing that his aquatic assaults were both soundless and scentless, which ought not to have been at all conceivable. Aang identified the opposing fiend as a penafin and comprehended it had exploited its inherent benefit of soundless, fluid movement and nimbleness to outflank them entirely unperceived. Lu contemplating the dire predicament, sensed that if Aang had not responded so promptly, she could have faced some extremely grave peril. Aang queried Lu why they must conclude this so rapidly, then underscoring that they must prevent drawing the direct notice of additional fiends or combatants and to terminate the conflict quite resolutely. Lu assented, comprehending she dared not commit any further errors and wished not to become a weighty hindrance to him. The fiend queried whether they genuinely imagined they could vanquish him, noting they were a quad-fin and uni-fin combatant pair, and questioned how they presumed to so slight his own prowess. Then he dematerialized and abruptly sprang from directly overhead, unleashing a deluge ballet assault with sharp barbs targeting them. Aang identified it as a broad regional impact assault and directed Lu to swiftly draw quite near. He conjured a safeguarding aegis to envelop both of them, thus neutralizing the menacing barbs entirely. The fiend reassured them not to have any concern, boasting he would allow their corpses quiet after dispatching them. He perceived an odd amalgamation of arboreal and metallic, and pondered if it constituted some primal might. He was perplexed by how Aang could command beyond two primal forces, as mortal combatants could solely possess such primal might, if they were penafin or indeed superior. Aang then sped to directly engage him, and the fiend threatened that he would surely impale Aang. The fiend employed the barbs to erupt from the earth and assault Aang. Aang, harnessing the powerful aquatic force as well, neared the fiend and queried if he was now quite astonished. The fiend sneered, conceding it was merely a simple jest, and conceded that while Aang had contrived to employ the aquatic force, he was yet inferior to the fiend's nimbleness and aquatic synergy. Aang then gestured to Lu, who was stationed to the fiend's rear. Lu struck the fiend while Aang plunged his sharp blade into it, and in concert they ultimately then vanquished him. Aang conveyed his gratitude for the excellent coordinated effort, and they triumphantly secured the precious aquatic nucleus. Lao claimed the nucleus, and as a uni-fin combat, acquired the penafin prized azure nucleus, reassuring Aang that he had no cause for any concern.